It has been 45 years since Seung-yu, our unlucky protagonist, was thrown into another world. Starting his journey at level 1 with absolutely nothing, Seung-yu relied on slaughtering monsters to constantly grow stronger, and after 45 years, he has reached level 255. Today is the day that long process comes to an end, because the ultimate Demon King has finally been defeated by Seung-yu and his 3 companions. Just as they finished off the demon, a beautiful woman with hair as golden as a flowing stream appeared, speaking in an incredibly melodic voice. "My heroes, I believed in you all. I knew you would defeat the ultimate Demon King." That woman was the goddess Gaia, but when faced with her sweet smile, Seung-yu's eyes darkened, and he coldly questioned, "Are you actually smiling right now?" "Excuse me?" Gaia's smile stiffened for a moment, and she asked back mechanically. Seung-yu stood up, stepped closer, and repeated the question with an even more unpleasant tone. "Are you seriously smiling? You gave everyone else special abilities, weapons, and powerful teams, but you gave me absolutely nothing." As he spoke, Seung-yu's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Gaia, believing he was furious enough to actually draw his blade and strike her down, hurriedly explained, Well, I didn't have enough divine power left because I summoned too many people from other worlds." Saying nothing would have been better. Gaia's words only made Seung-yu angrier. He roared, "Do you want me to cut you down?" If it weren't for his companions holding him back, Seung-yu probably would have acted on it. Gaia hurriedly backed away, looking at Seung-yu as if he were a rabid dog. She herself was shocked at how he had grown so overwhelmingly strong, wondering how Seung-yu could be a mere human and yet become this powerful. After maintaining a safer distance, Gaia cleared her throat a few times to feign composure and asked, "Anyway, I want to reward you all. What is it that you desire?" "I want to go to the next battlefield, but I hope the reason for going there is logical and grand," replied Seung-yu's first companion, who had the appearance of a goblin warrior. "I don't really want anything, because I've already been on such a wonderful adventure with such amazing teammates." The second one spoke up with sparkling eyes. Immediately, Seung-yu irritably pinched his cheek. "What? You aren't embarrassed saying that? It's fine, why should I be embarrassed? You guys really are the best teammates in the world." He stubbornly doubled down on his sentiment. The final companion, an archer, said he wanted the power to travel to any dimension, and he also wanted to continue possessing the ability to use weapons. Gaia listened and stared at him with a skeptical look. "I can help you with the dimension hopping, but the weapon part is a bit difficult." "May I ask why?" "Obviously, to start a revolution," that guy replied excitedly, his face beaming. "A revolutionary ideal for the races that have been excluded and oppressed. Let the light of revolution spread to different dimensions and point our weapons at those in power." Seung-yu nodded continuously upon hearing this. "That is truly in your style, Red Spirit." "Haha, thanks for understanding me like that," the Red Spirit replied. Stop encouraging each other, Gaia thought to herself, but didn't dare say it out loud for fear of Seung-yu giving her another piece of his mind. Finally, she wanted to hear Seung-yu's wish, the one who hadn't asked for anything yet. He seemed lost in thought. Money and items? Seung-yu already had piles of those. As for things like power and fame, he could obtain them at any time. So, Seung-yu didn't even care about them. For him, a man who had now reached level 255, he could already travel through time and space to conquer worlds. He seemed to have enough of everything already. Thinking of this, Seung-yu reflexively grew nostalgic about his past. Back when he was first dragged to this world as a level 1 hero, Seung-yu had been a total mess. Pathetic and weak, with his stomach growling loudly. He found a small restaurant and mimicked the others in ordering food. The taste of that first decent meal after being summoned made him want to cry. It was an experience Seung-yu would never forget. "Hero, Seung-yu," Gaia's voice rang out right in his ear, pulling him back to reality. "Are you thinking about the past, Seung-yu?" He grabbed the finger that was continuously poking his cheek and gritted out, "That's right. I was reminiscing about the good old days, about the time I was just summoned to another world, and I wasn't even given a single potion." As he spoke, Seung-yu gave Gaia an affectionate look, making her feel even more ashamed and flustered. However, Seung-yu didn't intend to settle the score with her. Finally, he stated his wish, to return to his homeland and open a restaurant. As soon as this was said, both the goddess Gaia and Seung-yu's 3 companions were petrified. "A restaurant?" Gaia couldn't believe her ears and asked again. I'm thinking of letting the people back home know the taste of the food from this world. Sung-yu nodded in response. You want to sell food from this world? Am I hearing this right? The red spirit asked while picking at his ear. Earth food is already common there. I have to bring the food from here over there for it to have any meaning. Sung-yu replied to that thought. His three teammates all felt he was beyond saving, and even Gaia turned pale when she heard that. Because out of all the dimensions, the food in this one has the absolute worst taste. She had originally wanted to advise Seungwoo to give up on that crazy idea. But he rudely drew his sword and slammed it into the ground just an inch away from Gaia, making her jump and leaving her unable to utter a single word. That's exactly why, Seungwoo said, shifting to a dangerously bright smile. If I'm the only one who has to taste this terrible food, then that would be too unfair, wouldn't it? The four people present were truly speechless. It turned out what Seungwoo really wanted was for others to suffer the same misery as he did. Back to Seoul, a prosperous and peaceful city where lights stayed on even through the night. However, that was just how things used to be. Ever since the portals and monsters appeared, that prosperity and peace had been shattered. The name Seoul had all but vanished, leaving no trace behind. Right now, monsters were prowling the city, and on the rooftop of a high-rise building in the Sector A disaster zone, a tall figure was watching them intently. Damn it, the man muttered, cursing. Moments later, someone else appeared behind him, one of the top 100 elite hunters. Please maintain the dignity of a frontline member, Sir Beck. Kang Hyuk, this man was the superstar codenamed Beck Kang Hyuk, was calmly lighting a cigarette to blow off some steam. I didn't bother apologizing for his swearing, because just thinking about having to work overtime to close that portal made Kang Hyuk feel incredibly annoyed. No, you don't need to close that low-level portal. It will be sealed soon enough, the girl replied. But Kang Hyuk didn't seem much happier hearing that. He grumbled that he was sick and tired of working overtime. He then asked if she had any idea what was actually going on here. This place was supposed to be an S-rank danger zone, nothing special. But according to the girl, it had suddenly turned strange 4 days ago when an overwhelming number of monsters appeared. Kang Hyuk had observed that for himself as well. Not only was the quantity high, but the monsters themselves looked odd, like that three-headed beast down there, for example. It's moving as if it's being chased by some other frenzied creature. Man also agrees with you. It seems the boss will appear soon. And please, stop smoking. The girl reached out to snatch the cigarette from Kang Hyuk's hand, but he was faster. Just as he lifted the cigarette, up to the air to avoid her, it went out thanks to the sudden downpour of rain. In an instant, he was drenched. Kang Hyuk couldn't help but curse again before waving his hand and turning away. Damn it, how annoying. If Min said so, then the boss raid should be starting soon. Tell them I'm taking 2 days off. I just felt like it. And where do you think you're going this late? I'm not in the mood today, so I'm going to fill my stomach to save myself from the fatigue of working overtime. As he spoke, an inhumane grin spread across Kang Hyuk's face. After walking through the rain, Kang Hyuk made his choice. He picked a small, inconspicuous-looking eatery. The exhaustion from overtime, the pressure of battle, and an empty stomach had pushed Kang Hyuk's stress levels to the limit. He planned to have a feast, and if the food in this place was trash, he would make them take down their sign and shut down business for good. And if the food was good, Kang Hyuk would scold them for making him eat this late. In short, whether the food was good or bad, he was looking for an excuse to vent his frustration. Harboring that twisted thought, Kang Hyuk headed toward the restaurant, only to find the door closed with a sign hanging on it. Kang Hyuk let out a heavy, weary sigh. Closed? How unlucky. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't believe this sign was blocking his visit. With that, Kang Hyuk reached out and crushed the sign to pieces. I then kicked the door open and stormed inside. Everything seemed unfinished. The owner of the restaurant was, of course, CEO Yu, who was currently busy recalculating the tasks he needed to do. He still hadn't signed a contract with a supplier, and he had to buy more cooking utensils. It had been 4 days since he returned to Earth. CEO Yu wasn't in any rush, so he was just taking his time, organizing things bit by bit. For instance, he was currently sipping coffee and choosing a movie from a pile of CDs. This is the life, Seungwoo exclaimed in satisfaction, though that moment of happiness didn't last long, because Seungwoo's peace was interrupted by Kang Hyuk's rude kick at the door. After breaking the man's front door, he walked in brazenly and said, "Why is it so empty? Seems like there are no customers today?" Seungwoo was silent for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He was trying to keep his cool, then turned his head, speaking to the brat in a chilling, cold tone. That is because we are not officially open yet. Who would have thought Kang Hyuk would run into someone so unyielding? Kang Hyuk sat down in a chair as if he owned the place and flashed a wicked smile. He said he didn't care whether the shop was open or not. I then ordered CEO Yu to quickly serve him something good. Sung-woo was a movie buff, and his precious movie time had just been ruined by Kang Hyuk. He'd ruined his shop, and on top of that, dared to speak to him so insolently on their first meeting. Sung-woo was trying to restrain himself from snapping the kid's neck, but when he looked closely at Kang Hyuk's face, Sung-woo's anger seemed to subside a little. Huh? What are you looking at? Kang Hyuk, who had been absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the table, flared up when he caught Sung-woo's gaze. Nothing, he replied, but his eyes were still studying the other man intently. In Sung-woo's eyes, Kang Hyuk had frail, weak-looking hands and legs. He looks like he'd snap if you just gave him a gentle nudge. And his eyes and his brain must be broken if he can't even see that big closed sign hanging right out front. Sung-woo just got back to Earth, so naturally, he's out of the loop on Kang Hyuk's secret superstar identity. To him, the kid is just a scrawny, helpless brat. Poor thing looks like he hasn't had a proper meal in ages. No wonder he's that thin. Maybe his brain withered away from malnutrition too, since he clearly lacks any sense of manners or conscience. The more he thought about it, the more sympathy Sung-woo felt. He even snuck a hand up to wipe away a stray tear. Kang Hyuk saw the whole pity party playing out on his face, and it only made him angrier. Hey! Why are you looking at me with those pathetic eyes? Don't you see this cloak I'm wearing? I'm a frontline fighter, you know. Ignoring Kang Hyuk's tiger-like roaring, Sung-woo started rummaging through the fridge to figure out what to cook. Kang Hyuk was fuming, but he was starving, so he held his tongue for the sake of getting a bite to eat. Just sit down, all right? Just give me something edible. He kept on whining, but Sung-woo didn't bother replying. He was too busy inspecting the ingredients. Some of these things in the fridge were going to be pretty intense. Finally, Sung-woo picked out a slab of fresh meat. You cocky little brat, he thought. I'll stoop low enough to help you out. I'll feed you something worth your while. This beef was actually something else. It was the shoulder meat found between the long neck and the wing of a red dragon. Compared to pork, it's a lot like a rib cut. Sung-woo pulled out his knife and began preparing the meat with expert precision. Red dragon meat contains a fire soul, which gives it an incredibly sharp, burning kick that requires a splash of fruit juice to add a touch of sophisticated lemony zest. The kind of juice that Sung-woo chose today was grape juice. He drizzled it over the meat while it seared in the pan. The meat tasted decent on its own, but this would surely provide an amazing effect for his first guest. Sung-woo poured his heart and soul into the cooking. Just as he hoped, it made him genuinely happy. The meat was being seared when it suddenly let out a mournful shriek, making Kang Hyuk jump out of his skin. Wait, I definitely just heard that wrong, right? He asked, looking pale. I thought I just heard the meat scream. Faced with Kang Hyuk's bewildered expression, Sung-woo just smiled and responded with a straight face. Scream? Probably not, are you sure? The kid was still half skeptical, but the dish was finished. After a sprinkle of crushed pepper, Sung-woo plated it and set it in front of Kang Hyuk. All in all, the steak looked fancy enough to be served at a 5-star restaurant. Kang Hyuk inspected it like a picky mother-in-law eyeing her daughter-in-law, but he had to admit, the chef in front of him was surprisingly impressive. You're not bad. That showy cooking wasn't terrible, Kang Hyuk finally muttered. Sung-woo was a bit surprised that this rude little punk was actually praising him. The kid picked up his knife and fork, carefully touching the meat. To Kang Hyuk's eyes, the steak had a subtle, fruity aroma and a perfect sear. It had to be delicious. Wait, what's this dish called? He suddenly asked. Roy's steak? He replied. I've never heard of it, so I've got to try it to believe it. Kang Hyuk grumbled to himself and started cutting in. But he quickly realized something was very wrong. No matter how much strength he put into it, he couldn't get the meat to budge even an inch. He finally gave up and had to swallow his pride, asking, Why is this so hard to cut? Let me do it. Sung-woo pulled the plate toward himself and thought, 2 weaklings like this can't even cut a piece of meat. Kang Hyuk, of course, had never heard the name Royce, because Royce used to be a fearsome enemy of Sung-woo's back when he was fighting in the other dimension. It was a great red dragon. an elder of the Red Dragon tribe and a powerful right-hand man to the Demon King for 1,800 years. As he sliced the meat, Seung-yu unconsciously recalled the time he fought it. That old dragon had been ferocious, and it had been a real struggle to bring it down. But now, as the victor, Seung-yu was casually slicing up Royce, who had now been turned into a steak on a plate. "That dull knife probably won't be able to cut it, right?" Kang Hyuk said lazily. But the moment he looked back, he saw the meat had already been sliced in two by Seung-yu. He offered a stiff, awkward smile to cover for him and said, "Must be your hands shaking from exhaustion, right?" Kang Hyuk was humiliated. Here he was, a frontline warrior who couldn't even slice a steak. He quickly gave a vague reply and took a bite, ready to enjoy it. From the very first morsel, his taste buds exploded. His body began to tremble and he nearly collapsed onto the table. His mouth kept making strange, choked-up noises, which left Seung-yu quite curious. Finally, Kang Hyuk couldn't take it anymore and let out a roar, but then he quickly clamped his hand over his mouth when he saw it breathing out fire. "Oh my God, am I breathing fire?" Sob. "Sob, this tastes terrible." Kang Hyuk was practically crying. "Well, I cooked it badly on purpose." The man across from him replied with a blank face. "What was that?" Kang Hyuk kept his mouth tightly shut, unable to believe what he'd just heard. But Seung-yu continued with passionate intensity. "I even slammed the table. A truly excellent dish is meant to be eaten to survive and gain strength." Kang Hyuk didn't understand what kind of crazy talk this was. All he knew was that even though he felt miserable, he just couldn't spit the piece of meat out of his mouth. Keeping it in there wasn't an option because it was way too spicy. Kang Hyuk had no choice but to swallow it. But the moment it hit his stomach, his body started acting up again. He didn't even know how to describe the strange sensation, because the very next second, he passed out. "This sucks," was the only thought running through the superstar's mind. The code name for this dish. As for Seung-yu, even seeing a customer pass out from food poisoning right in his shop didn't faze him at all. Instead, he watched the other guy with a look of pure intrigue. An hour later, Kang Hyuk suddenly grabbed his throat and woke up. With a face full of shock, he immediately saw Seung-yu sitting on the sofa, yawning his head off. This indifferent attitude made Kang Hyuk so mad he felt like he'd spit blood. He challenged him, "You almost killed someone and you're over there yawning?" Driven by that rage, Kang Hyuk lunged, aiming a kick at Seung-yu. Yet that powerful kick was blocked with just one hand. When his leg was caught, Kang Hyuk was completely stunned. The guy didn't even seem to be using any effort. He started criticizing, "You ate, and this is the only strength you've got? How truly weak." And this was 3-star meat too. Kang Hyuk heard Seung-yu call him weak with his own ears, but the word weak had never seemed to apply to him before. "You're calling me weak?" he retorted. "Yeah, I'm talking to you," Seung-yu replied with a smile, then let go. Kang Hyuk's worldview instantly shattered. Me, weak? He couldn't care less why the guy blocked his kick earlier, but being called weak had flipped Kang Hyuk's combat switch. He stepped back, then put all his power into a full-force punch, aimed right at him. As he threw the punch, Kang Hyuk yelled, emphasizing, "I'm Kang Hyuk, a member of the First Order." But this time, it was even more miserable than before. Kang Hyuk's punch couldn't even reach Seung-yu. Instead, he got flicked on the forehead, a flick delivered with total casualness. That flick of his actually carried enough power to send Kang Hyuk flying backward, where he immediately crashed and passed out cold. "You should learn to control your temper," Seung-yu said in an impatient tone. "I'm going back to sleep." He really didn't understand what the heck a First Order was that people acted so high and mighty about. Out of curiosity, he looked it up online and was immediately enlightened about the world's top 100 strongest hunters. But this very information was a massive blow to Seung-yu, because that weak kid who couldn't even handle one flick of his finger was supposedly one of the top 100. The world's strongest hunters? If that's true, then this planet is doomed. Even though he didn't want that to happen, Seung-yu didn't want to lift a finger to interfere at all. So he started thinking. After a while, a bizarre idea popped into Seung-yu's head, and he flashed a dangerous smile while looking at Kang Hyuk sprawled out on the floor. Because of the sudden appearance of space portals, a new profession emerged to fight against the monsters that were popping up more and more. They were called hunters, and the 100 strongest in the world were gathered under the name First Order. Kang Hyuk was one of them, but now he was forced to kneel and apologize. because of Sung Yu's arrogant attitude since he first stepped in here. Kneeling to apologize just because I'm stronger than you? He held a cup of coffee in one hand, his tone calm but enough to make Kang Hyuk too terrified to even lift his head. Hey, do you do this kind of stuff at other restaurants too? Only then did the other guy dare to look up, but Kang Hyuk didn't answer, just giving a blank smile. However, that attitude of his was practically an answer in itself. Seeing that, Sung Yu let out a long, heavy sigh. Fine, I figured as much. I'll go. I've already got your number. Ah, but do people wear shoes more often these days? Sung Yu muttered some dry jokes, while Kang Hyuk didn't even dare to breathe heavily, listening to the way he talked. He assumed the guy was a foreigner and was so strong that if he dared to make even the slightest mistake, Sung Yu could totally finish him off right there. The more he thought, the more tense Kang Hyuk became. I didn't know what would come next. Sung Yu might do to him, but after finishing his coffee, he just calmly said, "All right, I'm going to turn you into a completely different person than you are now." "Yes, Kang," Hyuk stammered back, not really clear on what the guy meant. Sung Yu asked again, "You're in the First Order, you need to be stronger to protect this planet, right?" After that, an involuntary civics lesson began. Sung Yu lectured him on a lot of principles, about how one must transcend both skills and knowledge to guide someone back onto the right path, to mold a person into someone with great promise. So he decided he would take it upon himself to teach Kang Hyuk without ever asking if the guy wanted it or not. "What if I refuse?" Kang Hyuk asked tentatively. Sung Yu's expression changed in a flash. Instead of an answer, his silence immediately made the guy behave. Kang Hyuk said loudly, "I look forward to your guidance, master." His obedient attitude made Sung Yu very satisfied. Then, he began to impart some information, the basics about humanity that he deemed necessary. Sung Yu's intensity was about to make Kang Hyuk's ears bleed. He obviously didn't want to absorb any of this knowledge, but because he wanted to keep his neck, he could only listen in silence. This old geezer, this torture really has no end, he cursed inwardly. If he finished talking, he could probably build a 14-story building with all the words he'd poured out. After holding it in for a while, Kang Hyuk still couldn't help but cut Sung Yu off. "Wait, master, may I ask what your previous job was?" I used to be a teacher." "A philosophy teacher?" "Perceptive. Your intuition isn't bad." Sung Yu clapped his hands to praise the person in front of him, then smiled brightly and said, "Now, you have to learn about the values and importance of food." This time, Kang Hyuk's anger exploded. He pointed at the steak he'd only managed to take one bite of and said loudly, "You call that food? Anyone looking at that would see it's a chemical weapon. Do you think you should talk like that to someone who spent so much time cooking it for you? You're acting like a total jerk." Sung Gu's face darkened with rage, and he started lecturing Kang Hyuk, a lecture so long and exhausting that the kid ended up screaming for mercy. In the end, Sung Gu concluded that one shouldn't waste food, and he forced Kang Hyuk to put that philosophy into practice right then and there. And so, we find a Kang Hyuk holding a half-eaten steak with both hands. Obviously, he wasn't doing it willingly. "Master, are you really making me finish all of this?" That's right. Those two words hit Kang Hyuk like an arrow through the heart. He started whining miserably, shaking his head and insisting he couldn't possibly choke down that disgusting thing. But Sung Gu didn't have a shred of pity. He patted the kid on the shoulder, encouraging him not to worry, saying he'd get used to it eventually. "I said no, and I mean no. This isn't even food anymore." If he could, Kang Hyuk would have thrown that plate across the room. But Sung Gu wasn't about to let him get away with that. Finally, under the kind of non-violent coercion only he could provide, Kang Hyuk swallowed the rest of the dragon meat steak and immediately collapsed onto the floor, unconscious once again. Tisk! If this guy wakes up, he's definitely going to call for Sister Hugh and cause a scene, right? Sung Gu clicked his tongue, then bent down, grabbed the kid by the ankles and started dragging him away. "I can't let things end like this. I'm going to make sure you digest every bit of that precious meat. I honestly don't want to see this planet destroyed, so all of you need to get much stronger." 2 days later, at the Isaac headquarters, Kang Hyuk's subordinate was incredibly anxious because they had lost contact with him for 2 whole days. That's why she had to call in Min, who was mentioned earlier, and also the leader of the support team, to discuss this urgent matter. Since he's the legendary Big Kang Hyuk, there's no way he could have been kidnapped, held for interrogation, or captured as a prisoner. She was beyond frustrated. Of course, the head of the First Order couldn't possibly be weak enough to be kidnapped or defeated, could he? Maybe he's just hiding somewhere after causing trouble, or he got tangled up with some woman, Min replied, though. There was only one day left before their planned operation. Time was running out, which was why she was so restless and worried. Mine was so pissed he gritted his teeth for a long moment. Then he snapped, "Fine, whatever. I'll go find this troublesome bastard. So just be ready." With that, he quickly left the headquarters. As far as Min was concerned, he really didn't want to use his abilities to track down a nuisance like Kang Hyuk, but he had no choice now. So, Min crouched down to activate his skill, and it didn't take long at all to find Kang Hyuk's trail. When he reached the door of Seong-gu's restaurant, Min still felt completely baffled. He couldn't help but wonder, what the hell was Kang Hyuk doing here? The front door was locked, but Min easily picked it open with the tools he carried. Since Kang Hyuk had lost contact while he was here, even though he didn't believe the guy had actually been kidnapped, Min remained cautious. After stepping inside, he started looking around, wondering if Kang Hyuk was being held in the basement. Suddenly, Seong-gu appeared out of nowhere behind him with a less than welcoming expression. "Do you know what an intruder is?" he asked. Min's face paled instantly, because anyone who could sneak up on him like that had to be a master. "Don't get mad, I'm just here to check things out." Seong-gu spoke, flashing that smile that made one's skin crawl. Meanwhile, Kang Hyuk was indeed trapped in the basement with a pickaxe. Seong-gu was making him dig soil non-stop. Kang Hyuk had been stuck doing this for 2 straight days, and he felt like he was legitimately about to die. Suddenly, familiar footsteps echoed from above. Kang Hyuk recognized his teammate, and his eyes lit up. "I knew I could count on you, Min. I knew you'd come. I knew you'd come to save me. So, where's the exit?" Mine had dark circles under his eyes. Contrary to Kang Hyuk's excitement, he ignored the kid's enthusiasm, grabbed another pickaxe, and declared, "I've been captured too." The situation only changed in that Kang Hyuk now had a companion to dig with. The two worked until their limbs were trembling. Soon, Min couldn't take it anymore and sat slumped on the ground. "What on earth am I even doing?" he muttered to himself. "Can't you tell by looking? Obviously, we're digging a tunnel," Kang Hyuk replied, his hands still swinging the tool up and down. "You think I don't know that?" "That's why I'm asking," Min roared. "Why the hell did you have to provoke that monster?" Because he'd overexerted himself. A sharp pain shot through his lower back, and he collapsed to the floor once more. Kang Hyuk felt sorry for Min's old age, but he also pitied his own fate. "But you didn't know Seong-gu was as strong as a monster either, did you? If you'd known, you would have been smart enough to stay away and not end up here digging a tunnel." The two sat there grumbling. Kang Hyuk wondered just how strong Seong-gu really was. "You've met Hawken before, right?" he asked Min. The Hawken that Kang Hyuk mentioned was the 6th frontline hunter, nicknamed the Hero Returns. Hawken, at level 85, was already considered incredibly formidable. But both Min and Kang Hyuk had to admit one thing. Seong-yu is in a completely different league. So powerful they couldn't even fathom it. At that, Min scrambled back up, acting out again. "Seriously? Can't you take a break?" Kang Hyuk asked. "Break my foot. I need to tear the guy who ticked off that monster into pieces first." Mine really wanted to go after Kang Hyuk, but unfortunately for him, I didn't even have the strength to lift the pickaxe. Kang Hyuk snatched the tool from Min's hand and said, "Look, I know it's my fault, so I'm doing your share of the work too, aren't I? But there's something much bigger coming up. The monster insects will be appearing soon. If we stay stuck here any longer, we're done for." "Of course it's a big deal," Mine nodded. "We're the top-ranked hunters in Sector A, after all." As he said this, he turned and shot Kang Hyuk, a look filled with intense affection, though no amount of glaring was going to change a thing. How could Kang Hyuk have known that his luck was so rotten he'd run into someone as terrifying as Seong-yu? After all, he was just a guy working overtime who got hungry and accidentally drew the short straw. Mine couldn't even bring himself to blame the kid. He could only sigh over and over, "You've got it easy. Anyway, let's just go apologize and ask him to let us out." Min started fixing his clothes, preparing to climb back up. "Wait, you think he'll just let us go like that?" Kang Hyuk tried to stop him. "If we explain the situation, I'm sure he'll understand. Besides, his mana feels strangely pure." So, the two gathered their courage and climbed back to the first floor to plead their case to CEO Yu. Kang Hyuk fully expected him to spit, fire, and toss them back into the basement. Instead, he agreed with surprising ease. "Sure, I can let you go. Sung Yu's casual reply left Kang Hyuk's jaw on the floor, while Min immediately bowed, offering his heartfelt gratitude from the bottom of his soul. Then, Sung Yu added, "You're Min, right? It's a hassle, so I'm going to drop the honorifics." Mine was a bit tense from being called by his full name so suddenly, but he replied, "That's fine. But how did you know my name?" "Oh, I just looked it up online." Sung Yu flicked the phone in his hand and started putting on his apron. "You two, wait a moment. It's before the restaurant is technically open, but letting a customer leave hungry isn't very polite. So let me treat you to a meal. I don't like it. It's not going to be good." Kang Hyuk immediately opposed it with his life. "I knew you'd react like that. So, between a good dish and a bad dish, which one do you pick?" Sung Yu asked. Kang Hyuk was slightly stunned by the question. Because really, what kind of idiot would choose a bad meal over a good one? Once he finished speaking, Sung Yu replied that he was going to make foil-baked salmon. Unlike Kang Hyuk's clueless expression, Min seemed more cautious and worried, thinking to himself, "Wait, why is he asking us to choose? That doesn't make sense. It's strange. I need to think carefully." He felt there was a trap in Sung Yu's question. So, in the end, Min decided to choose the bad dish. Kang Hyuk stared at him like he was insane, while Sung Yu looked genuinely excited. "Oh, you've got quite the adventurous spirit." Saying that, he happily stepped into the kitchen, took out a piece of salmon, and started prepping it. Just like before, CEO Yu's movements were incredibly skilled. Since it was an open kitchen, the two sitting outside could see every move he made. Mine gasped, "That's amazing." "But are you an idiot?" Kang Hyuk asked. "Why would you choose the bad dish? I'm starting to regret it a little bit myself. Your dish looks good." As they spoke, their eyes were glued to CEO Yu, not wanting to miss a single movement. They both felt his cooking style was a bit unusual. Usually, you'd let the salmon sit for 5 to 10 minutes to remove the fishy smell, but CEO Yu was prepping it right away, then adjusting the seasoning while massaging the outside of the fish with wine and salt for longer than usual. Removing the fishy smell that way was definitely something new. By now, Kang Hyuk had finished the seasoning and put his fish on the pan. "Just add this, and the rest is done. Wait until it's finished cooking," he said, then turned to Min and asked, "For the next dish, do you prefer kidneys or liver?" A little bit, yes," Mine replied, "but I have some gastritis." He really did look much weaker and sicker than Kang Hyuk. Hearing that, Sung Yu clicked his tongue. With that kind of physical condition, Mine couldn't maintain the energy needed for sustained combat. Hearing this, Kang Hyuk nodded vigorously and chimed in, "Exactly. This guy can barely fight for 5 minutes before he's huffing and puffing, lagging behind everyone else." Exposed like that, Mine gnashed his teeth in frustration, unable to do a thing. Meanwhile, Sung Yu was meticulously considering the portions for his patient. Finally, he took down a deep pot and set it on the stove. Seeing this, Kang Hyuk looked a bit scornful. "Hyuk, I thought he was going to make something impressive, but it turns out he's just making porridge." "That's a relief, Min. The porridge would have been a pain to make right now anyway." They both let out a sigh of relief. Before long, both dishes were ready. When the plate of salmon was placed in front of Kang Hyuk, his eyes lit up instantly and he kept muttering, "Now this is what you call food." Luckily, the fish was incredibly tender this time, nothing like that disastrous steak from before. Kang Hyuk picked up a piece with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. This time, all of his senses exploded, but in a completely different way. "Damn, this is so good! A person who can cook this well, how could they ever be an evil person?" Kang Hyuk slammed this table in excitement as he ate. "If you like it that much, eat it all. Here's the dipping sauce." Sung-gu pushed the sauce over, and Kang Hyuk got even more fired up after trying it. "Man, it's even better with the sauce!" His reaction was so over the top that Min shot him a look of pure contempt. Now, it was time for Min's dish to take the stage. Sung-gu grabbed a large bowl and poured out the porridge. Min watched his every move, wondering, why on earth did I choose the terrible dish? Stay calm. In baseball, this is what they call a sacrifice bunt. I'm determined to eat this garbage to see if I can find the answer to that question, he reassured himself. Just then, Sung-gu slid the bowl of porridge in front of Min and said with a very earnest tone, "It might not look like much, but I hope you enjoy it." But looking at the bowl of porridge, which was glowing a shade of green that looked just like a chemical weapon, Min felt it would be hard to enjoy anything. Kang Hyuk leaned over to peek at Min's bowl. "Is this porridge?" Inside was a thick, unidentifiable green liquid. Curious, he asked, Did you put uranium in there or something? Sung-gu crossed his arms and gave him a cold look. Sorry, I didn't add that. Kang Hyuk kept pressing. Then did you add energy drinks? Why is the color so weird? He finally concluded, how are you supposed to eat this? But Min remained silent from start to finish, staring straight at the bowl. His strange attitude made Kang Hyuk wonder, hey, what's wrong? He stirred it lightly, watching the consistency of the dish in the bowl. The color, the shimmering mana, this was definitely it. A powerful urge compelled Min to believe that this was a dish with the power of a miracle healing potion. He looked up at Seung-gu with surprise. You can make something like this right on the spot? Even an expert couldn't preserve pure mana like this. But the man just kept wearing that nonchalant expression with an innocent smile. Min was about to probe further. Hey, could this possibly be? Suddenly, Seung-gu raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Min understood immediately. I'm not allowed to talk about it? Well, if I eat this, I'll regain my strength anyway. I'll just give it a try. Min didn't hesitate anymore and took a spoonful. As soon as he swallowed it, a surge of vitality rushed through his entire body. His strength was returning. Still, the taste really wasn't great. Why does it taste like iron and lead? Min grumbled while staring at the soup, telling himself that if he wanted to heal his body, he had to finish it. So, he kept shoveling it in, come what may. Meanwhile, Kang Hyuk next to him was enjoying his meal thoroughly. 30 minutes later, Min's entire body went still, and he seemed to fade away. Before Kang Hyuk could understand what was happening, he exclaimed, Wow, what's going on? He turned to look at Min, who was motionless. Are you okay? Min touched his own abdomen. The wounded stomach area had been regenerated, and his strength had fully returned. This feeling of relief, a smile of genuine ease that he hadn't felt in a long time, appeared on his face. Kang Hyuk wouldn't stop pestering him when he stood up. What was that just now? Min bowed deeply and spoke sincerely to Seung-gu. Thank you for this favor. I will never forget it. Seung-gu just smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing. Kang Hyuk looked baffled at the harmony between the two. Wait, what's going on? What's with this atmosphere? After that, he gritted his teeth and demanded, Give me another serving. Soon, a stack of empty plates piled up beside him. Kang Hyuk lay back, rubbing his full belly. I'm alive, Min took the initiative. So, he looked at Seung-gu. If the monster insects appear at the gate tomorrow, will you help us? Seung-gu turned away, looking hesitant. But Kang Hyuk leaned over and threw an arm around his shoulder, asserting, That's not possible. This confused him. What? Kang Hyuk pointed toward the shopkeeper and emphasized, The shopkeeper is an incredibly powerful regressor. If he's that strong, he won't help us fight. He started analyzing. The shopkeeper has his own reasons. If he wanted to help us fight, he would have said so already. He probably won't get involved in that for our sake. Seung-gu was actually quite surprised to hear that. Kang Hyuk continued, If the shopkeeper got involved, it would be too easy. But then what? We'd lose the chance to train and become stronger on our own. He suddenly got excited. That's why I want to say this. We have to overcome the difficulties and become stronger ourselves. That's what gives it meaning. On the contrary, Min just frowned and responded coldly, That's hilarious. Kang Hyuk was immediately stunned. What? Min stood up and got right in Kang Hyuk's face. Don't play games. Kang Hyuk tried to dodge. What's wrong? Min pointed at Kang Hyuk's forehead and explained, If he becomes actively involved on the battlefield, the Hunter Association will find out. Then he'll get a rank in the First Order. As he spoke, his grip tightened. He'll be pushed down from rank 100 to 101 and lose his position. Isn't that what you're worried about? Seung-gu chimed in, is that so? Kang Hyuk just stuck out his tongue and scratched his head with a goofy laugh. Caught me. Mine didn't even bother saying anything else. That's just how he is. Seung-gu sighed. I won't be turning him into a real person ever again. He leaned his chin on his hand, lost in thought, but then acknowledged, his tone softening. I've seen far too much. A kingdom that relies solely on one hero. If that person dies, everything just... His voice grew heavy as he finished, collapses into ruin. As soon as he finished, Min stood up. If that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. Let's go, Baek Hang-hyo. Seung-gu leaned against the table, asking with a polite smile, Do you want to come by often? I won't even charge you. He even pointed pointedly at Hang Hyo. Mr. Beck, you should come visit me often. But he immediately shot it down. No way. The door closed quickly behind them. Walking down the street, Hang Hyo clutched his stomach. 10 servings is way too much for me. Mine scoffed. You ate 10 servings when it was free? What are you, a pig? He grumbled irritably. So noisy. Was that the porridge that smelled? It was disgusting. Hearing that, Min just chuckled and sighed. The smelly porridge. Even though he knew the truth, he kept it to himself. Sooner or later, he would understand. Today, this opportunity was such a stroke of luck. The next day at the battlefield, Min and Hang Hyo stood on a high-rise building looking down when suddenly a helicopter appeared. Mine announced, "They're here." Hang Hyo geared himself up. "Are you in good condition, huh?" The two prepared their basic weapons. Then Hang Hyo slammed his hand down, and they both charged ahead with enthusiasm. "Let's fight with our guns blazing." Scene shift. The news is reporting. This morning, a dangerous type of monster appeared in Zone A. Thanks to the superstar team of Baek Hang Hyo and the number 2, Minoki, it has been eliminated. The South Korean government has awarded medals to the entire Hunter squad. Afterward, after finishing his work, Hunter Baek Hang Hyo refused to be interviewed because of indigestion from eating too much. Sung-gu was still watching the news, doing great, thank goodness. He thought to himself, if I'm being honest, if I had gone to the portal when the dimensional space was fluctuating, those monsters would have sensed the danger at that moment. They would have moved to areas that hadn't been cordoned off yet, and that would have been dangerous for the civilians. Sung-gu stretched comfortably and picked up his cup. So, thanks for protecting this world, hunters. He stood up and stretched. One more week until the grand opening. Sung-gu put his hands on his hips and looked out the window. Let's get ready for today, too. Suddenly, he noticed something. Huh? A furry figure appeared outside. Nabi spoke up. Hello. Sung-gu opened the door to welcome him. Hey there. It held a package up high with both hands. Your delivery has arrived. Scene shift. The sky was clear that day. Nabi held up its chubby paws and asked politely before sitting down, May I sit now? Sung-gu replied happily. Go ahead, sit. Irapos have the appearance and habits of cats, but they are incredibly intelligent. They have more taste buds than humans, so they cook very well, and their other senses, like smell and hearing, are far superior to humans. He rested his chin on the table watching it, and they love taking care of others. They can do odd jobs, sometimes even acting as combat medics, among many other things. This is the greatest support a hero could ask for. However, there is one thing Sung-gu noticed. Because they are so attentive, they often turn their heroes into absolute pigs. It's fine, I just won't be a hero anymore, that's all. That's why they have the nickname, the cat that kills the heroes. There were arguments. Our Irupos is cuter, right? Nonsense, our Irupos is much cuter. Because of that, back when he was in the military, Sung-gu really wanted an Irupos, but back then, he had knelt on the ground, begging the heavens, Goddess, please, could you send an Irupos to me? I'm the only one who doesn't have a cat. Caw didn't even listen. Busy as hell. What are you asking for? Go find one yourself. Recalling that, Sung-gu felt bitter. Thinking about it still annoyed him, so he brushed the thoughts away. He started a conversation. Anyway, Renato requested the slime pudding and even sent an Irupos along. Then Sung-gu pointed at himself. I'm not a hero anymore. I'm a restaurant owner. If cat hair is flying everywhere, I won't be able to run my business. As Nabi stood up, it said, My fur doesn't shed. Try pulling it. He was surprised. What? Sung-gu reached out and pinched a tuft of fur. It really doesn't shed a single strand. He marveled. How versatile. Nabi sprawled out to be petted by Sung-gu. He asked, So, how did you manage to get all the way here? It immediately stood up, crossed its arms, and answered bombastically, I defeated a god and came here. Sung-gu was stunned, unable to believe it. What? But Nabi just glossed over it. Nothing, I was just saying. Flashback to when it met the cat god, Nabi looked pretty pathetic. The cat god gave a short refusal, no. But it used its big, sparkling eyes to plead with the cat god, only to be met with a shake of the head. Stop making that cute face. You are a dangerous individual, Nabi. Slumping down to throw a tantrum, the cat god sighed helplessly. It's because I don't know just how dangerous you really are. That's why I said that. Nabi perked right back up, because I'm very cool. Compared to other species, I'm way cooler. The cat god was completely speechless, thinking to itself, I have to let it go. I can't let it keep acting like a goofball like this. Either way, it's just going to sneak off and find another hero if I don't let it go. Scene shift to the forest. After a long time, Nabi sat sadly by the root of a tree. Why can't I find any heroes? Suddenly, it saw a blue butterfly flying past. Me? The blue butterfly whispered something. Then, it turned around and flapped its wings, flying away. Nabi stared blankly at its tiny silhouette. Right at that moment, it realized something important. Of course, it wasn't cut out to be a hero. Nabi concluded that it just wasn't skilled enough, so from that day on, it began to train itself. While training, it shouted, "Meow, meow, punch!" It told itself that it had to become skilled in both arts and combat to become stronger and smarter. It wanted to become a super cat. Hearing the story, Sungu started to understand a bit about this kind of training. He also roughly guessed the plot of the story. "So you defeated the cat god, is that what you're saying?" Nabi proudly admitted, "That's exactly right." This energetic demeanor left Sungu briefly stunned. He wondered why Renato had sent it here in the first place. He scowled to himself, thinking that only Gree and Theo could truly understand the immense pain. Sungu looked at Nabi and told it, "Look, I'm already retired." Immediately, that fawning, sycophantic look appeared again, catching Sungu completely off guard. "If you want to work here, I'll hire you." Having achieved its goal, the cat jumped for joy and thanked him. Nabi hopped off the chair, bowed sincerely, and said, "I'll be counting on your guidance." Sungu replied, "Head over there." He rubbed his chin, thinking about the name. Since the name is Nabi, the nickname will be... Then, Sungu gently stroked its head and decided, "Let's go with Nabi. Work hard from now on, okay?" And just like that, the hero's restaurant had a new employee. In the distance, two figures were watching. They focused their binoculars on Sungu's shop. A shop suddenly appeared, one said, and his companion continued, "Business is war, just like a game of capture the flag. So, this new shop is our final enemy." Both decided to make their move. In that case, let's take down the enemy together. The restaurant owner, Dong Park Dan-soo, frowned in frustration and asked, "Do you see that? That coffee machine sitting by the window." The coffee shop owner, Tosich, slyly assessed the situation. "That looks like a very expensive coffee machine." He glared and mocked, "A restaurant trying to sell coffee too?" Beside him, Dan-soo put his hands on his hips, pouted and criticized, "How arrogant! Are they trying to show off in front of the boss?" Next, he clenched his fists, plotting gloomily. "Should we use our frontline tactic to flip them over like the last coffee shop?" Hearing that, Tisich immediately put his hands on his hips in agreement. "Great idea." Suddenly, he froze in confusion. "Huh?" They stared in shock at the two flower wreaths placed out front. "Please only make delicious food. Congratulations on the opening. Beckham Hyo and Min Okif." Their eyes went wide in disbelief, speechless. Tashich stroked his beard, trembling as he said, "Number 1, order Beck Hang Hyo, and number 2, order Min Okif." Beside him, Dan-soo grabbed his handkerchief to wipe away his sweat in fear. They've already built connections with such important people?" At this, his blood began to boil. He pulled at his handkerchief, filled with resentment. Looks like someone pulled strings and used money to get guests at the door. Then, the two turned to each other with a devious look of mutual understanding. Dan-soo stretched his neck while putting his hands on his hips and declared, "This won't do. That shop is a real eyesore." Tisich adjusted his glasses, twisted his body, and roared, "We'll prepare thoroughly and come back later." With that, the two quickly ran off. Suddenly, Nabi's tiny hand poked them in the back, making them stop in their tracks. As Dan-soo and Tisich turned around, puzzled, the cat smiled brightly and spoke up. "Are you two customers?" Tasich's eyes popped out in confusion. "A cat?" Dan-soo added. "A cat that can talk?" Despite this, Nabi cheerfully held up its tiny hands and said, "So you are customers. Please come in." With that, it dragged them both into the shop, leaving them dazed. Dan-soo and Taeshich sat at a long table, helplessly speechless, until Taeshich leaned over to whisper to Dan-soo, "Boss, that cat must be a monster, right?" Watching Nabi intently preparing drinks and carrying trays, he immediately dismissed the thought. "Not a monster. It looks like a trained beastkin." Following that, Dan-soo laughed heartily and said, "Well, that's fine. I'll show it what class really is." Suddenly, he rubbed his finger across the table, inspected it, and had to admit he was wrong. "No way. Tishich peered over, suspicious. Does it shed more than you thought? Looking at their squeaky clean fingers, the two were dumbfounded and said in unison, "There's not a single speck of dust." But then, they immediately turned around to peek here and there, probing for faults. But contrary to their expectations, seeing the pristine and clean room, they gasped, "This place is way too clean." Teshich clutched his head in fear, his voice trembling as he said, "Even for someone like me who has violated hygiene safety 3 times, I have nothing to complain about here." Beside him, Dan-su rested his chin on the table in alarm. Why isn't there a single hair? Even so, Nabi nonchalantly placed a glass of water on the table when it finished. It confidently held up its name tag and said, "I don't shed." Dan-su stood up, looking at Nabi with suspicion. Is it a breed that doesn't shed? Beside him, Teshich was flustered and puzzled. But it feels so soft. He rubbed his chin, doubting. Regardless, this place is too clean. Do you think they hire a cleaning company? Hearing this, Nabi immediately replied, "I do the cleaning myself." Saying that, it raised its hand. Teshich turned to look, speechless. Then he hugged his face, moaning in sorrow, "I'm so jealous. I need a cat like this too." Even so, Nabi calmly placed the menu on the table and spoke up, "Please order your food." Seeing that, Dan-su frowned, pointed his finger and signaled, "Failure number 1. Let's move on to the second plan." He quickly signaled with his hand, pointing and demanding, "The special of the day for 2 plates. Can you do that?" Nabi happily took the menu. "I've received your order." Sungu opened the door, looking refreshed, and asked, "They want the special?" "I understand." Seeing him, Tishich froze, puzzled. Is the owner a former hunter? Dan-su's eyes widened. He's so handsome. Hearing that, he immediately turned and snapped aggressively, asking, "What did you just say?" Even so, he kept his hands on his hips, watching Sungu's back as he comfortably rolled up his sleeves and flipped the pan skillfully. Dan-su was mesmerized, following every gesture Sungu made. "What did you just say?" Even so, he still stood there with his hands on his hips, watching Sungu's retreating figure. Sungu rolled up his sleeves comfortably and expertly stirred the pan, while Dan-su stared, completely mesmerized by his every move. Then, he marveled at the muscles in the other arm. Dan-su watched intently, judging. That Chinese-style frying pan is incredibly heavy after all. How can he make it look as easy as a painting? Hearing this, Tosik immediately slammed his hand on the table to challenge him. "Manager Park, I respect your taste, but have you forgotten why we're here?" Dan-su panicked and stammered, trying to explain, "What are you talking about? I'm just surprised by his ability, that's all." Afterwards, he raised a hand to cover a slight cough. Dan-su glanced toward Seung-gu with one eye, thinking he was truly eye-catching. He felt amused watching him work hard in the kitchen. "It's my first time seeing someone display such a range of expressions." Dan-su watched Seung-gu work, lost in a daze, captivated by his skillful effort, focus, and even that look of genuine enjoyment. Soon enough, Nabi brought out 2 steaming plates of food. It confidently placed them on the table and introduced, "Today's special is stir-fried squid rice." The 2 appetizing plates of rice were served. Dan-su looked at it, deep in thought. "I didn't expect it to be stir-fried squid rice." Tusik agreed, saying, "Exactly. The sign said the dishes would be made based on whatever ingredients were available that day." But then, he took a spoonful, his face looking grumpy and reluctant. "With the ingredients so clearly visible like this, it'll be hard for me to claim an allergy." For the rest, the 2 of them each lifted a spoonful with the exact same thought. It was all about the flavor. Dan-su sighed and took a bite to savor it. Seeing this, Taeshik immediately turned to ask, "How is it?" He chewed and replied, "This is actually good." Hearing that verdict, he quickly took a bite himself. "Well, me too." Then, the 2 of them dove in and devoured the meal until the plates were empty. Tashik patted his stomach in satisfaction. That really was delicious. Dan-su picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and said, "He stays very faithful to the basics. If you're Korean, you can't deny this flavor." Tashik smiled, enthusiastically comparing it. "His way of running a cafe and snack business is different from how we do things." He placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. "It's different from my business model, too. It's different from my Western-style restaurant." Then, Dan-su stood up and asked, "This place isn't half bad, is it?" Tashik looked at him and replied, I think so too. Then, the two of them nimbly pulled out their money. Seeing their satisfied expressions, Nabi excitedly raised both hands and waved, "Please come back again!" They walked outside together, waving back in a friendly manner, then turned to each other with excited smiles, saying, "Maybe we should come here more often? Shouldn't we give him something to get on his good side?" Inside the shop, Sungu picked up a piece of paper and read it carefully. Seeing that, Nabi walked over, curious. "What's that?" He held out the paper and said, "It's the blacklist Hang Hyo X sent over. Both of their names are on it." Sungu rested his chin in his hand and asked, "I defeated them with nothing but stir-fried squid rice. Does that mean I'm quite talented?" It raised its hands in agreement. As expected, the warrior is the best. Then, he calmly picked up his glass of water and told himself, "I need to value the neighbors around me." Sungu smiled to himself as he recalled that. "From the very beginning, I intended for my way of operating to never interfere with any other shop." Then he reminded himself, mutual growth, living together in harmony is very important. No matter what I do, I can't abandon the habits of a warrior. As he stepped outside, Sungu suddenly froze in confusion. Since when was he in a massive arena? Sungu breathed heavily, looking at his opponent. He gripped his blade tightly and groaned, "So heavy." After that, Sungu looked up at the fortress where everyone was excitedly screaming, "Kill him!" They chanted in unison, "Kill him, kill him!" Sungu just stood there, looking up. Then, he looked at his opponent collapsed on the ground in pain. The guy was breathing heavily, gritting his teeth as he hissed, "Do it!" Hearing that, Sungu grabbed the hilt of his sword. He lifted it with both hands, his face grim, intending to strike the opponent. He brought the sword down in a powerful swing, but it didn't strike the opponent in front of him. It just hit right next to his hand. When he didn't feel any pain, the guy opened his eyes in shock. Seeing this, Sungu immediately spoke up to explain, "I won't do it. I'm sick of this. We are just slaves to war." That action of his made the entire audience turn hostile, throwing paper onto the floor to show their disdain. Sungu suddenly clutched his stomach and collapsed to his knees. Then, Sungu looked up at the brilliant sky and sighed. "I really want some kimchi stew." A large bowl was set down. Min wiped his mouth and praised, "Today was also fantastic, master." Even so, Sungu still sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought, and didn't speak. Seeing that, he hurriedly waved his hands to call out, "Master?" Sungu scratched his head, sharing awkwardly, "It's nothing. I was just remembering something from the past." Min continued to praise, "The kimchi stew is delicious." At the same time, Nabi reached out to clear the bowl and quickly carried it inside, while Sungu was busy with a guest. "Is this your first time eating this?" Mine looked at him and explained, "I'm originally from America, you see. I'm still not quite used to kimchi." Beneath the drizzling rain, the restaurant held a strangely peaceful atmosphere. Min held his warm glass of water, looked outside, and remarked with emotion, "It's so peaceful and wonderful here." Then, he set the cup on the table, braced his hands, and stood up, saying, "I've had a wonderful meal, master." Suddenly, Min hesitated and spoke up. "Thinking about it, there's something I wanted to tell you." He looked at Sungu, who was leisurely enjoying himself, and began, "Every weekend, City Hall staff come by to check on the situation." He asked skeptically, "Check on the situation?" Mine sat down across from Nabi and said, "Aeropost can host guests, but they check to see if it causes any harm or danger to the citizens. That's what they come to investigate." This made it look at him with a puzzled expression. Sungu scratched his face and explained, "Last time I wasn't entirely sure, but they came to talk about ways to support the false regressors." Hearing that, Min patted Nabi's head and laughed heartily, "Because they are workers after all." Then he stood up and said, "The false regressors are victims of the gate accident. They behave very well, and there are many cases of people being brought to this world in a state of confusion." Sungu smiled in a friendly way and replied, "Behaving like that is the right thing to do." So talented. Suddenly, Min turned his head back. He watched Sungu, who was busily and kindly tidying up the cups, and pondered, "Are the people coming for the appraisal today also false regressors? I hope there won't be any incidents." The evening sun began to set, and Nabi hurried outside. It happily sang a song while waving its broom to clean up. Coong hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere, leaning in to whisper right by its ear. Startled, Nabi jumped up and shrieked in panic. Waving its broom indignantly, it scolded, "What the heck? Why do you have to pop up like that?" Sensing the mood, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "My apologies. My profession is a bit peculiar. Did I scare you?" Cong Han fumbled with his greeting. "I'm so glad to meet an aeropost, but I am sorry." Nabi immediately stopped, staring at him with a puzzled look. "You know us?" Cong Han replied with a gentle, sincere tone. "Yes, I also wanted to become a hero." Nabi perked up, dancing with excitement. "Really? A hero? It's an honor to meet you." Cong Han knelt down to look it in the eye and asked, "Are you currently on the clock?" Nabi felt a surge of frustration and glanced to the side. It remembered the warning. When he's in movie immersion mode, never disturb him. Nabi then turned back to the man, looking dejected. "We're closed. Sorry about that." Cong Han bowed his head, looking crestfallen. Seeing him like that made Nabi feel awkward, but then, thumping its chest confidently, it offered, "But if you're hungry, I'll cook something for you. Just for you, personally, not as the restaurant." Cong Han's eyes lit up. He grabbed its hand. "A cooking robot? I'd be honored." Nabi was breaking into a cold sweat, its voice stuttering. "Kimchi stew." Cong Han folded his arms obediently. "I'd love some kimchi stew." That's a bit of a stretch for a cat, it thought. Nabi spun around, clutching its head in fear. I'll have to try making it first." It knew how to cook, but kimchi was still quite foreign to it. Nabi scurried over, dragged a chair over, and hopped up onto it. Then, Nabi carefully sliced the meat into thin strips. Looking at the containers of ingredients, it noted, "Basic ingredients, kimchi and pork leg." Nabi seriously dumped the ingredients into the pot. Watching the water boil, it coached itself. First, boil the meat broth. Suddenly, Nabi rested its chin on its hand, looking worried. Well, that was easy enough so far. It looked at the 3 bowls containing salted shrimp, salt, and sugar. It pondered, not really knowing how to season it properly. But then, it hastily tossed all of them in at once. Nabi wiped the sweat from its brow and exclaimed, "That should do it!" Just need to add some veggies, probably. Suddenly, it froze, its fur standing on end. Nabi grabbed an onion, its eyes gleaming with conviction. Adding an onion, it can't go wrong, though normally people would use green onions. But then, Nabi slumped over in defeat. It sighed. Something feels off. Cong Han leaned in, curious, and agreed, "I think so too." Looking at the pot of kimchi stew, he stammered his assessment. "Something isn't quite right." Cong Han sat down, his face looking weary. "This is basically kimchi porridge." But then, he smiled to reassure it. "Even so, it's the thought that counts." Suddenly, the door creaked open. Cong poked his head out. Seeing Nabi looking sad, he asked, "Doesn't look like a customer, does he? A friend?" It hugged itself and replied, "He's a guest from Terra." Cong Han quickly stood up to introduce himself. "I apologize. I'm Park Cong Han, a returnee. A returnee is someone dragged off to another world, just like a protagonist." Cong looked at him thoughtfully, assessing his gaunt face. "Living on Terra must have been tough, Min." He quickly tied on his apron, understanding the situation. "I understand. You wanted kimchi stew, right?" Cong Han quickly protested. "The restaurant is closed. I didn't mean to bother you." Cong walked over with a friendly smile. "Anyway, this place is run based on my whims after all. It's like a kite flying in the wind." Deleted redundant line. He smiled gently, walked in with a tray of food and offered, "Please, have the dish I made instead of Nabi's." He replied awkwardly, "Thank you." Cong thought to himself as he walked, the returnee's first meal. He rolled up his sleeves, feeling motivated. I must treat him properly. Cong stood at the counter and tied his apron around his waist. He used his knife to slice the pork leg meat, often called shoulder meat. Cong's knife moved quickly, the board clicking as he chopped. After finishing, he lifted the cutting board. It's cheap, but don't underestimate these cuts. It's a bit chewy, but that's exactly what makes it delicious. Cong dumped the meat into a large pan and turned on the stove. As he stirred the pan, he thought to himself, "Sautéing it first will definitely make it taste better." While he was cooking, Nabi crept in, step by step, and watched from a distance. Its eyes sparkled as it took in every move Cong made. Stirring the meat with a wooden spoon, he said. Don't hide. Come out here, and I'll teach you. Seo Ungu continued to stir slowly, explaining each step. Drop the pork leg into the oiled pan. Then, add the kimchi and sauté. Afterward, he scooped in a spoonful of soybean paste, its golden color looking quite appetizing. Seo Ungu added it to the pan and continued, add soybean paste to reduce the pork smell. Nabi, watching closely, it nodded, signaling it understood. He added, you could use alcohol, but some people skip that step. Besides, kimchi already has plenty of garlic, so you can use that as a substitute too. Nabi clasped its hands together, face beaming with excitement. It seemed to have remembered everything Seo Ungu said. Nabi turned to ask him, so, adding soybean paste is so people with sensitive palates can eat it? Seo Ungu smiled and explained, some religions don't allow alcohol, so people often use the garlic in the kimchi instead. With that, he tossed in the pre-minced garlic. Seo Ungu added one final white spoonful to the pan, and in no time the dish was complete. Seo Ungu announced, that should be it. Beside him, Nabi was excitedly writing down the recipe in a small notebook, underlining the important parts and marking them with stars. It meowed happily, now I can make kimchi stew too. Sungu smiled and replied, try making it yourself next time. The food tray was quickly set down, with steam rising in thick clouds. Sunghan stared blankly at the neatly arranged dishes, then looked up at Sungu. Looks like I'm not the only one who's been craving this. Yumato? He wiped his hands on his apron and replied, strange, isn't it? I don't know about back on Earth, but ever since coming to this world, I've wanted it so badly. Sunghan nodded in agreement, I get it. He slowly took a spoonful of kimchi soup and brought it to his mouth. The moment he tasted it, his eyes began to shimmer. It was true. Images of trays neatly laid out on a table flashed through Seung-han's mind. As he chewed, tears welled up, the taste of home, falling in hot droplets. Streaming down his cheeks, Seung-han thought emotionally, he really has returned. Not long after the meal ended, Seung-han had cleaned every plate. He told his story, I've been on Terra for 13 years. Seung-gu stood opposite him with his arms crossed, unable to help but fall silent. 13 years. Seung-han desperately buried his face in his hands as he continued, 6 years have passed here. Hearing this, Seung-gu let out a sigh, thinking to himself, for me, it was 45 years back there, but 9 years here. There's really no consistency to it. Seung-han looked up and stated his rank, I'm a level 5 hunter. Seung-gu rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. A veteran, then. Are you a silver-ranked adventurer? He quickly admitted, exactly. After saying this, Seung-han stood up and turned toward the glass window. This place is different from Terra. The system here is perfect at handling monster portals. With an unreadable expression, Seung-han continued, it just makes me miss Terra even more. This statement surprised Seung-gu. Is that so? You didn't return because you wanted to? He bluntly told the truth. I was hit with an exile spell while exploring an underground dungeon. Seung-gu was stunned. You didn't choose to come back, you were exiled by magic? The truth about spatial exile magic is that those affected are forcibly expelled from that dimension. Seung-gu spoke up. Among dimensions, Earthlings are the ones who get exiled. Back to Earth. He put his hands on his hips and continued, that's incredibly lucky. Hearing this, Seung-han hunched over. Not for me, it isn't. He fell into a heavy silence. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Seung-gu realized something. So that's it. So that place is your home, Seung-han. Seung-han replied, I have a wife and a child waiting for me there. He closed his eyes to reminisce. 13 years, a length of time enough to change a hometown forever. Seung-han remembered his wife and child, the two of them happily waving goodbye back then. He thought about that moment. Seung-han collapsed in agony, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Nabi worriedly tried to wipe his tears with a cloth, its own eyes welling up as well. Seeing this scene, Seung-gu turned his head away, feeling conflicted. He looked at his own hands and spoke, Do you want me to take you back there? Both Seung-han and Nabi were left completely stunned. Seung-gu calmly repeated his question. I'm asking you, would it be okay if I took you back to Terra? Hearing that, Seung-han slammed his hand onto the table, his voice urgent. You can do that? I've wanted to go back every single day. Seung-gu gave a cold smirk. Fine by me. With a snap of his fingers, a spatial rift tore open right at Sunghan's feet, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Sunghan stared at the rift in shock. What is? Unlike Sunghan's panic, Sungu just smiled and said, "It was a pleasure meeting you." Before the words even faded, he sent Sunghan plummeting into that other dimension. Sunghan let out a desperate scream, but within seconds, the portal slowly sealed shut. Sungu sighed and clapped his hands together. "I really hate watching people cry, Nabi." Pushing the chair along, he asked, "Is that really all right? If you shift the dimensions on your own, the goddess might—" Before the sprite could finish its worrying, Sungu just turned away nonchalantly, picking at his ear. "If the old man wanted to go home, I just sent him back, that's all. If that goddess shows up, I'll mince her. I don't care about their business." Nabi was speechless. "So you just sent him away because you were annoyed?" Sungu walked on, issuing orders. "Anyway, good work, Nabi. Close the shop now." The sprite chirped. "Got it." Nabi lifted 2 food trays high in the air. "I'll give this failed experiment to the pudding." The slime in the basement. Sungu heard this, took the tray and said, "No way, I'm eating this." It reached out, trying to take it back. "Master, don't!" He smiled brightly. "It's fine." A flash of memory sparked in Sungu's mind. He was locked away in a prison cell. Sungu sat in silence, head bowed against the wall, until someone arrived and tapped on the bars. John held out a food tray. "Joe, do you know today marks 200 days since you were brought to this arena?" Sungu frowned. "John, why would I want to remember that?" John sighed, set the tray down by Sungu's cell and said, "It's, kimchi stew, right?" Sungu took the tray. "Where did you even get this?" John laughed casually. "People in this world call kimchi a staple, don't they? I bought it for a single coin. When I asked them to turn the kimchi into stew, this is what they gave me." Sungu chuckled along. "Kimchi as a staple, that's a masterpiece." He lifted the lid of the pot, peeked inside, and spoke to John. "John, this isn't kimchi stew." John looked surprised. "Then what is it?" Sungu replied, "It's kimchi porridge." John scratched his head helplessly. "Did I get scammed?" Sungu didn't seem disappointed. He just laughed. "But thanks anyway. I actually wanted to eat this." John winked and gave a thumbs up. "Well, that's a relief. Eat up and make sure you survive again next time." Sungu slowly ate, spoonful by spoonful. Back in the present, he sighed while looking at his own meal. "I thought I left the green onions out, but it turned out to be onions. Now I know." Sungu started eating intently, then suddenly looked toward the door. "You're lucky too, he thought to himself. A thought flickered through his mind. Throwing people from this world into an arena for fun, compared to the rage of nobles screaming for blood. As John's face appeared in his mind, he remembered the kindness of good people like him. Before long, the kimchi stew and the rice bowl were completely empty. Sungu calmly set his spoon down, lost in thought. If John hadn't shown up back then, I would have become a killing machine instead of a hero. Sungu shrugged. That was tasty, even if it'll give me a stomachache. The next morning at the wholesale market, the place was packed with people bustling about. Every stall had customers browsing and buying. From food stands to fruit stalls, Sungu and Nabi wandered around, snacking as they went. He chewed on a hot dog and looked around. It still feels the same as before, even if some parts are ruined. Sungu turned to Nabi, who was eating nearby. "You want anything else?" It happily replied, "Let's finish this hot dog first, then we'll see." Sungu turned away to scan his surroundings. His eyes landed on rows of spices displayed on a shelf, the essentials of a traditional market. He glanced at the prepackaged food boxes, waiting to be sold. Sungu passed by stall after stall. It was the vibe. There's something about being surrounded by all this food. He watched Nabi excitedly running ahead. "I guess a market is still way more interesting than a supermarket. So, what are you planning to buy?" It answered cheerfully, "Let's go treasure hunting." So the two set off, browsing items at a stall for a while before moving on. Nothing here catches my eye. Suddenly, Nabi spotted something in the distance. It darted off toward it. The action caught Sungu's attention. Nabi pointed at a massive clam in front of it. "What about this?" He ran a hand over the outer shell. "Is this a clam? I've never seen one this huge before." After inspecting it, Sungu realized something. "But it looks kind of familiar, doesn't it?" he said in surprise. "Could it be a haragigas?" Sungu stared at the shell, lost in thought. Haragigas were clams once used by giants for entertainment. He turned to the shopkeeper standing nearby. "Excuse me, ma'am. May I ask about this clam?" She waved her hand dismissively. "I don't really know. My husband just picked it up somewhere and brought it back." Sungu was stunned. "He just picked this up? It looks like it weighs over 200 kilograms. She saw the shock on his face and smiled proudly. "My husband is considered quite the powerhouse among hunters." Sungu touched the rough shell, a surface holding the grandeur of time. It was definitely a hiragagas. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the shopkeeper. "I'll take this clam." She patted the shell, frowning with genuine concern. "Young man, this thing won't open no matter what you do. It's only good for decoration." Sungu, ignoring the warning, he pointed to a tray of mackerel nearby. "It's all right. Give me 10 mackerel and this clam, please. I'll take them." The shopkeeper looked surprised, saying, "10 of them? That's quite a lot for one guy." Sungu scratched his head with a bashful smile, explaining, "Well, I run a restaurant. It's just a small place, though." Hearing that, she frowned and raised her voice. "What? Are you crazy, young man? Why buy so little? If you're running a restaurant, 10 clams aren't even enough for people to look at." With that, the shopkeeper turned around and started quickly picking out more items for Sungu. "Here, take this and this too." Seeing that, he laughed helplessly. Nabi clapped her hands happily, and soon Sungu received the clams. He gently placed them on his shoulders, then turned and nodded at the shopkeeper. "Thank you, ma'am. I'll definitely be back." Nabi also happily waved goodbye. The shopkeeper responded generously, "You look stronger than my husband." A while later, they returned to Sungu's kitchen. He stretched, resting his hands on his hips. Sungu rubbed his chin, staring at the clams. They were truly compelling ingredients. "But how should I prepare these?" He tapped gently on the shell and said to Nabi, "First, let's try opening them up, shall we?" Nabi gave a thumbs up. What a great idea. As good as his word, Sungu used both hands to grip the sides of the clam's mouth. Because this clam was covered in sea sediment, it was difficult to pry open. But he frowned, focusing all his strength, and then Sungu exerted force and firmly pried the shell open. Once they successfully cracked it, Sungu and Nabi looked inside in amazement. Oh my God, the glistening clam meat was revealed right before their eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "These scallops are even bigger than Nabi." Nabi agreed, "Exactly." Sungu quickly grabbed a knife and rolled up his sleeves. If these were scallops, they had to be served as sashimi. A layer of meat was quickly sliced away by Sungu's sharp blade. He then dipped a slice into the red dipping sauce. Sungu happily chewed the meat, suddenly craving some soju. Amazing. After eating, he made a decision. With this much meat and the organs, let's try making clam chowder. Clam chowder, North American-style clam soup, a masterpiece with a delicate and tender flavor. Sungu nodded to himself while imagining it. Dinner will be scallop sashimi with soju, and tomorrow morning I'll cure the hangover with clam chowder. That's just perfect. He smiled mischievously. Nutrient sources for hunters. Sungu pointed to a large black part inside the clam. This is the poison sac. This shriveled pitch-black thing is a poison sac filled with extremely dangerous toxins. Eating it would normally kill you, but if you survive, you'd develop poison resistance. He flashed a dangerous smile. Just looking at it, you could tell how incredible its effects would be. Nabi watched the scene, feeling helpless. Her master looked truly terrifying. Sungu ignored her and muttered to himself, "So those wretches can eat every day. I'll prepare it in a way that can be preserved." The moment those words were spoken, people at the main headquarters suddenly shivered. Where did that killing intent come from? He moved his arm holding the knife again. "Shall we begin?" Just then, the door was pushed open and Min stepped in with a bright smile. "Hello, master." While extracting the poison sac, he turned his head and replied, "Good morning." Nabi happily waved to him as well. Min curiously watched Sungu's actions. "Working first thing in the morning, are you?" "Doesn't it look interesting?" he replied without stopping. "Just processing this clam." Mine was surprised. "Is that the clam discovered in the river? Is it even edible?" At this, Sungu stopped his hands and looked at Min, puzzled. Sungu stood up and wondered, "River haragigas? You can find those in the river?" Mine quickly nodded, "Of course." He placed the knife on the kitchen counter and spoke up. "That sounds interesting. Tell me the details." Mine held up 2 fingers. About 2 days ago, there were reports from citizens hearing loud noises coming from the sewer lines. He frowned, speaking seriously. Hunters were dispatched to the site. Mine recounted the incident. saying they had seen a very small spatial rift. Sungu fell silent upon hearing this, and if that were the case, he paused for a moment before continuing. Soon, a space gate might open there. Sungu's expression turned serious as he realized the implications. Sungu and Min looked at each other in silence. Meanwhile, Nabi slowly brought over a tray of sliced clam meat and set it on the table. Scallop sashimi is served. Mine picked up his chopsticks. Sungu asked him suspiciously, before the gate opens, was there a rift acting like a warning sign at the sewer? Min confirmed. That's exactly right. He rested his chopsticks on the table and added, since we don't know how the situation might change, a special response team has been sent there. Hearing this, Sungu let out a breath. No wonder I haven't seen Baek Kong around lately. Mine picked up a slice of clam to look at it. Master, your skills are incredible. You sliced it so thin I can even see through it. He turned to grab some supplies. It's only delicious if you chew it properly. Do you want vinegar or wasabi soy sauce? Min quickly replied, I'll take soy sauce without wasabi. Sungu picked up the sauce bottle, lost in thought. A rift, huh? Sungu frowned as he pondered. He let his memories drift back, images of Seonghan appearing, people who had bypassed the laws of space-time and returned to Earth. He continued thinking, and the discovery of Haragagas in the river. The race that typically eats Haragagas is the giants, arrogant and extremely violent. With strength exceeding level 90, this rift definitely has something to do with them. He gripped his hand tightly. This whole situation was too strange. Trying to convince himself these were just a series of coincidences. At that thought, Sungu's face suddenly turned pale. He wondered to himself, feeling like this might actually be his fault. Elsewhere, several tents were set up close together. Hang Hyuk was inside his sleeping bag, frowning and grumbling. He really couldn't take it anymore. Ji Hyun, standing nearby, heard him and replied coldly, then just quit. Seeing her attitude, he got angry. Is it really impossible to change this? She said calmly. If you can't even write a simple report because you're lying there whining in your sleeping bag like a bug, I can write it for you any time, Hang Hyuk. Hearing that, he shouted angrily. Hey! Ji Hyun turned her head, fixing him with a sharp glare. I've spent a whole month trying to respect you, but this is really impossible. Seeing her killing intent, Hang Hyuk was so terrified he shook like a leaf. Shaking while on the verge of tears, he tried to protest. This is too much. Why do I have to skip my day off to sit in a sewer like this? This isn't what First Order is about, at all. Ji Hyun sighed in frustration. Then what should First Order be doing? Hang Hyuk, hearing her question, suddenly jumped up, flinging his arms out so his sleeping bag slid off. Hong Hyuk spoke in a flamboyant tone. We should be taking down monsters in style while live streaming it. Ji Hyun didn't hold back and bluntly shut him down. You can just quit this job and go join a game show instead. Seeing she wouldn't play along, he fell silent for a moment. Pouting, Hang Hyuk crawled back into his sleeping bag and turned away. Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore, Ji Hyun muttered angrily. Are you a child? She turned her head forward to where a thick wave of dark energy was emanating. Ji Hyun sighed wearily. Hang Hyuk wasn't wrong. How long exactly was she expected to wait here? Ji Hyun glanced at him sulking, but she sighed, knowing that as soldiers, they just had to do this guard duty. Thinking that, she reached out to shake Hang Hyuk. Hey, get up and call the relief team down. But before Ji Hyun could finish her sentence, a loud noise erupted. She turned around in a panic to see where the rumbling was coming from. The dimensional rift was growing larger, and more dark energy was pouring out. Ji Hyun screamed in terror, Emergency! It's an emergency! Armed men in armor appeared. They were gripping their guns tightly. Hang Hyuk tensed up and jolted to his feet, gritting his teeth as he cursed, Damn it! She quickly looked at the device mounted on the wall, the gate level. Unfortunately, faced with overwhelming power, that gate level had shattered at some point. Seeing this, Ji Hyun was horrified, cold sweat streaming down her face. The machine is broken. She collapsed onto her knees. S rank or higher. Ji Hyun's whole body trembled. She desperately covered her mouth. I can't even gauge it, Ji Hyun said tremblingly. Are we as this city going to disappear without a trace? The armored soldiers were gripped with fear as they watched the dimensional gate continue to widen. While she was in despair, Hang Hyuk appeared behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder. He said seriously, Before it expands any further, someone has to go in there. Hang Hyuk, he smiled casually. Emergency manual, G3 crack protocol. As soon as he said that, he and Ji-hyun looked at each other and said in unison, "Use the stabilizer to stop the crack from expanding and hold out until reinforcements arrive." Hang Hyuk continued, "We need to temporarily hold it back now." Hearing this, she hurriedly tried to stop him. The whole attack team would be more capable. He cut her off with a smirk. "Min isn't here. Without Min, everyone else is just going to get in my way." As he said this, Hang Hyuk placed both hands on Ji-hyun's shoulders, speaking with heavy seriousness. "I'll take the stabilizer and go in there to calibrate the crack." She tried to speak in her worry, but suddenly, Ji-hyun saw the look on Hang Hyuk's face. "Listen carefully." He carefully instructed, "There's a hunter's diner on the outskirts of Changjunggung Road. Go explain the situation to the owner and bring that person here as fast as you can." All her words were swallowed back. Ji-hyun replied blankly, "Yes." Hang Hyuk patted her shoulder and said, "Mention my name and beg them to come and help. If you want to survive, that's the only way." Then he shouted, "Go! That's an order!" Ji-hyun snapped into a salute. "Understood." The next second, she sprinted off to carry out her mission. Hang Hyuk shakily pulled a cigarette out of his pack, his face pale as he raised his gun. "Damn it!" One person, a soldier, noticed and handed a fresh pack of cigarettes to Hang Hyuk. "Hang Hyuk, you look pretty cool today, you know." Even though he was terrified, he tried to joke, "You guys are recording this, right?" The soldiers gave a strained laugh. "Yeah, we are." Hang Hyuk lit his cigarette, frowned, and ordered, "You guys just need to catch whatever comes jumping out of there." With that, he grabbed his weapon and ran toward the dimensional gate. "I'm going in." Without a hint of hesitation, Hang Hyuk jumped into the perilous dimensional rift. Outside, a barrage of bullets was fired incessantly. The soldiers opened fire on the monsters together. "Shoot! Set up a defensive line. If we get pushed back, it's all over." Amidst a swarm of fluttering bats, a red turtle-like monster was aggressively charging toward them. The bullets didn't even leave a scratch on it. A soldier gritted his teeth. "It won't stop at all! Reload!" He bent down to grab the ammo crate below, and suddenly the soldier looked up. Right in front of him, the turtle monster stood towering over him. Its massive body loomed over the soldier, and it didn't hesitate to lash out with its claws. Seeing the claws about to strike, the soldier could only helplessly squeeze his eyes shut. "Mom." Just then, someone appeared and drew a sword. Sungu. He slashed through the turtle monster with his sword, sending its blood splattering everywhere. After successfully dealing with the monster, he landed on the ground casually. The swarm of bats, seeing their leader taken down, scattered in fear. Sungu calmly sheathed his sword. He stood tall amidst the blood splattering everywhere. Seeing Sungu effortlessly defeat the turtle monster, the soldiers stood there, eyes wide and jaws dropped in shock. Silently, Sungu used his sword to block a spray of blood coming toward him. His expression remained as indifferent as if nothing had happened. The soldiers hadn't yet recovered from what they'd just witnessed. What? What is going on? Off in the distance. After taking care of the dragon monster, Sungu stood for a moment, eyeing the open spatial gate. Then, in the blink of an eye, he bolted straight into the portal without a moment's hesitation. He moved with such speed that he created a freezing gale, forcing the soldiers to struggle just to stay on their feet. Once they opened their eyes, he was gone. They were completely panicked. "I think there was someone there just a second ago." Monster termination confirmed. Observe the footage and verify if any monsters escaped. On the other side of the spatial rift, the military doctor, Hang Hyo, was curled up in a corner, shivering in fear. The energy barrier was already set up. He clutched his head, terrified, hiding behind a pillar. "Am I going to die here?" Behind Hang Hyo, the massive Giantis tribesmen were thundering toward the spatial gate, intent on getting out. As soon as they tried to step forward, they slammed into the energy screen Hang Hyo had erected. The Giantes stared at each other in confusion. Why couldn't they move any further? "Hit it harder, you idiots!" Immediately after that, one of them put his back into it and swung a fist, punching the energy screen head-on. Hang Hyo, watching from nearby, trembled in fear. Using their bare hands to smash an energy screen, the entire group of Giantes started swinging their fists at the barrier. With each massive strike, fragments of energy scattered everywhere. Hang Hyo curled up, clutching his head in terror. "Hurry up and get here, you annoying returner!" Because of his massive strength, one of the Giantes missed and hit the wall pillar behind him, shattering it instantly. A boulder flew toward where Hang Hyo was hiding. He looked up, dazed, just as the rock crashed into the spot he'd been sitting. Luckily, he'd scrambled away just in time. The giantess stopped their assault for a moment and turned their heads. What was that noise? Hang Hyo frantically covered his mouth, trembling. He nervously peeked over to check the situation. Suddenly, Hang Hyo locked eyes with one of the giantes glaring straight at him. His heart sank, and his face turned visibly pale with despair. They spotted Hang Hyo instantly. Seems this is the guy keeping the barrier up. Crush him! No, squashing him would be better. With nowhere left to run, Hang Hyo gritted his teeth and raised his hands. Damn it all! He pulled out 2 guns and started unloading on the giantes. You think I'm just going to roll over and die? Unfortunately, because of their massive builds, the skin of the giantes was incredibly tough. The bullets hitting them felt no more significant than an itch. Without a word, one of them lifted its giant foot. The others followed suit, all aiming their feet directly at Hang Hyo. Just as they were about to stomp him, Sung-gu appeared. He casually phased right through the energy screen. Hang Hyo felt a wave of relief wash over him as he slumped to the ground. He's here! Sung-gu landed gracefully and silently gripped the hilt of his sword. Then, Sung-gu gave a faint smile and drew his blade without hesitation. He walked slowly toward the giantes, his killing intent radiating off him, undisguised. They recoiled in fear. What is that? Get back! Unfortunately for the giantes, they couldn't retreat in time. Seung-gu unleashed a few quick slashes. In an instant, the entire group of giantes was lying motionless on the ground. Hang Hyo stared, wide-eyed, cold sweat soaking his face. He's not even human, he's a monster! Suddenly, Hang Hyo remembered how he had treated Seung-gu before. He whispered in fear, I can't believe I actually punched that guy. Seung-gu glanced at Hang Hyo hiding behind the wall. He casually tossed something toward him, which struck him squarely on the forehead. It hurt so much that Hang Hyo tumbled backward. One hit was all it took to knock him unconscious, leaving a massive bump on his forehead. Seung-gu walked over to him nonchalantly. He sat down, looked at Hang Hyo, and muttered, Seriously, you're already hiding? Why are you still peeking around? Seung-gu rubbed his head, completely exasperated. He didn't even intend to kill these giant monsters. Looking at the ones he'd just finished off, he continued, Were they planning to occupy and conquer Earth? He picked up a large sack. Might as well collect the resources and artifacts for the stash first. Seung-gu hoisted Hang Hyo onto his shoulder, and this kid too. Without a second thought, he tossed him through the spatial gate. If he threw him lightly enough, the hunters would figure it out and bring him back. Seung-gu shrugged with a faint smirk. That settles that. The next morning, at Seung-gu's shop, Nabi shrieked in panic, Master, help! A group of people was excitedly petting the cat. What a cute kitten. Look this way, let me touch your paw. Seung-gu stood there, stunned, not knowing what to say. Nabi reached out, pleading, Didn't you hear me calling for help? He was speechless. So this is what happens when I leave you alone for a bit. Seung-gu stepped forward to intervene. Apologies, customers, but this cat is our employee. Just then, Ji-hyun approached and grabbed his arm. You're the owner, right? Seung-gu blinked, confused, and replied, Yes, that's right. She introduced herself and said seriously, I'm Hwang Ji-hyun, a first-order assistant. Don't worry, I'm here to ask you for a very urgent favor. Seung-gu looked surprised. I just got back from the sewer pipes, you know. The thing is, Hang Hyo had asked Ji-hyun to request help from Seung-gu, but back then, Seung-gu had sensed something off and vanished. He didn't explain, just pulled out a chair and gestured for her to sit. Well then, Seung-gu paused for a moment before saying to Ji-hyun, who was anxiously wiping away tears, let's talk about it. After Ji-hyun finished telling him everything, Seung-gu looked at her and said, So, in short. He raised his index finger and continued, Baek Hang Hyo just strutted into a spatial rift and now he's asking for my help? She replied anxiously, In this kind of emergency, only an S rank can enter the gate. Hearing this, Seung-gu turned his head and chuckled to himself. That's true. He picked up his coffee and said, Not bad at all, Baek Hang Hyo. I'm actually impressed. Ji-hyun stared, confused by what he meant. Seung-gu smiled warmly. It's nothing. There will be good news, so just relax and breathe easy. I'm serious, it seems like there's still no word back from the local branch. Seung-gu stared at Nabi, who was still being petted by those people. When it comes to emergencies, they're in a much tighter spot than we are. She swatted the man's hand away in annoyance. Meow! I told you not to touch my tail! He just laughed delightedly as he got swatted, saying, "So cute! Her tail is so round and fluffy." Sungu couldn't help but glare at the scene. Do they think this is a cat cafe? They didn't even order any food. What kind of customers are these? He immediately kicked them all out of the shop. Get out! The group frowned and looked at Sungu. What's this guy's problem? Is it really okay for you to be so rude to customers? Sungu swiftly slammed the door shut. He turned his head toward Jihyun and asked, "Are you a hunter?" Jihyun answered earnestly, "That's right. Although I work an office job, I am an awakened." Sungu let out a sinister chuckle. "A hunter? Perfect." She looked at him, hesitating. Sungu was busy stroking Nabi's head, telling her, "Get some rest," before turning his attention back to her. "Jihyun, if you come to a restaurant, you have to eat." Seeing Sungu about to start cooking, she panicked and tried to stop him. "No, the situation is critical. Right now, I can't just sit here and eat." He silently tied his apron and thought to himself, "That's not it. I've already explained everything, haven't I?" Sungu clenched his fist. Why hasn't the number of hunter customers increased over the past few days? He pondered, even if it's effective for developing abilities, the fault lies in the terrible taste and the fact that the body doesn't actually feel the effects. Sungu walked and thought, but the recovery food has had decent feedback. It's perfect for grabbing the interest of tired, overworked modern hunters. He slammed his hand down on the table where Jihyun was sitting. That's why, first of all, we need bait, a product that draws them in. Sungu smiled and asked, "Just by looking at you, I can tell you've been catching a cold lately and getting chills down your spine, right?" Jihyun answered honestly, "I've been working overtime lately and crashing in the sewers." So, hearing that, he looked her up and down. "It seems you've caught a cold draft from overexertion and stress. You've got so much on your mind that your neck and shoulders are stiff and cold, too." Jihyun felt helpless and spoke up, "Can I ask, this is a restaurant, right? Why does it feel like I'm in a pharmacy?" After a moment of thought, Sungu turned around. "I have a menu specifically for someone suffering from a cold." "Wait a minute." Jihyun couldn't help but frown and judge the situation. "Is he selling medicine?" He tapped on a shell with his hand. "These things are—" Sungu had harvested them from those giant monsters earlier. Jihyun, watching from afar, nervously bit her nails. How can he be so unhurried after I just explained the situation? If Hang Hyuk entrusted me with this, he must be someone very powerful. Jihyun opened her phone. There was still no word from the branch that the dungeon gate had opened, which meant someone had already taken care of it. She frowned, looking toward Sungu. Jihyun watched him closely as he dissected the clam in the distance. It must be him. She worriedly thought to herself, "Basic guidelines for handling R1 regressor. Treat them with the caution you'd use for a ticking bomb and show them the respect you'd give a human being." Just then, Sungu spoke up and asked Jihyun, "You finished thinking it over now, right?" Jihyun nodded slowly. "I suppose eating is part of the instructions too?" Sungu swiftly dumped ingredients into the pan, poured in some wine, and stirred it thoroughly with a large ladle. He picked up a bowl of clams. Jihyun couldn't help but be curious as she watched. "That looks good. Are you cooking with clams?" Sungu poured the bowl of clams into the pan and replied, "That's right. This is clam meat soup." "Soup with clam meat?" Jihyun was surprised. "But why is the clam meat so huge?" He smiled and said, "It's called a haragigus. Have you ever seen one before?" She looked blankly at him. "I'm from the city, so I don't know much about seafood." Then, her eyes landed on the shells in the distance and she turned pale. "Wait a second. Isn't that a clam monster?" Jihyun jumped up in a panic. "Is this madman feeding me monster meat?" Sungu looked at her reaction, bewildered. "Is something wrong?" Jihyun said tensely. "It's nothing. I'm not eating it." She turned her head away in fear, tangling her hands in her hair. "The regressor is like a bomb. If I refuse, it's game over." After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Jihyun sat back down. She shook her head. "It's nothing." Sungu, focused on cooking, muttered the recipe to himself. Step 1. Sauté garlic, potatoes, and bacon. Step 2. Add flour. Sauté the potatoes with the clam meat, then pour in milk and broth. He used a ladle to pour milk into the pan, Minoto milk. It has less sugar than regular milk and a higher content of vitamins and fats. Sungu stirred the pan slowly, using magic on the hot pan to sauté the milk. Afterward, he added a layer of magical film to the ingredients and stirred in various types of magic to ensure nothing burned. Sungu used a spoon to taste a bit. He nodded happily. "All right, And just like that, a delicious dish was finished. This is Fire Starter Clam Soup, designed to keep you warm and boost your recovery. Sungu placed the tray in front of Jihyun and happily invited her, "Take your time and eat." Jihyun was sweating bullets. "You made that so fast." Sungu crossed his arms and explained, "It only looks that way because the clam was so giant. In reality, it's just a clam meat and milk porridge." He picked up a spice jar. "Shall I sprinkle some cilantro on top?" Jihyun panicked and refused. "No need. Who knows, that might be something like monster skin." Even though she was terrified, she still scooped up a spoonful. Jihyun squeezed her eyes shut and put the spoon in her mouth. Sungu watched her sit in silence for a while, completely unsure what was happening. Jihyun looked at the pot with sparkling eyes. It felt so warm. She remarked that it felt like being a person freezing to death on a winter night, at least in her imagination. It was like finding a warm house while freezing in the middle of a snowstorm. She happily added that there's nothing like warming up in front of a fireplace. Jihyun took a second bite and started to break into a sweat. She unbuttoned her shirt, set her vest on the chair next to her, and fanned her face to cool off. Seeing this, Sungu smiled and asked, "Are you feeling hot?" Fanning her face with her hand, Jihyun replied, "Yeah, it really is hot." She gave him a cheerful smile and said, "It's actually my first time trying monster meat, and it's pretty good, isn't it?" Jonghyun sat with his fingers interlaced, his elbows resting on the table. At the Korean branch of the Hunter Association, during the S-rank shop hearing, Hang Hyo stood with his hands behind his back. Avoiding eye contact, he said, "I understand you, sir. I understand what you're trying to say. I was just about to say the same thing." Immediately, the branch chief of the Korean Hunter Association, Lee Jonghyun, furrowed his brows deeply and said, "In that case, this unknown monster." Hearing this, Hang Hyo quickly cut him off. "Branch chief, it's not an unknown monster. It's a Hunter restaurant owner." As soon as he finished, Jonghyun put on a stern expression and added, "What kind of restaurant owner takes out 10 monsters presumed to be S-rank in just 5 minutes? But Hang Hyo didn't hesitate to interrupt again. "Branch chief," he said, slowly lowering his gaze, "I'd like to make a correction. They weren't just presumed to be S-rank. They were exactly S-rank or higher. The measuring device blew up, remember? I don't know how many times I've had to say it." Hearing this, Jonghyun's eyes flared with irritation. Was this kid making fun of him? Then, smoothing out his collar, the chief asked again, "Regression user number 21, the restaurant owner, the hero who killed 10 S-rank monsters. Is this the truth?" At the same time, Hang Hyo couldn't help but let out a massive, drawn-out yawn. "I already said, I saw it with my own eyes. But if you're still suspicious, why don't you just pretend I was the one who caught them?" As soon as he finished, Jonghyun looked stunned. "Do you have any idea how abnormal this is?" However, Hang Hyo replied with total composure, "No, I don't." Instantly losing his temper, Jonghyun barked, "Everyone with power that goes beyond measurability is already in the city center. But this happened right here. Does that seem normal to you, hearing this?" Hang Hyo suddenly shrugged and leaned forward. "But branch chief, think about it carefully. Even now, there are still people with unmeasurable power who haven't been discovered yet, right?" During their conversation, the kid seemed to have the upper hand over the other man. "You registered as a regression user as soon as you arrived on Earth, right?" "That's right. If there are people who don't want to be association-registered regression users, it's normal that we wouldn't run into them, right?" "Yeah, I suppose so." After a moment, Hang Hyo looked satisfied, crossing his arms over his chest. "So what? What's the big deal about someone with power opening a restaurant? As long as he isn't doing anything evil, it's fine." Suddenly, he slammed his hand against the wooden table without hesitation, leaning his face close to the man in front of him. "So, this regression user is exactly that kind of person. That matter." It left Jonghyun sweating cold beads, hesitant. That matter. At that moment, Hang Hyo smirked, reaching up to touch his chin. "No one needs to be troubled by this. Decent people would never think of hiding." He didn't show any respect, turning his back and leaning against the edge of the table. "People like that aren't the nation's enemies. Don't overthink it, sir." Hearing this, Jonghyun tilted his head and glanced at him. "Everything in this world cannot simply be divided into enemies and allies." His brows involuntarily knit together. "Suppose we ran into trouble, I couldn't just blindly trust people like that just because they seem kind. This is a matter that concerns the safety and lives of the citizens." Hang Hyo didn't hesitate to retort, Who said otherwise? Anyway, those who are at a higher or equal rank to you, branch chief, will have their own judgment. He stared mockingly at the woman standing nearby. Anyway, this is the judgment of our key personnel, so since this is important, please make sure to underline it, Secretary. Once he said that, Young-hun gritted his teeth in fury. This brat don't think I'm going to let this go just because you said a few words. A single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. What am I supposed to do about this? He remained lost in his own thoughts. Like other countries, they must have messed with a regression user they shouldn't have, and as a result, I can't let him blow this nation away. Time ticked by. It was 12:20. Hang Hyo turned his head, scanned behind him, and then casually picked at his ear with his finger, his tone completely nonchalant. I have no choice. I'll report this to the higher-ups. As soon as he finished, he picked at his ear again, his voice calm. Yeah, go ahead and report it to the higher-ups. Can I go now? I have urgent business to take care of. Hearing this, Jong-hun immediately wondered, urgent business? Go ahead. I have investigations, patrols, and I have to look after the citizens too. But he was blatantly mocked by the other. Branch Chief, you're really not very sharp. I have to go buy some land. As soon as he finished, Jong-hun froze in shock. What? At the same time, Hang Hyo didn't hesitate to step closer and whisper in his ear, the strongest regression user in history is a restaurant owner after all. I just need to stay close to that. So even if the world comes to an end, we'll still survive, right? The way I see it, land prices around here are about to go up. Hearing that, Dong-han's eyes widened as he replied happily. That's right. How did I not think of that? But then his attitude did a complete 180. He blew up and shouted, do you really think I'd say something like that? People are in danger, and you're talking about land? At this, Hugh, the restaurant owner, could only clutch his throbbing head, shedding tears. I have to keep the people safe, but first I have to keep my wallet safe. Meanwhile, Dong-hun still seemed furious. Please just shut your mouth, you're driving me crazy. In another scene, a group of people in black moved forward, speaking one after another. Is this really the restaurant owner? He saved the Hunter Bach Kong? Hugh thought that sounded a bit off. Suddenly, one of them called out to the captain, is this the restaurant opened by a regressor? It looks so ordinary. Hearing that, Minye immediately lowered her voice to warn them, I've warned you several times already. Just remember not to be disrespectful. As soon as she finished, the others quickly put on an understanding face. We're just regular people. How could we dare to act out of line? Exactly. That's right. Cutting to the dining area with the open kitchen, Seung-gu didn't hesitate to flash a friendly smile. Please, come in. A smirk instantly appeared on Min's lips. I've brought them here, master. Seeing this, Seung-gu quickly smiled back and gave a thumbs up. Well done. Min couldn't help but cover his mouth and sigh with relief. Thanks to you, master. I'm feeling much better. Thank you. Hearing that, Seung-gu put his hands on his hips and beamed. Thanks? Oh, what are you thanking me for? Meanwhile, Min pulled out a chair to sit down and continued, we can't really do much to help you. So I thought at the very least we should help boost your restaurant's revenue. This comment made the three people accompanying him break into a cold sweat, speechless. They started looking around, whispering to each other. I thought he would look so different. How can he be so warm and welcoming? I even expected someone cold-blooded like an assassin. But looking closely, he's just a normal restaurant owner. And he's even a little bit handsome. The whole group stared at Seung-gu's refined face, constantly praising him. He's not just a little bit handsome, he's very handsome. Suddenly, the three of them widened their eyes in surprise. He even has Aeropost here? At the same time, a cat was busy carrying a food tray very carefully. A while later, a nutritionally complete meal appeared on the table. The group smiled. We'll enjoy the meal. No sooner had they said that than they were shocked after the very first spoonful. After a long moment, they couldn't help but blurt out, It's so delicious! Taiji immediately turned to the person next to him, feeling moved. Captain, if we keep eating food this good, we could defeat all the monsters. But his captain's reaction was completely uninterested, which surprised Min a little. Is that so? Meanwhile, Taiji acted even more dramatic. Truly delicious food. There's no other way to describe it but as a delicacy. Seeing this, Min could only sweat drop. Indeed, quite a while later the plates were stacked high. Seung-gu crossed his arms over his chest, slightly smirking as he thought, all right, I've gained 5 new promoters. I didn't hesitate to arrange it. Now they'll go back to the base and tell everyone about my restaurant. Sungu was still lost in these rosy thoughts. Then others will be curious and flock here. He stared at the people in front of him again, his face flushing slightly. First, I have to slowly get rid of their psychological barrier against using monsters as ingredients. His brows knit tightly. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. Once they realize it, I'll make their bodies unable to handle anything other than delicious food like this. In another development, a shrill scream rang out. A man couldn't help but look in the mirror, tearing up as he lamented, "My hair!" Another day begins. The scorching sun beat down on the ground. Sungu took slow, measured steps down the street. Just then, he slowly raised his hand to block the sunlight hitting his face, muttering, "It was cold just a moment ago. Why is it so hot now?" Then Seunggu looked at the passers-by nearby and smiled. He awkwardly explained, "I know, right? I'm hot too." Then he quickly fished his phone out of his pocket. "So that's why people check the weather forecast." Suddenly, something caught Seunggu's attention. In front of him was a grocery store with a large sign. Sungu didn't hesitate to reach into the ice cream freezer, grabbed a random popsicle, and smiled as he opened the wrapper. Then he immediately took a big bite. While chewing, Sungu recalled, 45 years ago, no, wait, 9 years ago, the 4 seasons were distinct. Now the weather changes before a single month even passes. I'm dizzy. Thinking of this, he instinctively lowered his gaze and sighed. It's tough, isn't it? Sungu couldn't help but wonder, the store is closed. What should I do today? At a building built as a cinema, Sungu's eyes widened with excitement. A movie it is! He pulled out a ticket and happily added, "Lucky me, it starts in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a loud noise nearby caught Sungu's attention amidst the bustling market. Shouts continued to ring out, "Selling cheap! Trading weapons here!" Hearing this, Sungu immediately guessed, a flea market? He turned his gaze to a stall and recognized an acquaintance, Nabi. There she is, at that moment. Sungu couldn't help but smirk. Already made a friend, huh? Looks like a little girl. He stared at his phone screen again. Oh my, it's time. I'll have to ask her when the movie ends. As soon as he finished, Sungu took slow, leisurely steps into the building. Meanwhile, Unha was hesitating as she walked through the market, her eyes sparkling with excitement, while Nabi stood in front of a food stall, curious. What is this? Seeing that, Unha once again showed a look of interest. A fat cat. She approached from behind, covering her mouth and sighing. So cute. I really want to make friends with that kitty. After that, Unha immediately became dejected and disappointed. What should she do? What would Mom do? The image of a powerful woman appeared, reminding Unha. Friends aren't scary at all. Just do something for them and you'll be close in no time. At this, she quickly changed her attitude. That's right. Unha happily approached the food stall, not hesitating to point at the food and order. 1 chicken skewer, please. A moment later, Unha held a cooked chicken skewer in her hand. She gave a gentle smile and held it out to Nabi. Do you want to eat, kitty? However, the other party was extremely proud and wouldn't eat food from strangers. Upon hearing this, Unha's eyes went wide. If that's the case, let's be friends, kitty. This made Nabi a bit curious. Friends? Unha couldn't help but ask, don't you want to? Hearing that, Nabi quickly showed extreme excitement. I have an earth friend, so happy. Then, the other party handed over the skewer. Unha was also very happy to have a cat friend, Nabi. It took the skewer and happily ate every bite, looking delicious. It was so excited it kept dancing to praise how good it was. Nabi used both its paws to hold the skewer up high. Does this chicken skewer have any side effects? This left Unha a bit confused. Side effects? Immediately, Nabi fell into a state of panic. No side effects? As soon as the words were spoken, Unha couldn't help but gently scratch her face with her hand and asked, Does tasting good count as a side effect? Hearing that, Nabi's face immediately darkened. It became gloomy, its voice dropping. How can you call that cooking? If I eat this, my whole body. If I keep trembling, I'll turn into a fat cat. As soon as it finished, Unha quickly reassured it. If you don't eat much, you won't get fat, right? But the other party still wouldn't have it, vehemently objecting, No way! Hearing that, Unha could only feel helpless. All right then. She began to bring up the adults in this situation. Mom said that restraint and focus are the most important things. Afterward, Unha didn't hesitate to hold the cat's paw in front of her. She said ever so gently, "If you eat too much of anything, it's bad for your body, but if you eat properly, it's fine." Hearing this, Nabi immediately stood still to listen. At the same time, Unha, she continued, "People say experience is very important. You have to eat lots of delicious food to be good at studying. You'll grow taller and your athletic ability will improve too." This made Nabi jump in surprise. "Good food has effects like that?" Unha kept explaining. "Plus, being a picky eater is very harmful." Now Nabi was even more surprised. Picky eater? It immediately trembled, looking at the delicious meat skewer in front of it. Its whole body kept shaking as it swallowed hard. After taking a bite, Nabi couldn't help but exclaim, "So delicious!" The two of them wandered off to enjoy other dishes. "Kitty, let's go to the next place to eat. Let's go!" The scene shifts to another building, where Hang Hyo was furrowing his brows in anger. The branch manager, that bald guy immediately, Min, who was holding a cigarette, hurriedly warned, "Anyone who can hear us will find that scary. Shut your mouth." Hearing that, Hang Hyo stood leaning against the railing, freaking out. "Can't you see I'm trying to be quiet?" He clutched his head with both hands and shouted, "The General Chief said he's coming to confirm things in person? Repair the damage in Zone A, check the situation at the sewage system where the crack opened." As soon as he finished, Min just sighed helplessly. When high-ranking officials visit, even the military gets exhausted. Before he could finish, Hang Hyo cut him off. "I mean, are you saying the General Chief of the World Hunter Association is really coming?" This made Hang Hyo feel extremely stressed. "I knew this, so I already prepared everything." He crossed his arms in front of his chest, fuming. "Because of a bunch of jerks getting stuck in that sewer, I'm the one in trouble." Hang Hyo suddenly glanced at the person in front of him and called out, "Hey Min, hunting and destruction fits me better than this. Let me do it." Hearing that, Min held his cigarette and replied, "Got it. Investigating is better suited for you than me anyway. You're good at investigating terrain to deal with unexpected situations." Suddenly, Hang Hyo couldn't hold back tears of frustration. "Other people are out on dates, going to movies on their day off, and I have to go on patrol." He suddenly opened his palm to use invisibility technique. Meanwhile, Mai was leading a few others, constantly urging them, "Let's go too." In the pitch-black tunnel with only a few faint lights, a person's footsteps slowly moved forward. Opposite them, a group of people in black coldly pointed their guns at that person. At this, Min quickly furrowed his brows, his left hand sliding down toward his thigh. The pitch-black space was only illuminated by a few small bulbs. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere seemed to be torn apart by a tremendous burst of power. The short guns quickly fell to the ground and blood continuously sprayed from the bodies of the men in black. Meanwhile, Min, standing opposite, was furrowing his brows and adopting a combat stance. Seeing the group trembling before him, he didn't hesitate to mock them, "You vermin. It's like swatting bugs that never end." After that, the whole group was tied up with handcuffs. At this point, Min scolded them again, his eyes filled with rage. "You criminals blinded by money. Do you know how many people had to sacrifice themselves to maintain the current standard of civilization?" His tone was extremely cold as he assessed, "I think this area is cleared out. How many have we caught so far?" Immediately, a soldier in full armor quickly reported, 13 people, sir." Hearing this, Min hurriedly clutched his forehead. "Oh, my head." After a moment, Min regained his composure, turned around and commanded, "Maintain this formation and move forward." Inside the office, Young-hoon kept rubbing the back of his neck, sweat beaded on his cheeks. He paced back and forth in a circle. "I don't know why, but I feel uneasy." Then Young-hoon instinctively picked up a cup from the table. He hurriedly took a sip, his brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, the secretary burst through the door to announce something. "Branch manager, the power's out!" Hearing this, Jong-hun's jaw dropped in disbelief. "A blackout? How? I already assigned people to handle that." The secretary's voice was frantic, face twisted in panic. While raiding the criminal organization, Min's support team accidentally struck the power grid, causing it to fail. "Without missing a beat," Jong-hun retorted. "If it goes out that easily, wouldn't it be out every single day of the year?" The secretary, still trembling and confused, could only wonder how it happened. Meanwhile, electrical sparks danced around Hang Hyaki's hands. He looked up, feeling a surge of raw energy coursing through his body, and couldn't help but let out a roar. "Power! The power is overflowing!" Cut to Min, looking skeptical while on the phone. He hadn't expected a lightning user to be here, absorbing the electricity to boost his strength. On the other end, Jong-hun was stunned. Really? Min replied, deadly serious, even though he was on the verge of fainting from the voltage overload. Back to the circuit breaker area with Hang Hyok. He suddenly collapsed to his knees, then fell backward onto the cold floor, his hair standing straight up. It's over. Elsewhere, inside a movie theater, Sungu was enjoying his film with a bucket of popcorn. He kept tossing pieces into his mouth while on screen. The heroine pressed her hand to her chest, lamenting. Do you know? I've been waiting for you for 200 years. Hearing this, the man didn't hesitate to take her hand, adding, and I've been searching for you for 200 years, too. The leading man put on a stern expression as if he meant every word. Suddenly, he whipped out a knife, his gaze turning icy. I'm going to kill you. You're my parents' enemy. Seeing this, Sungu couldn't help but shout, What the hell is this? Just then, the screen went black. Sungu was left completely bewildered. A staff member hurried over, bowing deeply. Our apologies. We cannot continue the screening due to the power outage. Hearing this, Sungu stared blankly. You've got to be kidding me, right? He trudged out of the theater, feeling a deep sense of regret. In his 45 years of movie watching, he had to miss the sequel to a classic he loved. Such a rare occurrence. Sungu couldn't help but yell out, tears streaming down his face. Oh, for heaven's sake! As he finished, Flora was snapped at, looking incredibly annoyed. So irritating. Just the sound of that voice was grating. Meanwhile, Sungu could only sigh in defeat. Asking for a miracle couldn't hurt, right? He slowly walked into his house. He quickly opened the fridge and saw all the supplies inside. Sungu couldn't help but slam it shut, his hands trembling with irritation. Good thing it's outside the blackout zone. If these ingredients spoiled, that would be... He looked helpless. Though these were just minor annoyances, he gazed off into the distance, realizing that many small things piling up can make you stressed. Suddenly, Sungu opened the kitchen cabinet, thinking, at times like this, I have to eat to relieve the stress. After searching, he held an object shaped like a bird, a cute penguin. Just then, Sungu cradled it in his hands. My penguin bingsu maker, I really missed this. Sungu immediately placed it on the wooden table. It's starting to get chilly out, might as well make some bingsu, right? A flood of thoughts washed over him. Bingsu. For Koreans, bingsu usually meant red bean bingsu, topped with rice cakes and roasted grain powder. Sungu's eyes grew distant. But what he truly missed was a wave of sadness washed over him. The wine bingsu his late grandfather used to enjoy. He had promised himself that when he grew up, he would definitely taste it. He held the object up to his eyes. I'm all grown up now, aren't I? Sungu gripped the handle and turned it with a confident smile. Let's see if I can make it. I tried to follow the process perfectly. Add sugar, use magic to freeze the milk, and put it into the penguin bingsu machine. Sungu slowly poured the toppings over the shaved ice, then drizzled some condensed milk on top. He carefully sliced the strawberries in half. Glancing at the fruit on the counter, he thought, this is the fruit Min gave me, right? Looking at how the kid called him master and followed him around, that was just like him. With nimble hands, he decorated the dish. He topped the bingsu with fruit, then added the most important ingredient, wine. Sungu reached into a spatial rift to search. I've got a few bottles the king gave me, right? After a moment, he pulled out a precious bottle. Wine aged for 500 years. The taste must be legendary. Sungu didn't hesitate to drizzle the red liquid over the ice, then took a spoonful to taste. Sungu crossed his arms, feeling the fiery heat of the wine against the icy cold of the bingsu. They go together perfectly. It feels like it's freezing, yet melting in my mouth at the same time. He let out a soft sigh, a small smile playing on his lips. So this is what it tastes like. Sungu didn't hesitate to take another spoonful. The hot wine burned away the stress, while the cool ice refreshed his spirit. Now I finally understand how Grandpa felt eating this. Suddenly, he glanced to the side. I understand now. Does that mean I'm an adult now? Just then, Nabi walked in from outside. I'm home. Behind her, Unha bowed politely. Excuse me. The well-raised girl spoke up. Hello, mister. Since the power is out, may I please stay here for a while? Hearing this, Sungu was impressed. Sure, no problem. Make yourself at home. This kid is so polite. Sungu leaned down toward Unha. Even though it's a day off, you're Nabi's guest. Do you two want something to eat? At that, the girl and Nabi exchanged a silent look before turning their heads toward Sungu. He noticed them both staring at the machine behind me. Sungu quickly pulled out a new bowl of shaved ice, spinning the handle in front of the two young foodies. I won't add any wine this time, because the kids are still so young. It was early the next morning. Min and Hang Hyuk walked into the shop hand in hand. Seo Ungu greeted them with a soft, "Good morning." Min furiously grabbed Hang Hyuk by the head. "If the branch manager sees you looking like a dried-up husk slumped over the table, whispering your last breaths, he'll just shut the whole place down." Seo Ungu looked at these two absolute disasters and could only sigh. They were both losing it. After listening for a while, he stroked his chin in thought. So, after hearing rumors of a high-ranking official coming to inspect, the two of them had gone out and wiped out almost every criminal organization in sight. Min and Hang Hyuk went back to grabbing each other's heads, bickering like little kids. You were just sitting at the scene, reaping the rewards without doing a single thing, weren't you? If you're so amused, go laugh 6 feet under. Is catching those weak sauce organizations supposed to be such a huge deal? Seo Ungu spoke up. Following the military protocol, when a division commander visits, you're supposed to clean everything up. And yet, in the end, they didn't even show up. "It's infuriating!" Min and Hang Hyuk shouted in unison. "Exactly, that's just how it is." What a chaotic mess. That's right, and there are way more important things to do. Hang Hyuk whimpered, looking like he was about to cry, pleading, "So please, just feed me something delicious today. Forget about that flaming steak nonsense of yours." Seo Ungu laughed helplessly. All that whining just to say you need food to calm your temper? With no choice, he gave in to this troublesome guy and got right to work. "Fine, I'll cook you something really good today." Meanwhile, at the Rift Management Department, Pero, a beastman who fell to earth after being caught in a rift. Just then, someone walked over and dumped a massive stack of documents on his desk. Pero looked up, confused. Standing in front of him was Ji Hyun, and she quickly introduced herself. "I've received orders to provide support for the Rift Management Department for the time being." Pero thanked her. Right then, Pero's stomach let out a loud, hungry growl, and he wearily explained, "Earth food just doesn't agree with me." Ji Hyun looked at him, curious. "Really? Isn't it just because you're exhausted from work?" Pero shook his head vigorously. "Even if the work is tiring, it still feels meaningful." "It's nothing like that." Ji Hyun leaned in, slightly intrigued by Pero. "I like your honesty. I wish our Beckham Hayek was even half as decent as you." But Pero immediately stood up for the guy. "I think Beckham Hayek is working very hard, actually." Ji Hyun suddenly looked worried and warned him, "If he hears you say that, it'll be terrifying. Don't praise him too much." Pero fidgeted, balancing a pen on his nose as he continued, "Anyway, it's not because of the work." Ji Hyun still looked puzzled, wondering if it really was just the food. "Is it because cooked food is hard to eat? Do you prefer raw food?" Pero finally revealed, "I've tried raw food too, but it didn't fit my palate either." Ji Hyun paced back and forth, appearing deeply lost in thought. As expected, home-cooked food is just essential. Pero looked truly dejected. "A home I don't even know its name." She hurriedly comforted him, stroking his fur. "You must be homesick." He looked up at the sky and teared up, "I guess so." Ji Hyun continued to soothe him. "You've been working for 3 years now. You're a veteran staff member. That doesn't really matter." Suddenly, she paused, having an idea. "Oh, wait." Ji Hyun handed Pero a tissue to blow his nose and said, "If it's this person, they'll definitely know." He asked, "Who?" Back at the apartment complex, the kids were swarming Pero again. "Pero, give us a piggyback ride." Pero kindly cautioned the little ones, "Climbing up is fine, but if you fall, you'll get hurt, so be careful." Suddenly, Pero noticed a house across the street. He gently set the kids down and said, "That's enough for today. I have something I need to take care of." Pero promised them with a smile, "I'll come play again tomorrow." The kids cheered. "Really?" The kids ran off, not forgetting to call back, "Bye, Pero." Pero waved back, "You kids be careful now." He adjusted his glasses to see more clearly. It seems like this is the place the hunter's rice shop. Someone was stepping out from inside. Seo Ungu greeted him first. "Pero, I got your message." Wait, the dialogue continues below. Seeing something was off, he said, "I'm sorry. I hope this isn't rude." Pero just blankly stared, not understanding what could be rude about it. Seo Ungu awkwardly blurted out, "Pero, you can't come in." Seeing Pero looking deeply hurt, he quickly explained, "No, that's not it." It's just because of your fur, that's all. Pero felt relieved. Oh, is that so? I misunderstood. By now, he was sitting in the park, looking around aimlessly. The sight of a polar bear sitting there had everyone buzzing. So cute. I wonder if he likes soda, Pero. He pricked his ears, hearing everything people were saying about him. Idiot, he probably likes salmon. Why would a bear drink soda? But it is a polar bear. It's definitely going to love soda! He scratched his face, thinking to himself, I don't like sugary carbonated drinks. Everyone keeps giving me those. I'm sick of them. But I do like salmon. The two people watching him squealed, so cute! Seo Ungu was there too. He struck up a conversation. I heard from Ji Hyun that you're homesick. Is that true? Pero replied, yes, that's right. He sadly recounted, lately I've been crying constantly and I just feel so down. Seo Ungu heard him and understood the issue immediately. It was a classic case of homesickness. There's really nothing anyone else can do about that. He turned away, making a face as if to say, and here I am, claiming I can cure homesickness? What is this? A universal therapy office? Seo Ungu then thought of a solution. All right then. The most common therapy is good food. I'll cook something for you myself. I don't think the ingredients on Earth are very diverse, though. Pero looked even more dejected, as if he'd aged 10 years. Seo Ungu scratched his head, trying to recall, in the world I used to live in, we had bear beastmen too. But you aren't the same species as him. But look, that Uruk beastman is a warrior summoned to Terra from another world. The Uruk species is incredibly fierce and violent. They've got a volatile temper and destroy everything, not the cute type at all. Seeing Pero looking like a teddy bear, Seongu guessed that this gentle, sensible bear couldn't possibly be of that race. Not an Uruk. He stood up to head inside, not forgetting to turn to Pero and say, let's get something to eat first, then we can talk. A while later, Nabi brought out loads of carts filled with food. The first dish was phoenix feathers, the second was leaves from the 1,000-year-old spirit mushroom, and the last was the wing of a Zeo flying dragon. Looking at the pile of food, it silently thought, this should be enough. 3 hours later, they were just sitting there looking crushed. The cooking session had dragged on for 3 hours. It didn't spark any interest in Pero at all. From just Pero being depressed, it now had 2 more depressed friends to keep it company, so the 3 of them just sat there gloomily until dusk. Seongu sighed and spoke up first. I made so many dishes. How come you guys don't have any reaction? Pero apologized. I'm sorry. Hurrying to explain before it got even sadder, he added, no need to apologize, I just find it strange. Seongu looked at this pile of dishes Pero had completely cleared and wondered, at least give me some feedback on one of these. Then Pero recounted, where I used to live was a small suburb. Afterward, it looked up at the moon, and a wave of homesickness rushed over it. Then Pero stood up, ready to leave. It's getting late. I've troubled you quite a bit today. Seongu politely replied, not at all. I actually feel worse for not being able to help you. Nabi stepped forward and stretched. All right, time for a workout. Then it let out a meow that shook the air like a tiger's roar, and Nabi unleashed thousands of punches at the speed of light. Pero asked curiously, what is that cat doing? Seongu revealed, he's intentionally burning off some energy. He belongs to the Irupo's warrior clan. Seeing the small, cute cat, Pero was confused. A warrior? But he looks so small and adorable. Seongu laughed, agreeing with him. I know, right? Nabi was still running around the yard, darting nimbly from one spot to another, finally leaping high into the air. The moonlight made him look like a true martial arts master. Pero watched with a bit of envy. He looked so happy. Seongu seemed to guess his thoughts and suggested, sometimes your body aches, doesn't it? If you're feeling up to it, go run with Nabi. But Pero was quite insecure. I'm not sure, I've only ever worked and read books, so I don't know if I can run like him. Seongu was shocked to hear that. You've only worked and read books for the last 3 years? Don't you exercise? Pero scratched his head and asked, that's right, is there a problem? He explained, of course there is. Pero, you're a beast man. Seongu continued to enlighten him, saying that no matter how much a beastman acts like a human, one must never forget that half of them, inside you, is a beast. If you forget your natural instincts, you'll get sick. Pero listened in fear. Sick? Emboldened by his reaction, Seongu pointed directly at him, threatening, the illness is called weakness. That belly sticking out is the proof. At this moment, Pero was panting heavily like a dog running in a field. It turned out Seongu had made him run laps around the yard. He groaned painfully. My gallbladder is about to fall out. He looked at the stopwatch and said, It hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. But Pero was so tired he just flopped onto the ground, asking wearily, Hey, does doing this actually work? Seonggu replied, For a human it would. But since Pero is a beastman, just exercising a little like this won't have any significant effect. Pero was speechless. Then why make me exercise? Suddenly, Nabi jumped out of nowhere and landed right on him. Nabi pressed down hard on his belly and said, Don't move. Pero clutched his blushing face, moaning, Hey, I'm so embarrassed. Nabi kept playing with his belly, commenting, It's because you don't exercise that your tummy is so soft. You're obese. Pero pleaded weakly, Stop it. Seonggu walked over and revealed why Nabi was playing with your stomach. This is a secret massage technique of the Irupos clan. It helps reduce fatigue and muscle soreness after exercising. It will help burn fat twice as fast. Pero was very surprised to hear that. Is it that effective? Looking at him, Seonggu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't see a single bit of wildness in him. He walked over to the kitchen counter and whispered to himself, Only that dish will work. The dish Seonggu was about to prepare was Frensburg baby food, from the Terra Gladiator family, handed down to the household. Frensburg, this food for children. Gladiators differ from knights in that they consider winning a match the highest honor. If a family has a child who doesn't like to fight, it's equivalent to the end of the bloodline, so the Frensburg family fed their children this special food. It has the effect of boosting energy and sparking a competitive spirit. As an educator, this method isn't very positive. Seonggu smiled with satisfaction, but learning this wasn't a waste. The main ingredient of this dish is wild beef, fichiden, thigh meat. Seonggu began to process the fresh piece of meat. The most important thing when cooking this baby food is making sure it's prepared so that children can eat it. So Seonggu started swinging his knife, preparing for the first step. He was going to mince the meat. Seonggu swung the knife into the meat at the speed of light, and before long, the huge chunk of beef had turned into a pile of minced meat. Seonggu began sprinkling spices on it, then shaped the meat into individual balls. Looking at the round, uniform meatballs lined up on the plate, Seonggu was very satisfied. At this point, it was a dish anyone could make. It wasn't a secret family recipe anymore. Finally, he cast a spell on the food with an incantation. Lataris, a magic derived from the ice dragon. The key to this spell is freezing. It maximizes the effectiveness of the magical attribute. Looking at the magically glowing dish, Seonggu was satisfied. Good. By now, Pero had fallen fast asleep, drooling away. He hurried over to wake him. Pero, hurry up and try this. He quickly wiped away a stream of drool and let out a sound. Seonggu thoughtfully instructed, Pour whichever sauce you like on top. Pero looked at the plate with great interest. Looks delicious, thanks. And with that, he dumped the whole plate of meatballs straight into his mouth. Soon, only a few drops of sauce remained on the plate, which Pero licked clean too. Suddenly his eyes widened and he clutched his mouth. Sweat poured down his face as if he'd just eaten something lethal. Everything was going according to Seonggu's plan. He quickly signaled to Nabi, Nabi, get ready, things are about to get fun. Pero let out a few high-pitched growls. In the blink of an eye, the cute, gentle polar bear had transformed into a ferocious beast, true to his wild nature. Pero roared loudly, slamming his fists against his chest like an ape. Seonggu took out a dummy and called him, That's it, Pero, over here. Like he'd lost his mind, Pero charged straight at the dummy. Seeing this, Seonggu was very pleased and clapped his hands. Good, very good, keep it up. Nabi, get some more ready. Nabi excitedly scrambled to follow orders. Pero was now angrily looking around for a target, and throughout the night, he smashed every single dummy they set up. Finally, the next morning arrived. Ji-hyun sat there eating alone and said, Pero is calling in sick today. Seonggu reassured her, He's from the Uruk tribe, so he'll be fine. He'll recover soon enough. Ji-hyun was a bit surprised. The Uruk tribe? Once he mentioned they were a famous warrior race, she cheered up. Thank you for helping him. Pero is just sore, but he's sleeping well now. Ji-hyun respectfully said, I don't know how to repay you. But Seonggu replied, No need. Pero should be the one to pay. But Ji-hyun was a girl of great responsibility. No, I am Pero's superior. Whatever a subordinate owes, the superior must pay. Hearing that, Seonggu flashed a mischievous grin. Is that so? He walked straight over and started rummaging through the fridge. Then you pay it. Ji-hyun was startled and asked, "Hey, shop owner, what are you doing in the fridge?" He took out a piece of meat and told her, "Don't worry, it's just food. The worst that can happen is it won't taste good. It won't get any worse than that." She panicked. "Are you trying to make me try the dish you gave him?" Ji-hyun fearfully tried to make an escape. "Wait, I'll pay in another way." Before she knew it, Sung-gu was already in the kitchen, casually saying, "Too late, I've already started cooking." Pero was probably lying at home nursing his wounds while his heart missed the kids he used to play with. Sung-gu quickly began chopping vegetables, so fast and hard that the knife blade snapped. He looked at the strange knife, bewildered. This Nabi hurried over. "What's wrong?" Sung-gu replied dejectedly. "Nothing. I just can't control my strength." Then he rummaged through his inventory for a new one. "This only happens because I'm being normal. Let's see. What's in the inventory?" But the space was filled with magnificent swords, no kitchen knives, and he couldn't use a holy sword or a magic sword to cook. Nabi climbed onto Sung-gu's shoulder, curiously asking, "Is that so? Is it impolite to do that?" He focused and thought for a moment. Sung-gu snapped his fingers and made a decision. "All right, I need to go buy a knife right now." Then he set off immediately. He was unsure if supermarket or market knives would have limits, so let's go to a blacksmith, Nabi. She was a bit surprised. "There are blacksmiths here too?" Sung-gu pointed at a passerby and explained, "Of course. But here, they call them workshops, places that sell weapons like that." Finally, the two stood in front of a building. He shouted, "I think this is the place." Sung-gu led Nabi inside. "I have this invitation card issued by the city hall." This place was the Crypto Valley Workshop. There was a receptionist waiting at the lobby to greet guests, and she smiled warmly. "I am SEO. Nare, your guide." Sung-gu took out the invitation. "Hello, I am Jo Ungu. Hello, Nare, I'm looking to buy a knife." Nare clarified. "You mean a sword, right? Are you looking for twin swords or a long sword?" Sung-gu revealed. "No, I'm looking for a kitchen knife." Her expression froze. "A kitchen knife?" A storm of indignation raged in Nare's mind. What is wrong with this guy? Does he know where he is? The first order wouldn't be difficult. But since the customer is king, she tried her best to keep a friendly, smiling face. Then Nare politely replied, "Unfortunately, we don't have kitchen knives at the moment. If what you need isn't among the displayed swords, you'll have to place a custom order." Sung-gu replied, "Then we'll place a custom order." Nare smiled on the outside but felt nothing but contempt on the inside. Spending hundreds of millions just like that? He really has no clue, she thought, and asked, "All right. Do you have any requests for which artisan should handle your order?" Sung-gu replied, "I don't know anyone. Is there an artisan who is a dwarf or an elf?" Nar revealed, "There is an elf artisan." He decided immediately, "Then I choose that person." She then continued to guide them, I understand. "Please follow me to the elevator this way." Inside the elevator, Nair immediately pressed the button for floor B25. Nabi looked gloomy. "An elf artisan? I don't like it." Sung-gu wondered, "You don't like it? Is something wrong?" She revealed, "Elven weapons hate me." This was something even he couldn't fix, so he just had to accept it. Dwarf artisans are picky about people, while elven artisans believe weapons choose their owners. Nare bowed respectfully. "We have arrived. Then, if you'll excuse us." Seongu and Nabi waved goodbye. As soon as she stepped into the workshop, Nabi started shivering uncontrollably. "It's freezing," he explained. "Goblin smiths use cold energy, not heat, to forge their weapons." In one of the rooms, someone was busy crafting a weapon with lightning speed. Seongu was surprised to see this. A female goblin? Given the issues of power and physical strength, most goblin smithing guilds only pass their craft down to sons. At that moment, the female goblin stopped working and glanced over at Seongu. Her aura made him pause and analyze her. It seemed her talent was truly exceptional. The female goblin spoke up quickly. "Sorry, I was just really focused." Seongu replied, "Don't worry about it. I'm the one who showed up unannounced." The female goblin slammed the forging tool down. She walked over to him and introduced herself. "I'm Alistair." Seongu asked curiously. "I'm Joe Seongu, but Alistair is a boy's name, isn't it?" Alistair revealed, "It's the name I was given." Seongu realized then she was the master of the house. She seemed to be a much more important person than he had initially thought. Alistair stretched her limbs and said, "Before we take your order, I want to make a few things clear." She laid it out plainly. First, I don't care about your qualifications, but my babies, the weapons I create, are a different story. Alistair continued with the second requirement. If my baby doesn't choose you, I won't give you a refund, and I won't hand the weapon over to you either. She dropped that bombshell without hesitation. Third, I've been in Korea for 2 years now, but not a single person has been chosen by one of my babies yet. Nabi, standing near, was furious. What was the point of talking if you don't get chosen anyway? Alistair looked at the creature and gave a stern warning. Like that cat said, it's pointless. So, think carefully before you place an order. But Seonggu was determined and replied, I'll do it. Alistair leaned in close and asked, All right then, what is it you want made? He stated his request. Make me a kitchen knife, about the size of a standard chef's knife. She brought out a price list. Not a weapon? Fine, it'll take about an hour. The price will be around this much. Seonggu happily agreed right away. Nabi, however, was stunned by the number. There were so many zeros. Alistair picked up an iron rod to start her work. Suddenly, she offered, Oh, that's right. If you're free, you can stay and watch my babies. He hurriedly refused. No, I won't watch. It'll just turn into chaos. Alistair burst out laughing at Seonggu's expense. Chaos? Why, are you planning to steal one? Even a thief has to be chosen, you know. If you think you can, go ahead and try. I was a bit embarrassed and was about to tell her that was enough when Alistair grabbed his hand and dragged him along. Come on, just watch. I was led away helplessly like a puppet. Are all blacksmiths this eccentric? She led them to the crafting room. Inside, it was filled with polished, gleaming swords. Alistair boasted proudly, These are my babies. They look spectacular, don't they? Seonggu, however, was all too familiar with this kind of scene. It was the same everywhere he went. This was already the 6th or 7th time. He decided to give a preemptive warning, just in case something happens. I'm saying this in advance. I already refused, and I absolutely did not do this on purpose. Alistair was confused. What? A mysterious force caused the blades mounted on the walls to start vibrating violently. Some hit the tables, making a loud racket. The swords began doing the same. 2 guns placed on a box also started to shake. Then slowly they began to spin like pinwheels. Seeing her weapons suddenly start moving on their own, Alistair panicked and shrieked, My babies! Seonggu looked at the 2 guns on the table with great interest. Wait, shouldn't they be spinning like camera gear? Hearing that, Alistair felt insulted and flew into a rage. These are 6-shooters, you idiot! That's my life's masterpiece you're treating like a toy. Seonggu just replied helplessly, I told you it was going to be chaotic. Flashback to 15 years ago on Terra. A blonde elf was polishing a sword blade with extreme care. I am really going to show you this. He revealed it with pride. This is the absolute masterpiece of my life. Well, want to touch it? But the blonde elf's hands began to tremble violently right after that. The sword in his hand automatically flew towards Seonggu. A green-haired elf sitting nearby mocked him. Doesn't look like a masterpiece to me. Seems like it's just you. The blonde elf could only punch the ground in frustration. My child! The green-haired elf, having just finished laughing at him, found that the shield in his own hand had also been pulled towards Seonggu. Seonggu said awkwardly, They're a set, aren't they? And this repeated 6 times over. The elf warriors called the hero Seonggu by this name, the item killer. By now, all of Alistair's weapons had automatically gathered around Seonggu. She tried to cling to every single sword, crying and begging, My little ones, look at me again, please! How could you leave me for this man? Alistair angrily pointed a finger right at Seonggu's face, accusing him. Is this 2-timing jerk really that great? He jumped in surprise. 2-timing? Seonggu scratched his head in frustration. This isn't my fault. I told you not to come in, didn't I? Alistair desperately grabbed a sword that was about to fall into his hands. This 2-timer didn't just seduce one. He took all 88 of them. Seonggu angrily retorted, Don't call it seduction. I told you I didn't do anything. She was so angry she was on the verge of tears, continuing to lash out at him. You don't understand the heart of an elf. Seonggu's ears were tired of it. He recounted, I've heard that 7 times already. Alistair grabbed him and shook him back and forth, sobbing. Do you have any idea how a mother feels, marrying off 88 children to one man? Seonggu could only cry internally. How am I supposed to know how that feels? She suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately questioned him. Wait a minute, did you say again? Just how many elf-crafted items do you own now? He held up his fingers to count. Let me see. The horrifying numbers were spoken aloud. 100, 200, 300, roughly 500. Hearing this, Alistair felt like her whole world had shifted, and she shrieked, 500? She thought to herself, my 88 beautiful children going to live with someone who already has 500 elven items? Alistair observed Seonggu's current appearance, and he doesn't even carry anything on him normally. She frowned, coming to a bold conclusion. So that's how it is. Alistair imagined the worst-case scenario for her babies. They'll be thrown into some dusty storage room, never to see the light of day. As she got more upset, thinking about how her children were crafted with such devotion, Alistair continued to spiral, locked in a warehouse forever. Thinking about this scenario made her clutch her head. She pulled her hair in despair. As soon as she finished, Alistair collapsed to the ground and fainted. Seonggu stood there with a blank expression, wondering, what do I do now? Then he brushed off his clothes and said, but it's the rule of the elves to respect the equipment's choice. Seonggu looked at the pile of swords gathered around him and said casually, if I take them all, it's not really my fault, is it? He picked up the first red sword, a blazing blade forged from magic stones and the soul stone of fire spirits. The flames had the power to prevent regeneration, and it had strong ice resistance properties. Next was the second weapon, a hammer that simply increased strength and amplified impact. Simple is best. The last one was the gun, a high-caliber masterpiece. It took Alistair all of her time and passion for an entire year to make it. Seonggu observed the gun and calculated, someone around level 80 could use this, right? It's hard since the inhabitants here are only level 20 to 30, but it's not strong enough for me to use. After that, he gave the weapons an order like a parent. I'll take responsibility for keeping you for now. But if you find a suitable owner, I'll hand you over right away. If you agree, line up. Once done, Seonggu put each item into his inventory. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a pair of gloves. The metal gauntlet was trembling. Seonggu realized something unusual. It's not me, it's looking behind me. Understanding the situation, he quickly called out. Nabi, come here, she asked curiously. Is something wrong? Seonggu pointed at the gloves and said, this little one is looking for you. Nabi ran over to the gloves, confused. She stood before the item, still hesitating. Me? Seonggu congratulated her happily. It recognizes you as its master. That's amazing. Nabi hugged the gauntlets tightly, full of joy. I have my own weapon now? She put on the infinity gauntlets and struck a super cool pose. Seonggu immediately took a whole set of photos of Nabi posing with her new weapon. Although sad about losing her babies, Alistair was still hard at work making a knife for Seonggu. So angry, she muttered. I have to make a kitchen knife for you people while my children are being stolen away. I could just die. He waved his hand, smiling broadly and saying nonchalantly, don't overreact. We're not strangers anymore, are we? Alistair complained. From now on, you are forbidden from entering my workshop, Seonggu asked curiously. All right, how much longer will it take? She turned and shouted at him, it's done right now. Immediately after, Alistair handed over a gleaming butcher knife. He took it and asked skeptically, is this knife actually any good? She retorted. But it wasn't the other kids she was referring to. It was a kitchen knife she'd forged in just an hour. With complex emotions, Seonggu stroked the blade, satisfied. It even has Alistair's name engraved on it. He smiled with deep contentment. Nothing is wasted. The weight is just right, and I'm sure it'll taste delicious too. Seonggu gave Alistair a thumbs up. Nice work. I don't know about the others, but I'll definitely put this one to good use. She shouted back, make sure you put the others to good use too. I've already made arrangements with your kids, Seonggu replied. If a suitable master appears, I'll hand them over. Alistair felt relieved. That's better than letting them rot in storage. Got it. Then she wondered aloud, but will a suitable master actually show up? I haven't met anyone in 2 years. Seonggu shrugged calmly. There's always a way. The next day at his restaurant, a sign was posted out front announcing a brutal food challenge. The Hero's Diner. Finish within the time limit to succeed. Finish it and receive gear certified by an official ISA artisan. Note, hunters only. Thanks to this sign, a large crowd of hunters gathered. Unha hid behind a tree, eavesdropping. There are more people than usual. Nabi explained from beside her. Yeah, it's because of the new menu. The little girl asked curiously, what's the first dish on the new menu? Unha replied in a cryptic tone. Strange food looks like adults enjoy gross stuff, like coffee. Nabi jumped in surprise. Oh no, if the ball breaks, that's bad. She quickly reassured her. It's fine. It's a special ball. My mom asked me to keep it safe. This big summer ball is a toy meant for monsters. It was created at a hunter's request, for those who keep monsters as pets, like people who raise mythical creatures. It's durable and made of eco-friendly materials. Unha threw the ball hard for Nabi to chase. Nabi caught it and clamped down, and a loud pop echoed out. Nabi jumped, startled. It popped right away. Unha walked over, surprised. That's weird. It's supposed to be fine even if a lion bites it. She became suspicious. Is it a fake? Just then, from a high floor of a nearby building, a dark figure stood watching them play. A mysterious man wearing black sunglasses. It was Cell Taiji, Unha's bodyguard, level 55 with a power called Particle Force. Taiji checked the data through his glasses and gasped, Level 80, I can't take him. He thought to himself, if he's a regressor, then the owner of this pet... Seonggu looked straight up at Taiji and smiled. Taiji scrambled back in a panic. He quickly hid, crouching down as he thought, even if he spotted me, I have to pretend I'm hiding, but still. Taiji wondered, what on earth has he been cooking all this time? Back at the restaurant courtyard, a crowd had gathered, and Seonggu picked up a Bluetooth microphone. Before we begin the strange food challenge, please note a few things. Seonggu continued to explain the rules. This challenge isn't about who eats the most. We are only providing one portion, just enough for one adult. We're warning you in advance. The flavor will be beyond your wildest imagination. The challenge has 3 rounds. If you can't clear the first round, you can't move on to the next. The time limit is 30 minutes. Seonggu announced the prize. If you succeed in the challenge, you will be awarded a work of art from an ISA-certified artisan. He continued, the entry fee is 100 million won per person, and all proceeds will be donated to the Disaster Relief Fund. Someone shouted in surprise, 100 million? A hunter looked skeptical. 100 million, one for a single meal? That's impossible to believe. The gear for clearing the first round was a sword engulfed in spirit flames. Everyone stared at the sword with envy. If you pay 100 million, you're basically getting this for free. A few people scoffed. Is he challenging hunters to this? Looks like he's trying to go bankrupt. I heard he's a regressor, so he must have a lot of money. Looks like he's doing charity work. A foot stepped forward. The first hunter to speak up chose a seat. He was Kim Jewelry, a tanker whose defense stats increased in proportion to his mental fortitude. Jewelry boasted, I've got plenty of endurance. He raised his hand. I'll challenge the first round of the strange food challenge, Seonggu replied. All right, okay. He started cooking while speaking into the mic. Good luck to the first participant of the strange food challenge. I'm starting the cooking now. The sky suddenly grew gloomy. Seonggu looked up, a bit worried. Looks like rainy season is coming. Right then, he came up with the first dish, green onion pancakes with rice wine. Seonggu introduced it to the crowd. The dish I'm making is something from my previous world. The name of this dish is guac. Everyone was curious about the strange name. Guac, he explained further. In the language of that world, it roughly translates to, look here. Jewelry asked, why would it have a name like that? Seonggu revealed, it's simple. Once it's cooked, you can't take your eyes off it for 5 seconds. If you blink, it'll burn immediately. Other hunters started guessing. Is it like traditional food from the Tagazomi region? Or maybe Turkish food, like a pancake? Seonggu kept it simple. In short, what I'm cooking now is similar to a pancake or a crepe. He continued, that's right. It's almost like a pancake, but strange food is a bit harder to swallow. Jewelry made a skeptical face. Is there any food as bad as a pancake? Seonggu clapped his hands to give an order. Bring it out. Just then, Nabi walked out carrying a platter of ingredients. The history of cooking is a brutal history of research and deliberation, all to make food taste better. But Terra's cooking is different. It's a historical process of ensuring it no longer tastes good. Just then, the fried pancakes were finished on the hot pan, and the hunters could smell them. They couldn't help but start craving it. It's just fried dough, but doesn't that look good? Being delicious is a crime. Being bad is a dish's responsibility, Seonggu said with a straight face, adding that making a tasty dish taste bad proves a chef's true skill. Everyone just stared at him blankly. What was he talking about? The pancakes were golden and glistening in the pan. Seonggu quickly plated them and cheered happily, done! Chang-sik stared at the dish, his mouth hanging open in shock. He thought to himself, is this actually edible? It actually looks kind of promising. With one hand holding the chopsticks and the other pouring a drink, Chang-sik cheered excitedly. "All right, time for a bite." He began wolfing it down, eating and drinking with gusto. The other hunters looked at him, full of curiosity. "So? Is it good? You've got to have a drink with it, too." Suddenly, Chang-sik's face turned pale. He froze, his whole body trembling violently. The history of cooking is a process of helping food taste better, an accumulation of chefs' talent and experience. When a recipe is recognized as delicious, it becomes someone's signature, and it's recorded in history, fried dough, layered cakes, all of it. Using 100% genuine potato starch, following a recipe that holds sincerity and history, that's the way to make good pancakes, Sungu continued, his voice serious. But here in Terra, it's completely different. He picked up 2 bowls of ingredients, kneaded them with warm water, and used starch instead of potatoes. The whole garden fell into a terrifying, heavy silence. One hunter asked, "You're doing this on purpose to make it taste bad?" "The monster food part is as expected. But what is starch?" Sungu explained. "This is starch from the Kongwell region. You know, the monster that looks like a tree? You know the one? The monster with green sprouts growing all over its body?" Then he dropped a bombshell. "Just like potato sprouts, it's poisonous." Chang-sik's mouth twitched, trembling as if he'd actually been poisoned. A hunter slammed the table in anger. "If you eat that, you'll die." Sungu pointed at Chang-sik, who looked like a withered corpse, and said confidently, "I'm an expert, he won't die. Besides, if you add just the right amount, it helps boost toxin resistance. This is high-class material, you know." Another hunter immediately retorted, just looking at him, "He looks like he's about to kick the bucket." Sungu continued his explanation. "On top of that, I used an ingredient called winter melon instead of green onions. It's very good for the body. I mean, you just need to overcome the feeling of your body going cold. That's all." But looking at Chang-sik, who was drooling uncontrollably, Sungu thought to himself, "It looks like he can't handle it," but he felt like it was worth it. It really is the 3 resta dishes of Terra. Sungu wondered, what if I had served this to customers from the very beginning? The restaurant probably would have turned into a funeral home. He chuckled slyly, clearly brewing up some sort of scheme. Remembering when he met Ji-hyun, she had asked blankly, "You're telling me to eat this?" Sungu and Nabi brought out 4 steaming plates of food and replied, "That's right." Ji-hyun looked at the pile of pancakes on the table in terror. As expected, she took one bite and collapsed, passed out. Sungu stood there watching her, confused. Let's see how much they can eat, let's see how they react, and see if it has any effect on their health. In the present, he was completely confident that he had tested this dish thoroughly. For anyone below 1 star, it's a fight against the poison. Chang-sik was dripping with sweat, shaking like a leaf. He struggled to pick up a piece of pancake, but then collapsed onto the table, groaning in pain. "I surrender. The persistent defender, Kim Chang-sik, has been defeated." The other hunters gathered around him, asking, "What? What's going on? Say something, quick!" Seeing Chang-sik dip his hand into the soy sauce made everyone even more confused. What about the soy sauce? They only saw him scribble a few words on the table like a dying message. This is not food for this world. The other hunters turned pale, terrified. What exactly does it taste like? It looks like it could be eaten, though. But one hunter, full of confidence, sat down in the chair and volunteered, "I'm next." Before long, all the hunters were lying scattered across the yard. While Sungu was busy, little Unha was focused on something else. "The piggy bank is almost full," he said calmly. "Is that so?" The guests didn't get full, but the piggy bank sure has fattened up. Seeing the crowd of people looking like zombies made Sungu a bit disappointed. In the end, no one won today. He sighed dejectedly. He had gone through so much trouble cooking an antitoxin dish. Resistance to poison. No matter how strong you are, there are many cases where you get poisoned, just like in the demon realm, the final destination for adventurers and heroes alike. Even the air itself is toxic, which is why explorers and warriors consider poison resistance a top priority. Sungu muttered this as he dragged the bodies away. "But on Earth, it's rare to find people with natural resistance," he explained. "With our technology, people just wear gas masks." Sungu vented his frustration in a long, weary stream. What if you're too slow to put it on? Or what if you get ambushed? What if it breaks? If the mask can't filter out the poison, you're out of options. Back in my day, if I found poisoned water, I'd just take a bath in it. Unha, standing by, just blinked in confusion before suggesting, "Well then, shouldn't you just make it taste better?" Sungu sat down and replied slowly, "It's not that simple." He explained that the worse it tastes, the better it works on the body. Bitterness and effectiveness are directly proportional. With that, Sungu led her inside. It was all a bit too complicated for Unha. If I explain the whole thing, it'll take forever. But Unha was genuinely curious. "Sounds interesting, though. Tell me." He put her backpack on her and said, "It's already getting late. You should head home now." Inwardly, he was suspicious. Was she just making up excuses to play with the cat longer? She was so cute, and Unha playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Suddenly, the shop door creaked open, and Taiji pointed to the clock to signal it was time for Unha to leave. She whined, pleading, "Mr. Taiji, can't I stay a little longer?" He asked why, and Unha stomped her feet, throwing a tantrum. "If I stay a bit longer, the kitty will be done with its bath," she explained. "I can't leave before feeling those warm little paws." Taiji pulled back his sleeve to check his watch again. Then he said, "All right, let's wait another 30 minutes. Unha clapped in delight. "Really?" Taiji walked into this restaurant to wait with her, observing Sungu and thinking, "The returner's diner, huh? Just keep my guard up for 30 minutes and it'll be safe." Taiji's attention shifted to the flyer for the special food challenge. Suddenly intrigued, he asked, "Excuse me, I know you're closed, but is it still possible to take on the challenge?" Sungu smiled and replied, "Sure, why not? I'm always happy to welcome challengers," he added as the previous customers had already left. Now, only Taiji remained. He handed over a form with his personal details. Sungu scanned it and chuckled. "Looks like you're just over 20. Can we drop the formalities?" Taiji nodded. "Yeah, that's fine." Then he froze after reading a specific line on the form. Taiji sighed and spoke up first. "I don't know what you're thinking, but I have no connection to that artist." Sungu dropped the form into a piggy bank and said, "Sorry, you heard all that, didn't you?" Taiji replied calmly, "I'm used to living like this. It's honestly exhausting, and besides, I've never even listened to that person's music." Sungu began preparing the dish, thinking to himself, "Never heard the music? Is this a generation gap?" Once it was ready, he placed the plate in front of him. Taiji eyed it critically, thinking, if something happens after eating this, that wouldn't be good. Sungu stood with his arms crossed and asked, "Let me ask you something. Why do you want to eat my cooking?" He replied simply, "Because I need to." Taiji looked down at the dish in silence, lost in thought for a moment, then picked up his chopsticks. "To boost my resistance, I've tasted all sorts of things," he explained. Sungu smiled upon hearing that. "That's a good habit. You're quite sharp." Taiji went on, "My instructor always stressed one thing, increase resistance as fast as possible. But it's been a year, and I haven't seen any real results." Sungu pondered this for a moment. "That's too slow. If you haven't progressed in a year, maybe you just don't have the knack for it." Taiji set his chopsticks down. Either that, or the dosage is too weak. Before eating, he poured himself a glass of water. Strong toxins usually interfere with healing, but your dish it has such intense toxicity, yet it looks so harmless. "That's why I can't pass up this opportunity," he said. He started cutting the food into smaller pieces, and Sungu was taken aback by his words. Following his words, Taiji raised a piece of food to his mouth and said, "I'll enjoy the meal." He chewed while under Sungu's watchful eye, then swallowed. And the very next moment, at first, Taiji's face remained expressionless, but seconds later, it went deathly pale, as if the dish had drained all his strength away. Just like the others who took the challenge, Taiji stared at the still full plate, trembling as he whispered, "Terrifying the aggressive nature is just too much. Why is there a dish that's this hostile?" Taiji's face grew more serious as he struggled to find a way to keep eating. That guy was right. I have to stay calm. I have to figure this out. I need to analyze this dish. Looking down at the plate, he started to break down the portion. It wasn't much, which is why everyone else had tried to gulp it down in one spoonful. Taiji broke into a cold sweat, shifting his thinking. No, that approach wouldn't work. Don't think of this as food. Think of it as an attack, and my defense is 3. Let's assume the attack power of this fried dish is 100. Taking one big hit would be more beneficial. Or would taking 10 hits be better? Of course, 10 hits are better. If I take one hit with a defense of 3, the damage is 97. But if I split it into 10 hits, the damage per hit would only be 7. That's 70 total damage. I can't finish it all in one go like this. I have to chew it thoroughly and make the most of the time limit. Thinking this, Taiji picked up another mouthful with his chopsticks and immediately, he had to struggle hard just to swallow that bite. Sungu smirked to himself. That's it. That's the answer. This kid's got potential. He stood there cheerfully, cheering Taiji on, giving him a 30-minute time limit, torturing his stomach and draining his body to build up poison resistance in that time. That is the whole point of this dish. Meanwhile, as he sat in the chair being tormented by that monstrous food, Seung-gu chuckled wickedly to himself. If he told him the truth, it wouldn't be as fun, so he kept quiet. Inside the house, Unha, who was blow-drying Nabi's fur, spoke up. Taiji has really grown up. He actually likes eating gross food. Nabi let out a soft meow. Taiji kept at it, picking up another mouthful, maintaining that same pace. He had successfully polished off the entire plate. Seung-gu clapped happily, congratulating him. Well done, you're good! Both Unha and Nabi looked at Taiji with admiration. He answered proudly, It's nothing, thank you. It's all thanks to you that I gained this skill. After completing the challenge, a notification popped up on Taji's phone. Poison resistance skill acquired. Overjoyed, he jumped up and pumped his fist in the air. Yes! Taiji thought to himself, feeling a bit bashful. So this is the secret to eating something delicious. I wonder if he'd laugh if he heard that. As promised, Seung-gu reached his hand into the portal. All right, I'll give you your reward. Let's see, you don't seem to use a sword. Taiji was a bit anxious about what he might receive. I mostly fight with my hands. Would a sword even work for me? Looking behind him, Taiji noticed a rare sword resting there. He pointed in surprise. Wait, isn't that Alistair's blazing sword? He remembered being kicked out before because of that very sword. The drop rate was 0%. Even though he had tried to get the blade, he couldn't obtain it. Turning back, Seung-gu replied with a smile. No, don't worry, we already discussed this, remember? Taiji was shocked. We can discuss these things? Seung-gu chuckled and began to explain briefly. To put it simply, if you want to marry a princess, you have to pass the trials. Whenever a hero wants to propose to a princess, she always says this. The princess always sets a requirement. If you want to marry me, you must catch the dragon behind the mountain and cut off its head. Just like that, Seung-gu used that as a metaphor, a confession trial, passing the marriage trial, and finally getting a happy ending. Isn't that the standard script? Taiji pointed at himself, puzzled. So the gear is the princess and I'm the hero? Seung-gu replied, You catch on fast. Seung-gu held up the plate Taiji had finished. Eating the food I cook also counts as a trial, you know. Seeing where this was going, Taiji immediately tried to refuse. This trial is way too brutal. I don't want to do it anymore. He pointed back at the portal and warned, Don't forget. Today was only the first trial. I promised to give these pieces of equipment to whoever could finish all the dishes. Curious, Taiji looked at the portal. Is that so? If that's the case, do you have that item? I tried to duel for it before, but got rejected. A moment later, Seung-gu pulled out a special belt. This is it, right? Taiji immediately hugged it, his eyes sparkling. Yes, that's it! He stroked the belt. Magic armor. If I recite the incantation, the strap will extend and cover my entire body. The biggest advantage is that I don't have to carry a bag that's dirty and heavy just to store armor. Taiji couldn't stop praising it, thinking about how he could protect Unha. You can't always have armor ready to go. You know what I mean, right? If you want to react quickly, this armor is the best. Seeing Taiji's excitement, Seung-gu felt happy too. I'm glad you like it. While he only appeared mildly amused on the outside, inside, he was as thrilled as a kid. While the two of them were talking, Nabi had also drifted off to sleep next to Unha. Then, she came up with an idea. It had been over 30 minutes, and if things went well, she could just sleep here. Unha immediately acted on it, lying down and hugging Nabi as she thought to herself, Good night, everyone. When Taiji looked over, he saw that Unha was already fast asleep. Seung-gu smiled warmly as he looked at them, then leaned down and whispered, Unha. But she didn't respond. Unha was already fast asleep, leaving Seung-gu to mutter to himself that he was going to get an earful later. In the end, Seung-gu had no choice but to carry her home on his back. The next day, under pouring rain, Seung-gu stood inside the restaurant, watching silently as everyone attempted the monster food challenge for the second day, while the participants huddled together and chanted in unison. Is everyone ready? Let's crush this food challenge, let's go! One participant held up a bag of ultra-spicy chili sauce and shouted, Monster Food Challenge! As 15 people stood there in their gear, Seung-gu assessed them with a critical eye. All of you really came dressed for the occasion, huh? The participant smirked and held the sauce bottle in front of him. We're going to win this time. Does using tactics count as cheating? Seung-gu just calmly wiped down the pan and replied, Doesn't matter. But if that's a performance enhancer, that's a different story. He pointed at the bottle. That's not a stimulant, is it? With that, the man signaled his team. Everyone chug it! Let's numb those taste buds! They all began guzzling the sauce like crazy, then started wailing as the heat kicked in. So spicy, Sungu realized. Oh, it's just chili sauce. It's not a drug, so it's not against the rules, they reasoned. After gearing up thoroughly, they sat in their chairs. Let's do this. Go! Seeing them fired up and breathing like dragons, Sungu hesitated, speaking up. I know you guys want to get stronger, but this might be a bit. But in just a second, the moment they took a bite, all that energy vanished. Their faces went pale, their stomachs rumbled violently, and they stumbled out one by one, shoving each other. Move it! Lee Sang-jun, don't just stand there, get out of the way! The female participants trembled, clutching their bodies as they groaned. It's so cold, freezing to the bone. Are these cheap heat packs? One person in the same state explained. That's because this cold energy is infused with magic. While everyone else was struggling, Sungu was busy counting the money he'd made. Business is going pretty well, isn't it? The restaurant door opened halfway. It was Unha. She had trekked all the way here with a raincoat and an umbrella. Hello, mister. Sungu greeted her back happily. You're here, Unha? Nabi's eyes lit up when she saw her friend. She ran over and opened her arms wide to welcome Unha. Meanwhile, Sungu was busy helping some of the collapsed patrons. I'll be right with you, just play for a bit while I clean up. Over at Otex's cafe, two owners were glued to the glass, watching the scene unfold. You heard about it, Mr. O? Of course, Mr. Park. That's Mr. Joe's restaurant. That's right, isn't it? Looking over at Seung-gu's place, they saw many customers leaving after eating. Dan-soo and Taesik gossiped. They're averaging 100 million won per person. They grew angry as they thought about it. How ruthless. I know. It's unimaginable. Taesik was practically steaming, grinding his teeth. I can't believe it. Hunters paying 100 million won to eat that trash? Does that make any sense? Dan-soo was equally outraged. I really can't wrap my head around it. Throwing away 100 million won for a food challenge? Is money just paper to them? Then, they started bickering with each other. That's exactly what I'm saying. Do you know how many cups of coffee that 100 million won could buy? My restaurant is the same way. Plus, after labor, ingredients, advertising, and service costs, there's nothing left. Seeing the two bosses acting like fools and gossiping, the employee standing at the counter felt embarrassed. Those old men are lecturing again. Dan-soo's eyes widened as he gnashed his teeth in fury. Running a business like that, huh? Yesterday and today alone, 35 people have already been in there. That's 3.5 billion won earned. Giving it to him for free? The two sat down together, but their mouths kept running. It's absurd. It's all going straight into his pockets. Exactly. Can we frame him for fraud? They stopped shouting and started whispering. Fraud might be tough. What about food safety laws? Food safety laws. The two chuckled maliciously. I know a good lawyer. We have to set this up right. I've got a guy in the food safety department. I'll try to get him to do an emergency inspection. Meanwhile, the employee stayed focused on her shift. Here is your iced Americano, sir. Brainstorming ideas. They turned them into a plan. Let's make sure he goes down. Taesik laughed sinisterly and continued planning. And let's make a dish that's impossible to eat, too. You've got plenty of time for cooking, right? They bowed their heads, plotting wickedly. We'll announce a challenge with an expensive prize and charge a 100 million won entry fee for charity. With those plans, they burst into loud, maniacal laughter. We'll be rich! As Dan-soo and Taesik started hallucinating about their future, they didn't realize this wasn't a casino. All completely legal, you say? We just sit back and collect the cash. Those dim-witted hunters will fall for it every time. Their smug moment is shattered when a stranger in a hooded coat stands before their table. It's Min, disguised and gathering intel, and he's just witnessed the whole thing. With a dark expression, Min grabs them by the collars. I need to clear up a few misunderstandings. They start shaking like leaves as he leans in close, his face cold. First off, that restaurant is registered as a private entity. It's designated as a special training facility. The hunters are providing food under the guise of survival training, so it has absolutely nothing to do with food safety laws. As for the food itself, he pulls the two of them together until their noses are practically touching. Secondly, in an emergency, we hunters can eat anything, whether it's garbage or monster meat. You could serve us a pile of trash, and we'd still be able to polish it off. So, if you keep this up, you two are going to end up bankrupt. As he lets go, they both force awkward, sweat-drenched smiles. There's been some kind of misunderstanding. Mine slams his hand onto the table, making the two owners jump in terror. He furrows his brow, his look threatening as he adds, "Third, don't you dare speak ill of that person, because they aren't the type to go crazy over money like you two." Seeing Min's expression growing even more intense, they huddle together, trembling violently. And finally, with a grimace, he warns, "It would be better if you two learned to behave yourselves, unless you want to deal with a very talented lawyer. Or perhaps, an unexpected food safety inspection." As Min turns his back, the two of them break apart and scramble away, running for their lives as fast as they can. The employee, confused, watches them go and calls out, "Boss, where are you going?" Suddenly, Min taps her on the shoulder and starts ordering in a calm, casual voice, as if nothing happened. "One more iced Americano, please." Meanwhile, Dansu and Taeshik are sprinting away in a panic. Rain pours down, soaking their clothes completely. Inside the shop, the employee is back to serving customers happily. "Which size would you like for that, sir?" A few days later, inside Seung-gu's place, Ji-hyun is listening to him speak and suddenly freezes. "What was that?" She looks visibly horrified, waving her hands in a frantic refusal. I'm not joining in on that." Seeing how anxious she is, he doesn't push, just smiles brightly. "Oh, is that so? Well, never mind then." She slowly lowers the menu, thinking back to the time she got scammed. She really didn't want to go through that again, but it's so rare to find a place with food this good. She smiles to herself, thinking, plus the owner is pretty handsome too. Ji-hyun looks back at the menu, glances over it, and says, "Today's special is carbonara, huh? I actually really love that." Seung-gu replies, "Lucky me, I just finished making a batch." But suddenly she stops and looks up with a shocked expression. Ji-hyun jumps up, calling out in concern, "But wait, boss, have you put on some weight?" Hearing that question, he lets out a confused, "Huh?" and touches his chin. Unlike usual, there's now a noticeable double chin. He was fine just a moment ago, and now this. It scared the living daylights out of him. As for those two store owners, they ended up catching a cold after running through the rain. Seung-gu, meanwhile, stays tense, rubbing his chin repeatedly. "I can't believe it, I've gained weight." He starts panicking, muttering, "I was never like this back when I was a hero, but now that I'm a transcendent, I'm getting fat." Ji-hyun probes, "You weren't like this about a week ago. Have you been eating anything unusual lately?" Seung-gu gives a short answer. "I just had a bit of Coke and a pizza while watching some movies." She leans back in her chair, not even knowing what to say. That alone shouldn't cause this much weight gain. Seung-gu thinks the same. That's right. He darkens, looking frustrated, and mumbles, "That's so weird. I only eat about 8 of them a day, though." Hearing a truth she didn't expect, Ji-hyun slams the table and stands up. "Wait a minute!" He jumps, stuttering, "What?" She presses him. "How many episodes do you watch a day?" Seung-gu doesn't hide it, answering, "About 8 to 10 episodes. Plus, there are so many good shows out lately that I can't even sleep." Ji-hyun instantly identifies the culprit, points her finger, and declares loudly, "That's it!" Hearing the accusation, Seung-gu breaks into a cold sweat. "Why are you being like this?" Ji-hyun is worked up, hitting the table repeatedly. "That's it, that's definitely it. And what size Coke are you drinking?" He answers honestly again, 1.5 liters. Ji-hyun is left speechless. How could he not gain weight eating like that? Regaining her serious composure, she asks, "Is there anything else you've been eating?" Seung-gu can't even list it all, just mentioning snacks and a few other things, which makes her gasp again. "Snacks? Oh my God!" Now it's Ji-hyun who feels exhausted. She says worriedly, "At this rate, shouldn't you be hospitalized?" Seung-gu rubs his sagging, chubby face. "Or is it just that the food is too good? It feels like my taste buds were finally liberated when I came to Earth." Saying that, he looks dejected and turns away. "So, does this mean I can't eat good food anymore?" Seeing him like that, Ji-hyun feels a little guilty. A moment later, the meal she ordered is brought out. "Here is the carbonara you ordered." But the portion is even larger than usual. Looking at the plate piled high with food, Ji-hyun stammered, "Boss, isn't this a bit too much?" Looking up, she voiced her anxiety. "What if I gain weight from eating all this?" But Seung-gu just pouted and turned away. Ji-hyun asked again, "What about this ice cream?" He just grunted that it was a promotional item, his attitude making it clear how he felt. She decided not to press him any further. She could only offer a wry smile and pick up her plate. A while later, as dusk fell, Sungu slumped over, saying sadly, I've just returned to my beloved homeland. Enjoying good food, watching a good movie, might as well eat. Nabi, sitting next to him, sighed miserably. Then he slammed the table and shouted, I am a pathetic hero! Nabi let out a sorrowful meow, clutching his own belly in frustration. I've got a belly roll now. Sungu looked over and asked, No wonder Unha let you eat so much. Nabi began to complain, At this rate, I'll lose my status as an adventurer. Hearing this, it made Sungu a bit annoyed. I've gained so much weight, so what does that make me? He finally sighed, resting his chin on his hands. People just say I'm a cute cat. Damn it, seeing Sungu compare himself like that. Nabi patted his shoulder to console him. You're a cute hero, too. It only made him angrier. That's not comforting at all, so just stop it, okay? After venting, Sungu tightened his apron. He reached through the spatial gate and declared with resolve, This is my penance. Nabi volunteered to join in. It's my penance, too. Sungu took out the necessary ingredients. Placing them on the cutting board, he warmed up his wrists before prep. I'm only cooking for 3-star hunters. But from now on, it'll be 4 stars. Sungu said with steely determination, the main ingredient is black crow meat. It's so rare. It's on par with dragon meat. He and Nabi sprinkled spices on the meat before slicing and marinating. Let's spread the Fire Spirit King's crystals evenly. Nabi added, applying the Fire Spirit King's crystals is used as a substitute for salt. If you fail to channel your mana correctly, it'll explode. Each grain has the power of a grenade. Sungu slowly poured a white powder over the meat. Ansa region spice powder. Nabi chimed in sweetly. This powder is used in place of sugar in Terra. They call it the flavor of desire. It was a banned commodity centuries ago, and its effect on amplifying flavors is explosive. He then turned to grinding. That white fruit. The devil's eye fruit. Its scent made Nabi cover his nose. Spicy, isn't it? Because it's so hot, it's used as a weapon, not really for food, but it's effective. It's superior at burning fat and improving heart health. After all the spices were on the meat, Sungu stood with his arms crossed. Marinating's done. Assistant, get ready. Nabi took the order, grabbed the tool to spread it evenly, and finished preparations. He held up the meat, and Sungu raised his hand over it, commanding, dehydrate. Energy slowly began to radiate from his hand. The dehydrate skill channeled mana to remove excess fat and moisture from the meat, while the outer ingredients soaked deep inside. Sungu then signaled, flip it. Nabi immediately flipped the meat. After draining the liquid for a while, Sungu finally paused to observe the results. Looks about right. The two of them continued working together like that. A few minutes later, a new dish was born, looking somewhat like braised meat. Sungu wiped his sweat after the exhausting cooking session. It doesn't look very appealing, but he cut off a piece and popped it into his mouth. The moment he tasted it, his eyes went wide. This flavor. Even so, the meat made him feel like he'd been punched in the gut. He was easily sent flying backward. Sungu hit the floor hard. Lying face down after the impact, he slowly got up, wiped his sweat, and tremblingly said, This is it. A wake-up call as if a demon king had struck him directly. Sungu then held up the finished dish, proudly announcing, The ultimate weight loss meal is complete. Nabi was also very happy with the result. Both of them took turns declaring, All right, time to lose weight. Goodbye, belly fat. The next day, Ji-hyun returned to Sungu's shop. As she pushed the door open, she greeted him cheerfully. Hello, boss? And now he had become lean and fresh-faced, turning to reply. Good morning. The transformation was so fast that Ji-hyun was shocked to the point her glasses cracked. You lost all that weight in just one day? The other customers eating there were just as curious, boss. Tell us, what method did you use? Sungu just smiled. Gained weight from food, so you have to lose it with food. Eat and lose weight. Hearing that, Ji-hyun was quite surprised and repeated, Eat and lose weight? This immediately caused the customers and Ji-hyun to jump up, much to Sungu's alarm. Obesity, the mortal enemy of modern people, and the root of all diseases. Rarely is there anyone who doesn't keep an eye on their measurements and weight. Everyone is worried about their physique. Everyone swarmed around, staring intensely at Sungu. Everyone was anxious to be first. A female customer urged, Give me mine quickly. Another male customer asked, Can we eat that weight loss dish too? Seeing everyone clamoring to order, Sungu gave a strained smile to calm them down. Everyone, please just calm down for a second. Hearing him say that only made them angrier, and they shouted in unison, "How are we supposed to stay calm right now?" "That's right, just sell it to us already." They continued to wave their wallets and cash, fighting over who could place their order first. A female customer said quickly, "I'll take responsibility. I'll buy it all." A male customer standing next to her chimed in hurriedly. "Hey, I was here first. Where do you think you're going, trying to cut in line? I'll buy it all." Sungu stood there, speechless, scratching his head. Finally, he had no choice but to explain to everyone, "Look, first of all, this food is specifically designed for hunters. It would be extremely dangerous for normal people to eat it." Hearing this, the two customers slumped in disappointment. "How stingy we office workers work so hard, we deserve to eat, we're busy people. You can't even help us with a little food?" Sungu sighed and offered some advice. "I'm really sorry, but all I can recommend is adjusting your diet and getting a moderate amount of exercise." Suddenly, Ji-hyun's eyes lit up. She pointed at herself and asked, "Well, I'm a hunter, so I can eat it, right?" But he flatly rejected her. Ji-hyun was so overwhelmed she ended up shouting, "Why not?" He replied simply, "Because this food is very dangerous." Being rejected made Ji-hyun incredibly frustrated. She started thrashing around. "The food from last time wasn't dangerous at all." Sungu tried his best to talk her down. "This one is way more dangerous than that one. It puts a massive strain on the body." But she kept clinging to him, giving him those puppy dog eyes to win him over. "Even so, the worst that could happen is some digestive issues, right?" Sungu countered, "It's a meal that causes rapid weight loss. Don't you realize how dangerous that is? When you break it down, there are side effects." He started listing them off for her. "It tears down and rebuilds your muscles and nerves. If your body can't handle it, it could be life-threatening. Isn't it all just magic and fantasy stuff anyway?" Ji-hyun's face fell, mirroring the disappointment of the other two customers. She spoke up sadly. "Even if the food is magic and fantasy," but Sungu cut her off. "But Ji-hyun, your body, the body that consumes it, is real." That made Ji-hyun tear up. She clenched her fists and said, "I understand now. You mean I need a body that can withstand the food, right?" Hearing that, Sungu looked confused. "Did I say that?" Ji-hyun immediately came up with an idea. Full of spirit, she volunteered herself. "Then I'll just take on the monster food challenge. If I just eat a lot of that, it'll work, right?" Her confusion left him speechless. Sungu finally said, "If your body can handle that, then it can handle other foods too." This made her shout joyfully, "That's great!" Looking at Ji-hyun's petite frame, he couldn't help but wonder, "But Ji-hyun, do you actually have any weight to lose?" Ji-hyun let out a long, dramatic sigh. "See, that's why people who have it easy will never understand the struggle of those who don't." Sungu was still lost. "What do you mean?" Ji-hyun suddenly spun around, slammed her hand on the counter, and pointed at herself, yelling so loudly that Sungu had to cover his ears. "You have no idea how hard I have to work to keep my weight in check. Do you know how grueling it is? Constantly fighting off cravings, trying to exercise even when I'm dying of sleepiness? I'm starving to death, but if I go over my calorie limit, I have to go jogging in the park late at night. Do you even see what I go through?" After hearing all of that, he replied, "No, I didn't." But his response only made things worse. Ji-hyun's volume was now so high that Sungu had to cover his ears again. "I want to eat everything I want to eat. I want to eat 8 slices of pizza a day and just lay around without exercising. And it's not just about eating one thing. Everyone in this world dreams of living like that. That's why a regressor like you will never understand the feelings of a normal person." After Ji-hyun had vented all her pent-up resentment, Sungu began to speak. "But you're a hunter too." She pointed at him again, shouting, "A desk job hunter is basically just a normal person, isn't it? I work in an office and I'm only a hunter when I have to be. Not like those gorillas out there. We barely ever go out to do real field work." Sungu couldn't take it anymore and gave in just to calm her down. All right, I understand." Seeing Ji-hyun's fiery spirit, the other customers started clapping. Now that Ji-hyun's mood had improved, she put her hands on her hips and said confidently, "Fine, I'll take the challenge. Give me a portion. I don't have any money, so I'll just pay for the food. Even if I succeed, that'll be reward enough." Seeing Ji-hyun's steely determination made Sungu want to break her spirit even more. "I have to make this taste extra awful." With that thought, he turned toward the kitchen and said, "I'll make yours after these other customers finish eating." The customers went back to eating their portions with gloomy expressions. So it really does come down to exercise in the end. Honestly, that was true. You only lose weight if you work off exactly what you eat. A customer twirling his noodles said sadly. That's right. All of this is just going to turn into fat. Why does it have to taste so good if it's all just going to turn into weight gain? They both shared the same sorrow and sighed together. Seeing the aura of dissatisfaction radiating from the counter, Sungu thought to himself, it's not like I don't get where they're coming from. He stood with his arms crossed and sighed. But there's no such thing as obesity on Terra, so I guess I just forgot about that feeling here. Sungu racked his brain, wondering what he should do. Just then, Nabi walked in carrying a tray, and an idea suddenly struck him. Wait, Irapos! He looked down at Nabi. Sungu knelt down and waved Nabi over. Nabi, come here. The cat trotted over. What is it, meow? Ow? Sungu asked. Do you know the hero's exercise routine? Nabi burst out laughing. What are you talking about? Meow, there isn't a single Irapos that doesn't learn that meow. As soon as he heard that, Sungu felt relieved and snapped his fingers. Perfect! Sungu and Nabi stood there under the curious gazes of everyone else. He then asked with a grin, do you have any workout routines for weight loss? Irupos are top-tier, multi-purpose house cats with a strong sense of service. Because of that, there are many cases where heroes end up turning into pigs. They lose their combat prowess completely. If they don't exercise, even secret massage techniques are useless. When he felt a sharp nip from Nabi, Sungu snapped out of it. You're turning into a pig because you won't exercise. Meow! Start training, cat! Even though he was still sleepy, Sungu had to drag himself to exercise under Nabi's guidance. Follow my lead! Meow! And so, the divine secret technique was passed down to the Irupos out in the tavern courtyard. Nabi stood on his hind legs and began the routine. 1, meow, 2, meow, 3, meow. The other customers were also present and joined in. 1, 2, 3. Nabi switched positions, looking satisfied as he praised them. Everyone is doing quite well, meow. Next, try this move, meow. Seeing someone with bad form, he immediately corrected them. Not like that, do it like this, meow. While everyone else was focused on working out, only Ji-hyun was making a scene. Hey, how are you even supposed to rotate your leg at that angle? Unfazed, Nabi replied. You just do it, meow. It's because you aren't trying hard enough, meow. Unha was doing it even better, asking, like this? Nabi happily praised her, as expected of Unha. Meow, that's exactly right. Seeing Unha pull it off so easily, he compared her to Ji-hyun, who was struggling desperately. Unha really mastered that after just one try, huh? Nabi moved on to stretching, counting again. 2, meow. 3, meow. 4, meow. Say it louder, meow! Everyone chanted in unison, meow! Only Ji-hyun was trembling from the difficulty of the move. Noticing she was doing it wrong, he switched to a specialized coaching session. Don't be shy. Say it loud. Meow. Let's go again. Ji-hyun's face was as red as a tomato. She stammered. Meow. Nabi wasn't satisfied and stomped his foot. Not like that. Lower your back even more. Meow. Being scolded repeatedly made her want to dig a hole and hide. Sungu even stepped in to pour fuel on the fire. I think it's do it like this, meow. Being teased by the tavern owner like this, Ji-hyun was beyond furious and embarrassed. Mr. Sungu, you're surprisingly detestable. While Nabi urged her, hurry up and train, meow. She panicked and replied, I get it. I'm doing it right now. Ji-hyun finally shouted with a bright red face, meow! Nabi was finally satisfied and returned to his original spot. Very good, meow. On to the next move, meow. Meanwhile, Sungu joined in the training as well. Sometimes exercise isn't such a bad thing. On the wall, they didn't know that Terry had been watching them the whole time. The things Terry was seeing were just plain embarrassing. Both the ones doing it and the one watching are pathetic, aren't they? And that person was most likely Sungu, the guy who was enjoying the workout so enthusiastically. The weather was clear, and the sunlight shone everywhere. Min nodded in agreement. I will begin the challenge. Sungu folded his arms, watching him with a nod. Fair enough. It's about time you graduated anyway. Min replied obediently. Yes, thank you. At first, Min looked incredibly haggard, but now he seemed more full of life. Min smiled and exclaimed, I have to take the next step, don't I? Sungu wore a satisfied smile and praised him. You're doing great. He asked curiously, By the way, how is that guy with the surname Bach doing lately? Min sighed helplessly. You mean that guy? Lately, it seems like he's been taking it too easy. He thought for a moment before blurting out, I think it might be burnout syndrome. Sungu was a bit surprised and hesitated, so Min explained in more detail. It's because he's been working overtime with no time to rest, and he's back in that situation, the one that led to his biggest problem. Sungu asked curiously, the situation he faced? Min looked thoughtful as he said, the 100th rank, if he gets pushed out of that, it's game over. He doesn't know when his ranking will drop, so he's terrified. Sungu rubbed the back of his neck, helpless. I didn't think he was that fragile mentally. Min nodded in agreement before. It seemed like he wasn't focused on his missions either. I thought taking a break would help. Sungu asked in disbelief. He went to rest and he's still like that? Mine nodded. He's resting at home even more now, and it seems like he's drinking too. Having heard enough, Sungu ended the conversation there. He placed a very delicious-looking plate of food on the table and said, all right, round one. Mine nervously picked up his chopsticks to prepare to eat. He was extremely tense before this special mission. Mine reassured himself internally, stay calm and just follow the strategy. Seeing the owner bring out his phone, he asked, what's that for? Sungu replied excitedly, I'm going to take a picture of the winner. The wall challenge. Mine looked at the plate of food in shock. I haven't even taken a bite yet. Sungu said with confidence, when a tiger hunter loads their gun, it's because they are certain they can catch it. You only joined because you thought you'd win, right? You'll definitely win. Hearing him say that, the anxiety in Min's heart began to fade. He began to pick up the first bite of food to taste it, and 30 minutes later the plate was wiped clean. Sungu took a photo of Min and printed it out to frame on the wall. The reward for the stanner was a magical sword strike that crackled with electricity. If an opponent gets hit by it, they'll pass out. Min looked at the reward in his hand happily. Sungu picked up a cutting board and suggested excitedly, try throwing it! It's just a piece of junk anyway. I won't pass out, don't worry. Hearing that, Min didn't hesitate to put his strength into throwing the sword strike at him. The strike hit the cutting board in Sungu's hand with precision, releasing a powerful spark of electricity. He gleefully revealed that it has one more skill. The sword on the cutting board suddenly lifted itself off, and just like that, it teleported neatly back into Min's hand. He chuckled and explained, throw it, and it comes right back. You can retrieve it without any trouble. Min beamed, laughing out loud at that. Sungu quickly snapped a photo of the moment. Great expression, but maybe we should try this one? Min quickly replied, I like that shot, the last one was just me being careless. Sungu teased him, confused. But you look good when you smile wide. He shouted back shyly, sir, but he had to compromise with Min. All right, I get it. I'll just leave it as it is. Teased, Min could only helplessly sigh. You're really childish, sir, aren't you? Sungu didn't shy away and replied, that's exactly why I have such weird hobbies. In an instant, the scene shifted to a night scene at another apartment. Liquor bottles were scattered on the floor, and someone muttered sadly, the First Order, they're the ones who protect the world. Hang Hyuk lay on his bed, feeling miserable. I guess I really just don't fit in, huh? He muttered in despair. No friends? No girlfriend? Hang Hyuk asked himself. Does that guy even consider me a friend? After lying there for a while, he picked up the bottle and drank some more. Once the bottle was empty, Hang Hyuk's spirits lifted, and he felt stronger. Time to put on that coat one of these days. He slowly turned to get off the bed. Hang Hyuk then rested his chin on the bed, deep in thought. A moment later, he thought happily, so what if things are like this or like that? Hang Hyuk suddenly remembered Seunggu's effortless demeanor, and he said with conviction, that champion regressor will handle it. Then, Hang Hyuk tossed and turned on the bed until he accidentally tumbled to the floor. His face hit the ground, looking incredibly painful. Hang Hyuk's voice carried a sense of bitterness. He consoled himself, if I were a regressor, I'd be just like that too. Hang Hyuk gripped the bottle tightly and muttered, if this world just had that, I would have done better. Then, in a fit of rage, he threw the bottle. I could be stronger. I could actually do it. Once again, Hang Hyuk fell onto the floor, looking completely disheveled. He stared vaguely at the bottle in front of him, mumbling to himself. Hang Hyuk's voice grew faint and then trailed off. I could even be a hero. After that, he fell asleep on the floor. A silhouette entered from outside and loomed over Hang Hyuk. Sungu looked at the sight helplessly and sighed. How could you let yourself get like this? He carefully stepped over the bottles to get inside. Sungu sat down on a nearby chair. He assessed. Turns out he's a bit more childish than he looks. He set the water bottle he was carrying down. Sungu chuckled and said, I think he was saying something quite interesting. 9 years ago, when the first gate opened and monsters began to invade, many people disappeared. And after 3 years, those who disappeared suddenly reappeared. One by one, they told stories of how they had gone to another world and gained immense power. Here is how the public reacted to the situation. People watching the news all shouted, I'm so jealous! This was because before they disappeared and returned to this world, they had all been ordinary people. Sungu said in a low voice, As someone who has been through it, I wouldn't recommend you do that. He hoisted Hang Hyuk onto his back. But if this is what you want, I'll help you get your wish. Not knowing how much time had passed, Hang Hyuk slowly opened his eyes to see the strange scenery before him. He asked in shock, Am I still drunk? Is this a dream? Sungu spoke up from behind, making Hang Hyuk turn around to look. Welcome to Terra. He sat on a chair, seriously reading a book on warriors from another world. Hang Hyuk was shocked. Mr. Sungu, you spoke first. From now on, you have to go to Terra and save those who are in danger. Confused, he asked, Sir, don't ignore me. What exactly are you doing? Sungu unhappily closed the book. Just sit still and listen. I'm trying to explain it to you. Hang Hyuk gestured wildly. You call this crazy thing an explanation? What kind of hellhole is this? Sungu replied, confused. Crazy? This is the traditional way to welcome a warrior from another world. He said nostalgically, although originally, this was said by a beautiful woman. Or should I call her a goddess? You should consider yourself lucky. Sungu looked at Hang Hyuk and asked, But anyway, what do you think is happening? He became guarded immediately. He scanned the surrounding scenery. Hang Hyuk shouted, Is this what I think it is? Sungu replied calmly, Yeah. Hang Hyuk said in despair, Transferred to another world? Am I dead? I shouldn't have drunk that much. He teased him. If it were the normal way, you probably would have died from an accident or a stroke. Sungu continued, But since you aren't dead yet, you'll probably die from that alcohol someday. But not right now. Hang Hyuk couldn't help but wonder, This is still another world, right? Why am I even here? Sungu replied with a puzzled look, asking, What a strange thing to ask. You were the one who wanted to come here, weren't you? Hang Hyuk asked in shock. When did I ever say that? He repeated the guy's words back to him. If I could go to another world, if I could go back, if I were a warrior, I could have done better. That is exactly what you said. Hang Hyuk tried hard to recall what he had said while drunk, then erupted in anger again. I only said that because I was wasted. Why would you think I was being serious? Hang Hyuk continued to snap at him. Don't just stand there smiling and stop breaking into people's homes. That is trespassing, you know. Sungu gave a sheepish smile, my bad. Hang Hyuk wondered, what is wrong with this guy? Dragging someone into another world just like that. Suddenly it hit him. Wait a second, if he could bring me here. Hang Hyuk looked at Sungu and thought to himself, then he must be able to send me back, right? It means he's just watching over me for now. Thinking this, he gave Sungu a sly grin and moved closer, thinking to himself, here's my chance. He feigned submission, all right, fine. Since I can't go anywhere else anyway. Sungu laughed. It's fun to see you give up so easily. He asked with sparkling eyes. So, are you going to teach me anything cool? Sungu looked a bit cautious. Hang Hyuk replied excitedly, Aren't people who get transported to other worlds usually supposed to get some kind of special ability? Like magic regression, demonic cultivation, resurrection, or an infinite inventory? He asked happily. Or maybe I'll get some kind of gear? I don't want anything like a shield, though. Sungu looked at him and thought, This brat is pretty greedy. He cleared his throat and replied, Those things aren't guaranteed for everyone. Sungu explained, If you run into an opponent stronger than you, you're as good as dead. Real strength comes from a solid foundation. Hang Hyuk asked in a panic, So if I meet someone stronger, I'm just going to die? Sungu replied calmly, Unfortunately, that is exactly how it is. If you get outranked, that is the end of the road for you. He warned him seriously, Those cheap tricks don't work on the Demon King, because if they did, the gods would have already faced him, and not by humans. That is why warriors who rely on luck or deception always lose. Sungu slid a book toward Hang Hyuk. So you had better start learning from the basics. He complained indignantly. Seriously, man. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? Still smiling, he replied. And I don't have anything to teach you anyway because I didn't get any special skills when I came here. Hang Hyuk thought to himself, this guy is exactly the same Sung-gu from my world. You are in a much better spot than I was when I started. You are already a hunter and have combat experience. You will do just fine. The ground beneath Hang Hyuk suddenly gave way, and he fell down in shock before he could even react. Wait! Sung-gu watched his pathetic display with amusement. He smiled and called out, Warrior Park Hang Hyuk, please save Terra. Hang Hyuk shouted angrily. I curse you! Sung-gu replied cheerfully. 3 months here is only 3 days back on Earth, and I gave you a few tricks already. He looked at the information in the book and thought, the local language and dialect of Terra, along with the skill progression tracking window and the ability to teleport back to me in a life-or-death situation. Sung-gu smiled in satisfaction. He will learn plenty. He put the book away. If he doesn't learn it, I will just leave him there for a few more days. On the corner of the book, the name Park Hang Hyuk was written. Time in that place really did fly. Terra, 1 month later. Hang Hyuk stood in front of the quest board, deep in thought, then muttered unhappily, There are no good missions today. Someone nudged him in the back with their elbow. Kuze asked him, Hey Park, aren't you going to go eat? That was his friend Kuze. Hang Hyuk gave up helplessly. Fine, let's go eat. Today's quests are terrible anyway. The two quickly moved to an eatery, and a plate of food that looked delicious was set on the table. Hang Hyuk picked up a piece of meat and exclaimed, This is animal feed. Calling this food is an insult to food itself. Kuze didn't understand what he was saying, is that so? Hang Hyuk wondered. The meat smells like sweaty socks, and the fruit is all rotten. How can you guys even eat this? Kuze said between bites. But you're still managing to eat it, aren't you? Hang Hyuk shouted back in annoyance. I'm only eating this because I have to survive. But how can anyone stand eating the same stuff for a whole month? Meanwhile, Kuze was absolutely loving the meal. This 3-star lamb has so many perks. It speeds up recovery and even builds muscle. Hang Hyuk disagreed. He felt food should be about the flavor, not just the utility. Under the gazes of those around them, Kuze whispered, Hey mister, I respect that you're an otherworlder, but you really shouldn't just blurt things out like that. Hang Hyuk finally gave in and took a bite of the godforsaken meat. I thought miserably, eating this really makes me realize how amazing Jo Seong-gu's cooking was. Hang Hyuk sighed, eating is such a chore, man. A blue screen suddenly appeared in front of him, displaying an emergency quest. Your body is suffering from severe nutritional deficiency. Consume 4-star food within 1 week. Reward: unlock inventory access. Hang Hyuk was stunned by this bizarre system quest. He stared at the emergency screen. Severe nutritional imbalance. Eat 4-star rest of food within 1 week. He shuddered. What is this? It sounds as creepy as a ghost's death warrant. Kuze chimed in excitedly. Oh, I know what that means. Is it like a 2-horned unicorn grazing in a meadow? Hang Hyuk asked, confused. A 2-horned unicorn? Kuze began to explain enthusiastically. A 2-horned unicorn is actually... Before he could finish, Hang Hyuk cut him off. Stop. Don't explain. Let me think for a second, Hang Hyuk pondered seriously. If it's an emergency quest, then it must be that. Adventurer hero quests are split into 2 types, those chosen by the gods and those who aren't. He furrowed his brows and wondered, specifically, it's about whether or not you receive a quest from a god. Does that mean I've been chosen by a god? Hang Hyuk frowned deeply, lost in thought. He turned to Kuze. Hey, let me ask you something. Kuze replied eagerly. Sure, what is it? This feels like an important question, so I'll trade you for some dog treats. Seeing Hang Hyuk's dark expression, Kuze quickly changed his terms. 3 coins is enough, I guess. Hang Hyuk asked seriously, What's the difference between someone who's chosen and someone who isn't? Kuze explained honestly, the biggest difference is the quests. If you get a god's quest, it's way easier to level up. The boons you get from the gods are also a huge advantage. Hang Hyuk wasn't satisfied with that answer. I mean, what's the criteria for being chosen or not? Kuze looked a bit surprised. That's simple. Beck, you were summoned to this world, right? He explained in detail. If you were summoned directly by a god, you're 100% a chosen one. Or, if someone came in a god's stead, you're also chosen. Hang Hyuk grimaced. If that's the case, was that uncle at the restaurant a god or his proxy? I immediately dismissed the thought. Even if he's a regressor, calling him a god is ridiculous, though he could be an agent. Hang Hyuk slammed his payment on the table. I said 3 coins, not 1. Q's quickly stopped him. Wait, there's one more case. He dropped a key term, finding hidden pieces. Hang Hyuk blinked. Hidden pieces? Q's explained further, like discovering a hidden dungeon, or finding treasure. Q's listed off several scenarios, or if you do something that catches a god's eye, there are cases where you're chosen a bit later. That's what a hidden piece is. He added with a hint of condescension, that term is borrowed from Earth, though I guess you wouldn't know that. Hang Hyuk refused to back down. Who says I don't know it? Back when I was younger, I found tons of hidden pieces in games. I thought to himself, I found so many in The Last of Us. Wait, it's 2 pieces, right? If it's not 1, then it's plural. Q's asked in shock. You've found a lot of hidden pieces? Then there's still hope for you to be a chosen one. Hang Hyuk replied arrogantly. That's right, it must be. He figured it out. So that must be the condition for the hidden pieces. Eating only one thing for a month. Hang Hyuk grabbed Q's hand before he could take the money. Oh, he asked excitedly. Is there anything else? Like how to find out which god gave the quest? Kuze replied enthusiastically. Oh, definitely. There's a pattern engraved on the bottom right of the quest window. Just take it to a priest and ask. Hang Hyuk smiled in satisfaction. Good, now that's worth the 3 coins. He complimented Q's internally. I thought he was a total rookie, but he's actually pretty useful. Hang Hyuk turned to leave and Kuza cheered, Time to go buy those snacks. The scene shifted to a grand, sunlit castle. The person inside looked troubled. This is my first time seeing this pattern, too. I'll have to look into it. After a moment, they replied that it belonged to the god of sword and gluttony. Hang Hyuk shouted in delight, If it's the sword god, it's gotta be something else. Something a bit more majestic, right? Searching for the ultimate weapon among the king of all arms, he said excitedly. The god of victory should be a deer. No, wait. Just hearing that makes it sound like a win. Like it's going to finish off anyone it crosses paths with. While beaming, Hang Hyuk's smile froze. He looked at the person next to him, confused. What the hell is a god of gluttony? The person answered awkwardly. I'm not sure myself. I've never seen a god with 3 attributes like that. Hang Hyuk pouted skeptically. A god of gluttony, not a god of cooking? He had a headache trying to wrap his head around such a strange title. An inventory? Hang Hyuk suddenly realized that if he had one, he wouldn't need to carry heavy luggage anymore or hide his wallet in his pants for fear of pickpockets. He clapped his hands and shouted, All right, I'll take this quest. Hang Hyuk asked, full of enthusiasm. Heading north is all I need to do, right? The Winter Spirit Festival is happening there, isn't it? The other person nodded. Yes, that's right. His heart was burning with determination. The name that appeared in my dreams, so that's what it was. Hang Hyuk left the church full of energy. I'm going. A magnificent structure stood on the vast cliffside, the Pantheon. Seonggu looked at the words carved into the stone tablet, Sword God of Victory and Gluttony. He smiled and let out a breath. Reaching the human limit of level 98, he would become a god after gaining 1 more level here. Seonggu thought with satisfaction that once he became a god, his path and divine title, fitting his achievements, would be carved into the Pantheon. Jo Seonggu's first divine title was Sword. He had to prove himself by reaching the pinnacle as a swordsman. After that, the god level was 198, and reaching 199 would grant him a divine title after a long journey and many battles. Jo Seonggu reached level 200, defeated the Great Demon King, and earned his 2nd divine title, Victory. He had proven 2 titles simultaneously, Sword God, the strongest sword user, and God of Victory, who could never fail. Seonggu looked at the stone tablets seriously. If he couldn't maintain them, he would lose his godhood. He thought casually, whatever, nobody can beat me with a sword, and I don't intend to lose either. Seonggu turned around and muttered, The 3rd title is Gluttony. I'm not even sure about this one. He sat down, wondering, do I have to go back to Earth to break my limits again or something? Seonggu laughed. And here I thought I wouldn't be leveling up anymore. I've leveled up by cooking for others, but god of gluttony instead of god of culinary arts? Is it because Hestia is still around? Seonggu rested his chin on his hand, staring at the stone tablet for a long time without a word. He eventually laid down, feeling relaxed. I don't know, but as long as I'm leveling up, it's fine for now. Seonggu thought with hope. Who knows? Maybe someone like the Great Demon King will show up again, so I need to keep my strength up. He chuckled at his own thoughts. Feeding others gluttony to level up? What is that even? Guess I'm doing a good job as a restaurant owner. A notification appeared in Seonggu's book. Wasenbaek Hang-hyuk has completed the quest. Seonggu said with satisfaction, he's finally been granted permission to use his powers as he pleases. Received 155 experience points from Wasen. Wasen's treasure reward, an A-rank sword filled with Winter's grudge. He praised Hang-hyuk, well done. As for receiving the experience points, Gale had already told him. I know. Suddenly, Seonggu frowned while looking at the page. Wait, did he demand the item too? He jumped up in a panic and shouted, I forgot to retract the item reward! Hang Hyuk cursed him out in anger. That damn god, he complained furiously. You blood-sucking leech! I was happy thinking I got an A-rank sword, so why would you take it back? As Hang Hyuk was crying and screaming, something came flying through the air. You beggar god! A sword came plummeting down, slamming right into Hang Hyuk's face. He collapsed in the snow, groaning in pain. The people of Terra called this a divine punishment. The blinding sunlight beat down on the snow-covered mountain range, and Hang Hyuk ran for his life, head down and full speed ahead. He glanced back in a panic as he ran. If they catch me, I'm dead for sure! The group behind him didn't let up, chasing him while shouting, Catch that bastard! I'm going to crush you with this hammer! Just then, his face turned pale as he looked ahead. The system notification popped up. Magic Snow Festival. You must catch the goblins and cook the green onions that grow out of them. In a flash, a figure tore through the wind, racing ahead. The system set a condition. If you kill the Magic Snow Leader, you get a reward. You will receive a rare S-rank ingredient and a chance to obtain the remnants of the magic snow. One of the pursuers suddenly yelled, It's not over yet! Calm down, he hasn't done anything yet! Hang Hyuk heard them from around a corner and smirked arrogantly. Someone else scoffed, Bet Hang Hyuk isn't strong enough to catch the Magic Snow Leader, and without a party, he doesn't have a chance unless he gets lucky. Weaving through the crowd, he whispered to himself, You think Bet Hang Hyuk, would rely on something as vague as luck? Suddenly, he stopped when he bumped into the legs of the magic snow monster. The monster raised its sword high to strike, but Hang Hyuk had already anticipated its move. The sharp blade swung down, but Hang Hyuk dodged just in time. On Earth, he was the guardian of humanity, and his sudden disappearance left the magic snow monster confused. But on Terra, he was a thief. Hang Hyuk spoke coldly, activating his invisibility. He casually plucked a weed and said, Since this world has labeled me a thief after pulling it up, Hang Hyuk laughed arrogantly. I might as well play the part, right? With that, his body shot forward. Everything was flawless. Hang Hyuk asked with a touch of sadness, I devoured the remnants of the snow demon and received an A-rank sword as a reward. His voice deepened into a lament. I offered it to you, but you threw it back like a divine punishment all because of this. He mocked himself inwardly. I'm being forced to run from people who want me dead. Behind him, the mob was still seething with killing intent. We're going to kill you in the most painful way possible. Hang Hyuk just replied calmly. You think you're going to catch me? Then, he affirmed to himself, I am a guardian of Earth after all. No sooner had he finished speaking than he tumbled down the snowy slope, shouting excitedly, I'm the superstar, Hang Hyuk! The scene shifts to the Temple of Myriad Gods. A coughing fit suddenly overtakes Seonggu while he is reading a book. The book clearly states that Hang Hyuk has completed his mission and unlocked his inventory pouch. A thief has appeared on Terra. The following pages continue the description. A thief with the strength of a warrior, using his stealth abilities and inventory capacity to steal countless treasures. Because of this, the planet Terra has been unable to adapt to the situation. It has fallen into complete chaos. Reading this, the corner of Seonggu's mouth curls up involuntarily. Behind him, Renato's expression darkens instantly. He suddenly sighs and speaks up, Seonggu, your third divinity is gluttony. Seonggu nods slightly, his voice full of apology. Yes. Renato immediately lets out a laugh, but the laughter is tinged with confusion. You are the god of gluttony, not the god of thieves. So what is going on here? Can you explain this? Seonggu closes the book, his expression turning serious. I underestimated his abilities. I apologize. He breathes lightly and continues, he's quick, and his specialty is stealth. Stealth, but the real issue is his talent. Codename, Superstar. Upon hearing those 4 words, the other man becomes stunned. Codename, Superstar? Sungu rubs his temples and explains slowly. The more attention he gets from people, the stronger he becomes. Renato quickly realizes, so, the more notorious his thievery becomes, the more powerful he gets. He adds, furthermore, I accidentally unlocked his inventory skill. It's basically giving wings to a tiger. He pauses for a moment before continuing. He's known as the King of Thieves, and he's over level 80. Upon hearing this, the man speaks with a tone of suspicion. You have the eye of appraisal. And you made such a mistake? I can't believe it. His expression darkens. It is precisely because I have the eye of appraisal that I was fooled. The system states that the eye of appraisal has the ability to see through the skills and true nature of a target. Sungu continued his analysis, saying that the guy isn't a bad person. He just has his own unique perspective on justice. Renato, however, only grew more confused after hearing this. How could someone who understands justice still act in such a way? Sungu scratched his head, then replied reluctantly, because he's an earthling, and all Terra residents are good people. Renato pressed on. So, what are you trying to say? If you weren't a fellow countryman, would you not be able to understand his take on justice? Sungu sighed, feeling powerless, and answered, exactly. Renato's eyes suddenly flashed red, even when he looked through that gaze. He's not a bad person, either. A notification popped up in the system. The Demon Inspection Eye skill could detect malice. Renato murmured, trying to dig deeper. So he didn't steal with malicious intent? Sungu smiled faintly and replied, right. Just before he could finish, Renato interrupted him. He just wanted to relieve some stress, right? Sungu gave a slight nod in agreement. After a moment of silence, he concluded slowly, he must have been under a lot of pressure, trying to act like a leader, when in reality, he's just a cocky brat. Hearing this, Renato leaned in close and questioned, and he keeps having to do this on Terra because he could get away with it on Earth, right? Sungu could only offer a wry smile. I said, I'm sorry, okay? With that, he opened the book once more. He read the notifications silently. You have received 12,155 experience points from the god's avatar. Materials received, Millennium Vinegar, Unicorn Horn, Golden Goblin Spoon. Sungu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I turned off the offering function, but he sent these voluntarily. Unexpectedly loyal. He'd be so embarrassed if he knew I was that god. Flipping to the next few pages, his mood darkened instantly. All the items this idiot sent over belonged to those disgusting nobles. Back when he was fighting the Demon King, none of them were willing to cooperate, yet they were hoarding such high-quality materials all this time. At this thought, an idea flashed through Sungu's mind. It was commendable that the guy was still out there stealing. Should he send him on a mission to target the old king's treasury? Just then, Renato spoke up from behind. Sungu? He jumped, turning back. Huh? Yeah, what is it? Renato's eyes turned deep red again. I've detected a hint of malicious scheming in your intentions, Sungu said helplessly. Sorry, my avatar messed up after all. So this is my fault too. Feel free to deal with him. Hearing this, Renato clasped his hands together. Fine, I'll send my avatar. Sungu watched Renato, evaluating his godly resurrection status. Meanwhile, in a different scene, Hang Hyuk was still skulking in a dark corner. Just as a woman prepared for a sneak attack, Hang Hyuk was still nonchalantly thinking about how to make money. Should I make some extra cash? But as soon as he sensed the murderous intent behind him, he was hit with a penalty. After that blow, Hang Hyuk suddenly woke up in another place. At that moment, he heard Nabi's voice. Are you okay? Hang Hyuk kept looking around, asking, Where is this? Nabi calmly replied, This is a diner. You look tired. Hurry home and get some sleep. Hang Hyuk wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. I only remember up to the moment my throat was slit by someone called the executioner. Then, I instinctively checked his phone, then suddenly froze and gasped. A whole day has passed? Hang Hyuk shook, dazed and wondering, was it all just a dream? Then suddenly he shouted, calling out his status board. Hang Hyuk frantically opened the game system. No way, 6 months on Terra? I need to check the game system on my phone. His status board appeared right then. Seeing the numbers before him, Hang Hyuk immediately threw his phone away. Level 43? Even if I'm a genius jumping from level 28 to 43 in one night? His whole body trembled with excitement. That means, a second later, Hang Hyuk dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "Oh my God, I love you, oh monster God!" While shouting, he bowed his head and kissed the floor repeatedly. "I love you, I love you!" A moment later, Hang Hyuk jumped up, overjoyed. "Right! When I get back to the front lines, I'll use my authority to build a statue to worship the monster god." In another corner, Sungu covered his ears and groaned, "Stop it, you idiot!" But the guy couldn't hear him at all. "No, I'll build a shrine." Sungu could only cry out helplessly, "Stop it!" But Hang Hyuk kept cheering. "It's amazing!" Mine appeared from nowhere and without a word slapped him across the face. "Cut it out!" The scene shifted to the Area A branch. Hang Hyuk handed Min a piece of paper. He stared at the 2 points on the paper, then suddenly spoke up. "An application for the promotion match? You've never participated in this before." Min's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Something happened, didn't it?" Hang Hyuk just replied calmly, "Would you believe me if I said I was a regressor?" Min crossed his arms, saying in a tone of disbelief, "You think I'd believe that nonsense? That you became a regressor in just one day?" Hang Hyuk winked confidently. "I'm going to register for the promotion match and schedule a fight with someone ranked between 99 and 90. Hearing this, Min was a bit skeptical. "Doesn't the challenger have to bet a reward? Do you have something that could satisfy someone ranked that high?" Immediately, he drew his sword and affirmed, "I'll bet this. An A-grade magic sword." Seeing the sword glowing in Hang Hyuk's hand, Min couldn't help but admire it. "A fine blade. I can see its value clearly. Then there's only one choice left." After a few seconds of deliberation, he concluded slowly, "I couldn't believe you were using an inventory bag. This means you really are a regressor." Hang Hyuk burst out laughing. "Now you know." Mine suddenly turned cold. "Fine, damn it." He pulled out a stack of cash. "This is the price of the bet." Right after that, the money was divided among the guards. The whole group laughed. "I thought you'd use it to go on vacation after catching your spouse cheating." Someone else chimed in, "I thought you guys would all run away once I won the bet." Another guy laughed loudly. "Am I right or am I right? He'll head out on an expedition the second he gets that Excalibur sword." Suddenly, he gets all pissed off. "I feel like I've been played. Forget it. I'm taking the guild's support funds to the casino." The scene shifts to a mini-apartment, where Seung-gu is sitting back, sipping tea, completely at ease. The news on the TV starts playing. The Honorable Hunters of the Republic of Korea, superstar Baek Hang-hyo, has climbed the rankings. He is now at 92nd place. Hearing that, Seung-gu bursts into a mocking laugh, lost in thought. He said he'd break into the top 90, but he couldn't even make it past 91. After a moment, Seung-gu stretches lazily and mutters, "Well, at least I'm relieved he's not falling apart anymore. No more days of crying and begging to die. Even though his blessings and powers have been revoked, should I keep them in my inventory as a souvenir?" He holds the remote in his hand, letting out a long, sleepy yawn. "I've got the food and simple groceries prepped. Now what should I do?" The TV switches to another channel. "Welcome to the Zeon Fishing Grounds. Admission is free during the environmental maintenance period." Hearing that, Seung-gu looks a bit curious. "A fishing spot?" Suddenly, his eyes light up. "Fishing!" he exclaims. Seung-gu tosses his blanket aside and rushes out of the room. A moment later, he steps outside, happily hauling his fishing gear over his shoulder. "Sweet. Now let's close up shop and go catch some dinner." Since this is just a hobby, he's a bit rushed, but Seung-gu doesn't forget to tell Nabi, "The shop is closed for the day, so go play with Unha." Nabi immediately responds with excitement, "Got it. I'll keep an eye on the shop." Unha also bows obediently. "Please be careful, master." Seeing that, he smiles gently. Then, Seung-gu reaches out to pat them both on the head. "I'll be back soon." In a flash, he teleports to the fishing lake. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he freezes, scanning his surroundings. I looks a bit uncomfortable and sighs. This place looks pretty bad. After walking a few more steps, Seung-gu mutters, and there isn't a single signpost either. As he approaches a small hut ahead, an old man suddenly opens the window and says, "No entrance fee, but you have to rent the gear. Do you want to rent some?" Seung-gu smiles and replies, "No thanks, I brought my own." "But do you need bait?" the old man asks, then adds, "By the way, do you have a hunter's license?" Seung-gu looks a bit surprised and answers, "I have something equivalent. Why do you ask?" He thinks to himself, "I've got a fake regression certificate." The old man turns serious and slowly warns, "That thing has appeared." Seung-gu puts on a worried expression and asks, "That thing? The old man trembles as he explains, monsters. It seems there's a rift at the bottom of the lake. Seung-gu offers a slightly cautious smile. A rift, you say? A guess quickly crosses his mind. Maybe it's a monster, is that why the guild doesn't care about it? I thought maybe it was a sea monster. The old man adds, monsters might show up while you're fishing. That's why only hunters are allowed in. Seung-gu remains calm, no problem. But why would you run a business if there are monsters here? They even advertised it on TV. The old man explains, because business is actually pretty good. They even got offered a long-term contract for TV commercials, even if it's just a 2-second spot. Hearing that, Seung-gu immediately understands, so that's why it was so short. The old man asks to confirm one more time. So, do you really want to go in? He laughs casually. Of course. It's worth a little cleanup. Stepping inside, he picks up a trash grabber and meticulously picks up every piece of litter. After a while, the area around the lake is much cleaner. Satisfied, he says, this should do. Seung-gu brushes his hands clean and thinks, I need to make sure it's clean since this is the best relaxing spot near the shop. At that very moment, memories of years past come flooding back. Come to think of it, Dad always went fishing whenever he had time. Seung-gu calmly gazes at the peaceful scenery. The view unintentionally stirs up old memories. Fishing was his firefighter father's only hobby. The image of his father holding his hand on his rare days off becomes crystal clear in his mind. We would go to the reservoir together, hand in hand. Dad would always clean up the area before we started fishing. The flood of memories continues. Carp, catfish, crucian carp. We caught all kinds of fish. Even the familiar taste from those years seems to come alive in his mind. Dad made a delicious spicy fish stew. Thinking of that, Seung-gu feels a sense of joy. Eating the spicy stew his father made felt like a reward. Snapping out of his memories, he swings his fishing rod over his shoulder and says, that's why my hobby is fishing too. He leisurely casts his line into the lake. Cleaned up enough. Now time for the first cast. The surface of the lake is covered in floating lotus flowers. The sight catches him by surprise. Can't believe the water here is this murky. With so many lotus flowers, is it because of the rift? After observing for a few seconds, Seung-gu forms a conclusion in his head. If the water quality drops, the fish population will plummet. There will only be a few varieties left that don't taste very good. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curls up with interest as he says, or rather, the fish here. Just then, the fishing rod starts to twitch. He pulls it up immediately and continues his thought, are the perfect ingredients for making monster food. The rod shakes violently, and the line pulls taut. Seung-gu looks down at the water, reeling in the catch while excitedly saying, let's see what we've got. He quickly jerks the rod up, and a large fish leaps out, startling him. He looks at the struggling fish and smiles. Why is it that you show up everywhere I go? The fish glares back at him. It's a humpbacked goby, a fish no angler likes. They appear everywhere, and no matter how you fish, you always end up catching one of these. But he drops it into the bucket, thinking, as for the taste, the image of people who had tried eating this fish and vomiting makes him think helplessly. 100%. It kills your sense of taste. It literally tastes like chewing on dirt and sand. The chef handling the fish is also seen plugging their nose in defeat. This stench lingers for hours, and the people eating it end up clutching their throats. Their faces would turn pale, and choking on those fish bones was almost inevitable. The bones were both sturdy and sharp, piercing right into their mouths. In the end, everyone fell victim to this fish. Honestly, this is the one fish you really shouldn't try to catch. Meanwhile, Seung-gu calmly smiled as he looked down at the fish in the bucket, but it didn't matter. His hand gripped the fishing rod again, excitedly telling himself that this was the one he wanted to catch. Elsewhere, a man was wandering around searching for something. The man shielded his eyes from the sun and sighed. It's been a long time, hasn't it? He was Lee Jong-hun, the supervisor from the Disaster Recovery Committee, and then he stood in the middle of a lake. He held his nose and groaned, complaining that the fishing area had really gone downhill. It used to be such a beautiful place. Suddenly, he spotted an old man standing in the distance, who quickly pulled his hat down to hide his face from Jong-hun. It left him bewildered as the fishing lake manager opened the door to the nearby wooden cabin and slowly stepped inside. Seeing that, he awkwardly scratched his head, thinking, it's been 9 years, huh? And recalled the file he had received at the office. The owner of this Ford fishing area had requested a resolution for the problems occurring in this zone. Jong-hun held his head, set the file down, and made his decision, even though he was a frequent visitor here. I already turned them down. After all, this isn't exactly worth wasting manpower on. In reality, as Jong-hun trudged away, he whispered, I know there's no one to help. But I'm only human after all. He walked along the lakeshore, trying to remember the file. According to the report, fishing was still possible here. In front of him was a fishing spot with a chair already set up. The report also mentioned an area infested with slimes, which had to be rated at F rank. As Jong-hun walked in, he saw Shungu fishing inside. I excitedly waved, Hello there. Jong-hun was startled and replied, Greetings. Jong-hun looked at him and silently concluded, This guy is the nameless regressor, Seonggu. I've run into someone troublesome. Afterward, he looked down at the bucket of fish Seonggu had caught. Jong-hun pinched his nose, trying to avoid the unpleasant odor. Why are there so many humpback chubs here? Seonggu calmly explained, I'm catching them to cook. Surprised, the man asked, Cooking with humpback chubs? Seonggu's expression was full of excitement as he cast his line again and confirmed, Yes, they're excellent ingredients. To be precise, they're excellent ingredients for making weapons. The dishes I make with humpback chubs could practically be considered biological weapons. Jong-hun looked at him with a mix of anger and dissatisfaction, thinking to himself, Is he planning to send hunters to the afterlife with a dish made from humpback chub? Then, pointing at the pile of fish, he couldn't help but issue a warning. I don't know if you're aware of this, but you can't sell food as a biological weapon in a restaurant. You're treating your customers a bit poorly. Hearing that, Seonggu just smiled and sighed, while Jong-hun continued to look him up and down, evaluating him. He silently realized, Does he know I'm a restaurant owner? In that case, he must be connected to the gate occupation forces. Finally, Seonggu smiled and looked at him, explaining, I'm sorry, I was busy fishing, so I didn't explain it clearly. I don't intend to sell them. He added, I'm just planning to use them as a weapon to deal with some slimes around here. Beside him, Jong-hun looked even more bewildered and asked, Dealing with slimes? He thought about it and sighed in defeat. So you're planning to catch other monsters with this horrific fish? Next, Seonggu quickly pulled his rod up again, excitedly declaring, It can even kill dragons! So what's a few slimes? Jong-hun was stunned, thinking, Dragons are recognized as the strongest and most difficult monsters to deal with. He imagined a dragon coughing up blood and muttered to himself, And he kills dragons by cooking? Jong-hun wondered, confused. Is this regressor joking? Finally, he turned away in resignation. He's a regressor who conquered an SS rank gate, so he must be telling the truth. Afterward, Jong-hun sat down on a nearby chair. Still looking at him with suspicion, he asked, Can you really catch slimes with just food? Seonggu calmly confirmed, Of course, it's very simple. Jong-hun felt a bit panicked, imagining him running around happily with a spray bottle, as he said. It's like killing bugs with insecticide. Confidently, the fishing rod in his hand shook again, and Seonggu smiled, concluding, Dragons are just big lizards. They just happen to know how to use magic. They aren't that hard to handle. Although they're strong, their self-control is very poor, and they are easily manipulated by their desires. Saying that, he held up the small fish he had just caught. He laughed and said, So they fall for traps easily, just like carp. Jong-hun hesitated, stammering, Carp. Seonggu's expression suddenly turned cunning as he cast the bait. In my experience, if you bait them with food, they'll bite every time. Even though there are many different types of dragons, they all share one thing in common, Red Dragon, right hand of the demon king Kylius. Seonggu walked with a large iron plate in hand, filled with determination. The only reason he won was, on the iron plate was a glowing molten mass. He set it on the ground, then Seonggu looked up and smiled with total confidence. Even Kylius couldn't resist. A flavor it had never tasted before. Behind him, 3 team members looked at him helplessly, while he still smiled cunningly and whispered, Come here and try a bite. It's time to eat, you big lizard. Currently, Jong-hun also cast his line and wondered, But I heard that dragons can eat anything without any problems. Seonggu replied calmly, That's true. The man's expression was a bit strained as he asked back, So, what are you feeding it? He asked, twisting his wrist with a mysterious air. My ultimate dish, that's what. To put it simply, it's an unbeatable dish when it comes to monster slaying. Then, he suddenly thought of Gray. Though, of course, the finishing blow still has to be dealt with a sword, since my teammate insists on it. He shouted in deep frustration, "At least pretend to swing a sword, will you?" Jung-hun, startled by this, stood up and asked, "An ultimate dish? Is there really such a thing?" He chuckled, explaining, "I told you, didn't I? It's a dish, but it's also a weapon." Then, Seung-gu looked down at the fish pond, emphasizing with confidence, "And it's exactly what I plan to use to catch that slime." Jung-hun stared blankly at his confidence. Finally, he looked down at the fishing rod in his hand, stood up, and walked toward him, asking, "Is there anything I can do to help?" And then Seung-gu looked down at his pile of fish and suggested, "I still haven't caught enough humpback mahseer. I need about 60 more." With a look of pure determination, Jung-hun cast his line into the pond. Seung-gu enthusiastically declared, "Let's finish this today. The ultimate combination for a feast of divine liquor and food, the meal and drink that symbolize immortality. Food of the gods is said to bestow many blessings upon those who eat it. But among the divine offerings, there sat a single cube of charcoal black, a deadly meal capable of killing even a god. This is the 5-star Ragnarok of the gods dish." As Seung-gu fished, he fell into thought. The Ragnarok I made before was just a crude imitation. The cooking process is incredibly difficult, and the ingredients are nearly impossible to find. I thought back to the red chicken he had gleefully defeated, musing, but even that knockoff managed to take down Kalius. He then looked down at the pile of fish he had caught. He wondered, "So, what happens if I use that Ragnarok recipe on a regular, crappy-tasting fish?" At that thought, Seung-gu couldn't help but let out a devious grin, squinting as he stared at the fish. Answering his own question, Ragnarok, freshwater edition, should I call it the Destruction Humpback Mahseer? As the fish swam in circles in the water, Seung-gu wondered what would happen if he kept experimenting with more things. Maybe one day I'll create a 6-star dish. That evening, at a pavilion by the lotus pond, the caught fish lay wriggling in a bucket. Seung-gu stood up, looked at the pond, and asked, "Do you come to this fishing spot often?" Next to him, Jung-hun wiped away sweat and looked at his fishing rod, replying, "I used to come here often. It's already been 9 years, hasn't it?" He smiled with a touch of regret. It wasn't like this back in the day. Jung-hun thought back to his youth, when he used to catch so many different kinds of fish in this pond. Lots of catfish and carp instead of humpback mahseer, and the water was crystal clear. It's not like it is now. Back then, the pond manager would stand by his side, watching him enjoy the fish dishes he prepared. When I had a big catch, the manager would sometimes cook me meontang. It tasted absolutely divine. Seung-gu was a bit surprised. "The manager cooked for you?" Jung-hun confirmed. "He used to be a famous chef." Hearing this, Seung-gu grew a bit excited. If that's the case, his cooking skills must have been amazing. He grinned excitedly and gave a thumbs up. "Oh, for sure. I've had that dish in many places across the country, but his meontang was still the best." Seung-gu looked off into the distance with a hint of regret. "I hope I get to taste it one day, too." Then Seung-gu turned to leave. "Well, I'm going to start cooking now." Jung-hun called out, "I'm counting on you." The two of them went to a brick stove in the yard, and Seung-gu filled it with water. Then, he snapped his fingers decisively. The fire at the bottom of the pot erupted instantly, surprising Jung-hun, lighting a fire without fuel. He stood still to the side, watching him meticulously. It's like magic or alchemy. He stood behind him, watching him pour the fish into the pot, thinking, "He said this dish is a type of weapon. It's closer to magic than cooking." Meanwhile, Seung-gu was enthusiastically testing his new recipe, continuously adding fish. The recipe for the humpback mahseer. Destruction number 1. Toss 100 kilograms of gutted humpback mahseer into a pot of clean water. After that, he added seasonings, then adjusted the flavor with salt, black pepper, and soy sauce. Seung-gu stirred, waiting in anticipation, stirring until it reached a boil. Jung-hun, standing behind him, watched the actions in astonishment. "If I may ask, are you actually cooking?" Stirring calmly, he replied, "Yes, I'm preparing to cook. I need to focus right now, so please, keep quiet at all costs." Seung-gu closed his eyes, concentrating with unwavering resolve, and whispered. Energy surged around his hands, gripping the ladle, a dish that could kill gods and allow humans to surpass their limits. The pot began to boil violently, and the water changed color. The key technique is the true fire, combined with eternal life and death. He imagined the body of anyone who ate it being incinerated. Those who consumed the Ragnarok would suffer endlessly. Eternal destruction and the regeneration of the body. They will gradually turn into black ash through this process. The original body will shatter, only to attain a new one. Then, that body will regenerate again and again, becoming a body that transcends the divine. Sungu stirred, filled with anticipation. He watched the energy pouring into the pot, though that would only happen if the person could actually survive it. He looked at the raging fire and took a step back, thinking, even I'm not sure if I could survive eating this right now. The fish inside were also screaming, being burnt to a crisp, especially since the main ingredient, humpback mahseer, had no buff effects. Behind him, Young-hun looked at him with suspicion as night deepened. He wondered, this is really magic, isn't it? Meanwhile, a monster resembling a tangle of sludge soaked in chemicals, a weapon to block large-scale dimensional gates, the Zero form, a biological weapon created by scientists from another planet. Gunya, a scientist wearing a protective suit, reached his hand toward the container holding that grotesque liquid. Even though it was originally created for the purpose of fighting off monsters invading through gates, the person calmly opened the lid. The monster instantly lunged, wrapping itself around the scientist's body. Its slimy body tried to devour the scientist. After escaping the container, the Zero form absorbed everything it saw and expanded, even consuming an entire planet. And eventually, it became the very first creature to destroy its own homeworld. Later, when there was nothing left to devour, the Zero form discovered a rift and shrank itself to escape through it. It arrived on Earth and is continuing its expansion process once again. The secretions it releases are entangling the fish in the pond as it looks around with its suspicious eyes. Or maybe there's no prey left, so it's just rising to the surface. The water's surface ripples violently. Suddenly, a chunk of food falls in, catching its attention. What is this? It quickly stuffs the food into its mouth, chewing and trying to get a feel for it. I've never tasted this before. Its lips are trying to process this strange new thing. This flavor. It's being burned to a crisp, shrieking in agony. Its body is transforming. My cells are on fire, it's a neurotoxin. Its eyes bulge out in pain, telling itself no. It's a chemical weapon from this world, one that self-destructs cells. How dare they trap me? It and the surrounding water are constantly evaporating. The creature decides, I have to endure it. I have to hold on until my body adapts. Once I fully absorb this, I'll become an even more powerful weapon. In the end, its body begins to wither away, but deep down it's not ready to give up. No, they're burning, I'm going to die like this. Finally, it's burned down to nothing but an eye. So that's how it is. This chemical weapon is the real deal. Its body is slowly sinking into the crack. It thinks to itself that this would be perfect as a weapon to block the dimensional gate beneath the lake. The crack is slowly being revealed. Sungu stands silently observing them, wondering with a hint of doubt, is it really wiped out? There's no way to know for sure if it's gone. Sungu finally just sighs, well, so be it. He looks down at the rushing water, deciding he has to check the rift himself. Underneath the lake, the rift is turning red. Sungu stares blankly at the rift, muttering, this thing, the slim, scorched into pieces, is still emitting smoke. Sungu walks toward it, concluding, this is way beyond the scope of a slim. This is easily Demon King level. Hai inspects the body closely to confirm, but seeing the rest of it still melting, he thinks, I guess this is the temporary solution. Suddenly, a tremor makes Sungu a bit surprised. A surge of energy flows through his body. Sungu looks at his hands, thinking, this feeling, don't tell me. A system notification chimes. Joe Sungu has leveled up from 256 to 257. Meanwhile, at the Gonya ruins, the Slim's carcass is still decomposing. Sungu mutters, so that means he rubs his chin, looking at the massive, slimy corpse, and realizes this guy was actually the Demon King Slim that destroyed this planet. And I accidentally killed it by cooking, and leveled up because of it. Its level seems to be much higher than I thought. He sighs, looking at it with a bit of regret. For such a Slim, your tolerance for weird food is surprisingly low. He scans the area, hands on his hips, thinking, it was strong enough to turn this planet into a total mess, after all. In front of Sungu, the pile of remains continues to decompose. Sungu figures, if it had managed to absorb the stuff I cook, Earth would have been in real trouble. Suddenly, he spots something. Sungu reaches down, sits, and examines the ground. This planet has no mana, but the soil is actually pretty fertile. Is that why the Slim was weak against magic? He looks at the handful of dirt in his hand, thinking, it's quite rich, isn't it? If that's the case, Sungu's hand suddenly clenches, his face lighting up with excitement as he makes a decision. This will make for great soil for planting. Finally, he stands up, dusting off his hands, and adds, good. Since I've cleared the Slim out of this unclaimed land, doesn't that mean I'm the owner? Sungu snaps his fingers, deciding, I need to prove my ownership of this place. So I'll just leave a mark here. A sigil slowly appears on the ground. Next, he waves his hand to create a magical doorway, thinking, I should also create a gate connecting to the basement. Sungu slowly steps into the doorway, repeating, I really should make a gate that links to the basement. The next morning at the Isaac Branch A office, a loud shout erupts. Jung-hun sits in his chair, laughing excitedly. The monsters have been completely wiped out and the rift is closed. This feels amazing. Suddenly, a noise makes him regain his composure as he looks over. Branch manager, the scientist says, just as excited, offering a suggestion, the poison that killed the Slim. Can we study it? If we can, I think we should develop this toxin into a military weapon. It would be the discovery of the century. The look on his face is full of determination as he tries to persuade him. As long as I know the ingredients used, replicating it is entirely possible. You just need to introduce me to the creator. But Jong-hun's face is full of annoyance. It makes the guy stop. Jong-hun asserts, replicate it, my foot. The scientist asks with some doubt, I beg your pardon? Then Jong-hun stares him down, spelling it out. The ingredients used? Anchovies, horse mackerel, salt, pepper, and garlic. The scientist trembles while Jong-hun points at him, enthusiastically recounting the process. While I'm at it, let me tell you how it was made. You stir the ingredients well while boiling them in water. The scientist looks confused. That's just, but Jong-hun covers his face, cutting him off. That's right. That poison was just a meal. A ridiculous dish called humpback anglerfish devastation. The scientist adjusted his glasses, completely baffled, wondering if it were truly possible to annihilate a slime with just one meal. But his processor quickly overloaded, flashing an error warning. In the end, he could only nod silently with smoke pouring from his head, muttering, I'll just write, I don't know in the report. Jong-hun agreed, sounds reasonable. After he left, Min stepped in. He walked toward the manager with a confident smirk and asked, So, do you finally understand the teacher's skills now? Jong-hun praised him. You kids really are sharp, aren't you? How did you know this had something to do with the regressor? Hearing that, Min just shrugged and smiled. It's not me, manager. You're just too easy to read. Realizing he'd been called out, Jong-hun blushed and backed away, shouting, Are you a psychic or something? Mine denied it. I don't have that kind of skill. Finally, Jong-hun cleared his throat to regain his composure. Whatever, forget it. Now I understand why you said those things about him. Mine replied confidently. Finally, you understand me. Suddenly, the manager recalled the sight of Sungu fishing and involuntarily blushed, admitting, That's right. Actually, even though we're both men, I find him strangely attractive. His forearms when he's fishing, they look so amazing. Standing opposite him, Min lamented the difference in leadership, stating, It really is like comparing night and day. Hearing that, Jong-hun scowled and glared at him. Who is he talking about exactly? Yao brat! Then, pointing his finger in frustration, he insisted, When it comes to leadership, nothing proves he's better than me. Not in problem-solving, nor in guidance. Those are two completely different things. Seeing the manager getting angry, Min quickly clarified, I wasn't comparing you two. I was comparing the teacher to Baek Kang-hyuk. Realizing his mistake, Jong-hun blushed again. Oh, is that so? Well, anyone is better than him. Suddenly, he raised his hand with a sycophantic expression. You're in the top 3 most reliable people I've ever known. Manager Ha, the second is the Secretary General. Hearing that, he crossed his arms, gave a strained smile, and tried to change the subject. The Secretary General? Right, he's a reliable guy. Min smiled in agreement. He really is completely different from the teacher, but even so, he's still a trustworthy person, isn't he? Jong-hun mused, Those two are as different as a recovery potion and a horror movie. Min replied, More like a righteous hero and a dark hero. They both remembered the silhouette of the Secretary General, Isak Juhyuk Jin, a cold man who would use any means necessary. His reflexes were so fast they left others speechless, and his sharp decision-making had never failed him in any chess match. Those were the things people used to describe him. Yonghun's eyes suddenly grew wary of his own thoughts. The day the Secretary General and Jo Sung-gu were to meet, a massive bomb would go off between them, and it worried him deeply. I don't think I have the confidence to control all of this. In reality, Yonghun stepped up and patted Min's shoulder. Listen to me, Min. He looked at him with an expression full of trust. As the branch manager, I'm going to grant you a special privilege. Min sensed something bad and asked, what is it? The manager declared, from now on, don't tell me anything regarding the regressor, Jo Sung-gu. You don't need to share or report a single thing. Min froze in confusion. Realizing the intent, he smiled indignantly and shouted, what kind of privilege is that? Are you telling me to take all that to the grave with me? But Yonghun ignored him, covering his ears and forcing a smile. If I know, the Secretary General will know too. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, you know. Finally, he stressed, leaving Min grinding his teeth in helpless frustration. So, keep that in mind. Now give me today's activity report. Suddenly, Min spoke loudly. Today, I stopped by the shop. Yonghun's face darkened with embarrassment. What? The shop? Inside, he was already screaming in anger. This kid, I told you not to report these things. Min's expression turned serious and incredibly annoyed as he kept talking. I sensed an abnormal entity in the basement, and I am reporting this, because I'm worried it might spread. But Yonghun ignored him, covering his ears, shaking his head and shouting, I can't hear you! He started singing loudly, leaving Min in a state of fury. Trembling with frustration, the manager continued to sing, even if the East Sea dries up, even if the northern mountains crumble. Finally, Min turned around, slammed the door shut, and left, complaining, good grief. Is he Baek Kong-hyuk? How can he be so childish? Min stood still, lost in thought. Forget it. But what exactly is in the basement? I could only sense it slightly, but it felt just like a boss monster. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Warriors restaurant, a gift from his former colleague Renato, the pudding slime was being kept there. The pudding slime was eating the food on the plate. It was a rare creature capable of creating sweet pudding in exchange for leftovers. In a corner of the room, the pudding slime was staring at the other slime. There was one more, Formula Zero, who was trembling in fear. To think it's lasted this long, that's amazing. But what should I do? Now it's become a weapon meant to seal the Formula Zero dimension portal. Scrambling out of the charred, gooey mess, it struggles to move, despite the state of its entire body. It was oxidized after being consumed by Sung-gu's destruction. By adapting and separating itself, it managed to survive. It passed through the portal that Sung-gu opened. Looking at that slime pudding, it thinks to itself, good, there's something here that looks like me. Then it prepares to speak, thinking, if I absorb it, I'll be back to normal. Then I'll absorb all of you. As its body slowly begins to soak up part of the slime pudding, it ends up just changing color, making it shout in frustration, why didn't I get any bigger? Even though my body changed color. The slime trembles in helplessness, secretly thinking, does this bastard have better skills for me to steal? But just then, a block of jelly squirts out of its body. The slime looks at the piece of pudding with some suspicion, wondering, what is this? Basic division? If it takes this much energy, then it should be a good skill. Suddenly, footsteps make it turn its head in a panic, and a familiar voice rings out. It's pudding, an actual food item. The slime trembles, too terrified to make a sound. Sung-gu looks down at it, his face showing a hint of anticipation as he approaches. You made it through the portal I created? And you're still alive? Not bad. Then he looks around, his face darkening with anger as he emphasizes, it looks like you've absorbed my slime pudding. Sung-gu looks down at it, sizing it up. But looking at your size, which hasn't changed, I guess you've lost the ability to grow. It screams in fear. No way, he's figured it out. You can't speak without vocal cords, can you? Sung-gu waves his blue flames, looking down at it furiously, though the strike doesn't land. Regardless, I'm still pretty pissed off that you ate that slime pudding. His face turns dark as he raises his sword, preparing to strike. His voice gritted, I can't be lenient anymore. I'm going to finish you in one blow. The slime screams in terror, clutching its head as tears stream down, its mind shouting, please spare me. But as it waits, the blow never comes. It sobs, opening its eyes to peek upward. Sungu has frozen mid-air because of a fragrant scent. He gradually calms down and looks at the ground. What is this smell? Under the plate next to the trembling slime lies a piece of delicious-looking pudding. Sungu wonders, was this created from that pudding? Sungu lowers his sword with one hand and picks up the jelly with the other to inspect it. This scent. He looks at the soft, elastic jelly being gently squeezed in his hand, coming from that pudding. Sungu doesn't hesitate. He puts it straight into his mouth to taste it. His face immediately lights up with happiness as he tastes the jelly. Sungu becomes completely immersed in the flavor, not even noticing Eansik in front of him. Apple, apple. It's a flavor I've never tried on Earth or Terra. Is it because this thing is from another world? He looks down, propping his chin with his hand, lost in thought for a long time. What should I do with it? This actually tastes better than the last slime pudding, but even if it looks like this, it's still the Slime Demon King, and from a moral standpoint, I can't let it go. Seeing Sungu's contemplative face, it breaks into a cold sweat out of fear. Is he debating whether or not to kill me? But a second later, he picks up his sword and announces to Eansik, I've decided. The trembling creature has to look up. Sungu calmly stores his sword away while telling Eansik, first, I'm going to read your memories. From inside the turquoise spatial portal, he pulls out a large geared clock. Sungu gently holds the large clock in front of it as a reminder. Then I'll make my decision. The time ring. A large clock designed with many hands, shimmering colors on the edges and surrounded by round gems. A divine tier item that allows you to catch a glimpse of the target's memories. Eansik looks at the time ring, and though not as terrified as before, he is still anxious. He's going to read my memories. The very next second, he uses the time ring, which emits soft rays of light spreading outward. Sungu kneels on one knee on the ground. Eyes closed, he points the ring toward Eansik, his brows furrowed in seriousness. The space around Sungu becomes still, and Eansik's expression shifts from anxiety to anticipation. Watching the time ring, Sungu seems hesitant after seeing the memories. Standing there, stared down by Sungu's gaze, Eansik is pale with anxiety. Eyes squeezed shut, body trembling, it awaits the verdict. Why is he intentionally dragging it out? This bastard is terrified of death. Outside the shop door, the figures of Min and Hang Hyuk can be seen. A few days later, Hang Hyuk shares with Min with great interest, there are a lot of smelly foods in the world, like Chinese stinky tofu, Japanese kusia dried fish, and Korean fermented skate. The food here smells a bit, but I bet once you eat it, you'll get hooked. Seeing this, Min just sighs and replies obviously, isn't it normal to eat good food? Mine looks a bit grumpy at the way he is so seriously sharing this as they push the door open. It doesn't matter if it's the taste, texture, or smell, it's all gross. Suddenly, the tip of Hang Hyuk's shoe suddenly touches Eansik on the ground. He turns to look with a questioning expression full of confusion. It's bouncy. The next second, Hang Hyuk is terrified by Eansik, who is holding a tray underneath him. He recoils in horror. Mine sees it, and his expression shifts from grumpy to surprised. Hang Hyuk points helplessly at Eansik, asking, Boss, what is this? Sungu happily crosses his arms, showing off his trophy to the two of them. This is my new employee and air freshener. Smells good, right? Only then does he squat down and take a deep whiff of the scent coming from it. Now that you mention it, it does smell like flowers. It feels like we're on vacation in a warm southern country. Meanwhile, Eansik throws Hang Hyuk a look of disgust. But as soon as he reacts, he rushes over, frantically questioning him. Wait, that's not right. Isn't that a monster? Sungu still answers calmly and happily. You could call it that too. But Hang Hyuk remains strongly opposed. Whatever you call it, it's still a slime, he retorts irritably. Quickly pulling back his coat, Gang Hyuk reached inside for his gun. If it was multiplying, this would be a huge problem. As a frontline veteran, he couldn't just ignore it. But he suddenly froze when he saw CEO Seung-gu's calm, smiling face. Gang Hyuk's face went pale, and he slowly lowered his hands, abandoning his initial plan. That's right, this fake regressor. I wouldn't let it slide if he shot the slime he was keeping as a pet. He stood there, brow furrowed, struggling with himself as his inner turmoil grew. Once again, he pulled the gun from inside his coat. Gang Hyuk gripped the gun, his expression serious even though he was still anxious inside. No, I have to do what needs to be done. I am blessed by the god of swordsmanship and victory. Gang Hyuk even raised his voice to seriously remind him that as a boss on the front lines, this was completely unacceptable. Letting a monster roam free in a restaurant was a different story from keeping a shape-shifting cat. Sung-gu just kept smiling, resting his chin on his hand as if he were listening, then asked back, "I guess you're right. So do you have a solution?" Seeing that, he was startled and frustrated, shouting out, "Do you think there's a solution for this?" Sung-gu didn't answer, just folded his arms and sighed with a look of disappointment. "Really? I waited for you two because I thought you'd know what to do." Right then, Min spoke up from the side with a calm expression. "It's not like there isn't a way." That made Gang Hyuk dumbfoundedly turn to look at him. Min suddenly picked Eun-sik up with both hands, causing it to drop its service tray. "But first, I have a question." Min teased Eun-sik, rubbing it playfully as his own expression became relaxed and cheerful. "What kind of slime is this exactly?" It wasn't like a normal slime. Their bodies were usually acidic, but this one was harmless, and it even smelled good and felt soft. Eun-sik, being teased, was angry and tried to squirm free. "Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like a dog?" Sung-gu stood behind the counter to answer his question. I removed the toxins from its body last night," he replied happily. His hand didn't stop rubbing Eun-sik's head. "I see. If that's the case, then there is a way." He looked over at Nabi, who was happily standing on her hind legs in the back, and suggested, "Report it." One of his abilities was taming. He was a bit surprised to hear Min's suggestion. Taming was an ability to domesticate and manage monsters. Since he was already keeping a shape-shifting cat, it wasn't that strange. Then Min asked curiously what the slime's name was. Sung-gu seemed to have taken his advice and happily replied, "Yansik." Yansik immediately jerked his head up in surprise. The moment Min set it back down, it realized that was its name. Min was quite intrigued. He pulled a notebook from his pocket and started taking careful notes. Since it's a slime, it'll be classified as combat type. You could even receive a training subsidy if you register it as a combat monster, but you'll also be summoned if a gate appears. He stood there with his arms crossed, his handsome face showing clear dissatisfaction and helplessness. "I really don't want to get called in." Min's next words made both Sung-gu and Gang Hyuk stare in shock, then just forged the documents and listed as an F-rank slime. He asked back in disbelief, confused. "I can do that?" Min explained with a wry smile while writing in his small notebook, "You can. You know, the branch manager has handed all your issues over to me." Seeing that, Sung-gu sighed in relief, feeling a bit happier inside. Maybe he saw right through everything about Eun-sik, but it seemed he didn't want to dig any deeper. Below, Eun-sik was so touched it was trembling, its eyes watering. Yansik, a name like that? Finally, Min happily reiterated the final decision. "Then I'll report this slime's rank as F. Your business won't be affected." Sung-gu smiled happily and gratefully. "Thanks." Gang Hyuk stood there, dumbfounded and helpless, watching the two of them chatting away so casually. In Gang Hyuk's heart, there was only despair and helplessness. He screamed internally, "Branch manager, I think they're plotting something here. What am I supposed to do?" Sung-gu also happily asked Min, "Do you want some pudding?" Min didn't hesitate and replied cheerfully, "Yes, if you're offering." Just then, Nabi happily brought over a cup of coffee and announced to Gang Hyuk, "Here's your coffee." He took a sip of the coffee, while Gang Hyuk held the menu in his other hand to order. Damn it! I tried to stop them. That should be enough. Taking a look at the hunter's menu for the day, a special item caught his eye. Lamb steak. Gang Hyuk immediately waved excitedly at Nabi to order. "I'll take 3 portions of lamb steak." Seeing that, she turned back and teased him happily. "Wow, you really have a big appetite, don't you?" He sat back stylishly, proudly bragging. "I'm a guy who survived half a year on Terra. You could say that monster meat isn't a challenge anymore. It's just part of my daily life." Nabi's eyes sparkled as she generously praised him and decided, "That's amazing. That's so cool. Just for today, I'll give it to you for free." Gang Hyuk was so pleased he was beaming. "All right then. What a sharp cat." Eun-sik, looking grumpy, was carrying a plate of fresh meat on its head, cursing internally. "I can't believe he actually agreed to come here to eat something like this. The people of this world are so strange." He looked at the plate of fresh meat in front of him, his face so excited he could hardly wait. "It's here!" Gang Hyuk brought a piece of grilled meat to his mouth and took a big bite. He chewed greedily, full of happiness, and couldn't stop praising it. That's it. The more you chew, the more the flavor explodes. This is way better than the food on Terra. But when Eansik looked up, its whole body trembled, its face pale with fear as it questioned itself. Eansik is doomed after just one bite. How can he eat it with such enjoyment? Right after that, the restaurant door swung open again. A group of happy customers stepped inside. Hey there, uncle, we're here. Seeing them, Sung-gu happily greeted them. Welcome! Nabi also chirped happily. Come on in, everyone. Each of them found a seat and started ordering. Hey, boss, we want to order. Over here, too. Their calls kept coming, forcing Eansik to scurry back and forth. We also want to order, he fretted, balancing the tray on his head while grumbling to himself. People just keep pouring in. Can't these folks stop eating out already? Go cook it yourself. Young-sik was frustrated, tears streaming down his face as he carried the food. He just kept waiting for his body to recover, but as long as Seong-gu kept his powers sealed, then Young-sik's body would never recover. Two glasses clinked together from opposite sides. Yong-hun sat at the table, looking incredibly excited. I'm not sure if I'm actually in a good mood or not, but the liquor tastes great today. You've been through a lot. The man in the denim jacket sitting across from him just replied dismissively, It's no big deal, his eyes filled with a hint of embarrassment as he cut him off. It felt like things had gone back to how they used to be. Beneath the crystal clear water, fish swam continuously. Yong-hun looked incredibly peaceful, just offering a small smile, when the man in the denim jacket suddenly jumped and looked up. After receiving some news, he would be getting compensation for damages from the Disaster Recovery Committee, he said while scooping up food, looking overjoyed. Sharing it with empathy, the goal was to support environmental development as well as compensate for the work stoppage. It's not much, but it will help a little. At first, he listened, still half doubting. Really? Jong-hun pushed the plate of food forward and spoke sincerely as the man looked on. I didn't do this because of our personal relationship. A plate of steaming, fragrant food was laid out before him. Man in the denim jacket, you deserve it. The next words he spoke made him tear up with emotion. It's our fault for not supporting you when you needed it. His whole body started to shake and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Thank you, branch manager. It's been a really tough time, Jong-hun, being very perceptive, immediately stood up to comfort the man. It's okay, I understand. Sir, in front of the open blue scenery, he himself dared to promise that everything would be okay from now on, cutting immediately to a towering high-rise building. Isaac Korea branch, in the office. Jong-hun was staring intently at the secretary, his expression deeply furrowed and very annoyed. An official dispatch had arrived. Really? Ji-hyun, though a bit scared, had to answer honestly. It's real, sir. Please take a look. The deep purple seal was clearly embossed on the stack of papers. Yong-hun had barely grabbed it to glance over it before he was so stressed he started pulling at his hair. It officially authorized. The Armed Mobile Task Force, it's real, I can't believe it. I didn't think they would accept. His next words made Ji-hyun look away in embarrassment. Everyone came back half dead after trying to complete the strange food challenge. To the point where everyone had to call in sick. We were so understaffed that I had to ask for help in a fit of rage, but they actually sent help to you. She immediately put on a bright face and tried to suggest, but isn't that a good thing? Didn't we finally get the help we needed? But deep down, she was secretly hoping for something else. I wonder if I'll finally be able to go on a real vacation. Where should I go? Bali, Hawaii. Jong-han placed his hands on the table and spoke frankly about an issue. No, the Secretary General isn't that kind of person. His fingers began to interlock. Placing them right under his chin, looking extremely serious, the thing he hates the most is failure, followed by inefficiency. For him, sending people must have come with certain conditions. Then he looked at Ji-hyun and asked a question. Do you know which armed mobile task force is being sent? With her hands still behind her back, her expression hesitant, her eyebrows began to knit together, her facial muscles showing wariness. The Isaac Full Metal Hero-esque command, hearing just that. Jong-hun suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. What the hell? They are the best of the best. Why would they send a unit like that here? His expression became even more stunned. No way. A thought made Jong-hun stand there sweating. Could it be they found out about Seong-gu's existence? Seong-gu appeared in his thoughts with a gentle expression, but with a bizarre personality. Seong-gu is a regressor who could become an unprecedented disaster. Someone with power far beyond the best, a nuclear bomb. If he brought them to subdue him in an emergency, then this would make sense. But Jong-hun, tense as a tightrope, slumped down and held his head, naive. How? Ji-hyun saw this state and could only worry. Branch manager. He suddenly raised his face as if he had just thought of a plan. If our superiors are doing what I think they are doing, we have to stop them, no matter how elite the hunter force is. They can't stop an existence like Seonggu. They calculated wrong. She stood there listening, looking blank and confused. Jong-hun kept tapping his fingers on the paper, showing great hesitation. Do I have to tell this to my superiors? I can't think of any other way. His eyes sharpened strangely. Then he focused, deep in thought. Does the Secretary General know something I don't? He started talking to himself again and made a strange hand-waving gesture. No, absolutely not. There's no way, unless he secretly planted a spy in that restaurant. Cut to a beautiful sunny day shining down on the roof. TG just sneezed and shivered right before starting his meal. I can't stand this damn weather. The food laid out before him included the day's special, Western-style pork cutlet and mushroom soup. He slowly pierced a piece of the hearty meat with his fork. Next, he brought a small bite to his mouth. He nonchalantly popped the meat inside. At first, his expression was just focused on chewing the food. Suddenly, Seonggu appeared along with others, clapping wildly around him. Wow, athletes really are different. You finished that in 2 minutes. This made Taiji feel a bit flustered, and not just because I'm an athlete. Actually, I think you're right. He held up a finger and made a request. Could I possibly have another serving? He rolled up his sleeves and responded enthusiastically, Of course, I'll make plenty this time. Hearing that, his expression softened with relief. Thank you. I appreciate it. His gaze suddenly landed on little Yangshik, who was carrying a plate of food over. Why is there a slime in a restaurant? He watched it, but his eyes held no warmth. Is it helping him? What an interesting creature, and there's a fresh scent coming from its body. A part of the slime began to move. He glanced at the child behind it, trying to reassure himself. But no matter how strange it is, a slime is just a slime. His brows furrowed, and his tight grip showed his determination. I won't let anything touch Unha, not even if it's just a tiny scratch. Yang Shik, who had been watching him the whole time, felt uneasy too. What is wrong with that human? In its mind, it clearly remembered Seonggu's words. I work hard because he promised to protect me if I do. So it had been diligently learning how to clean the shop. I'm learning human knowledge and how to take care of a restaurant. I was now projecting a very intimidating aura. So what is the deal with that guy? Yang Shik felt even more confused and snapped its head around to look at him. What did I do wrong? 2 gazes, one high and one low, sharp as knives, collided directly. Before Yang Shik even noticed, it felt its body being scooped up. Seonggu suddenly appeared from behind and scolded it. You useless thing. Who taught you to glare at customers like that? It could only take the scolding in grievance. I didn't glare at him first. I didn't do anything. He then casually carried it over to him and asked warmly, Are you uncomfortable with slimes? It's just a small, harmless creature. He finally calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. It just triggered my defensive instincts. Seonggu casually tossed Yang Shik up and down. The slime bobbed up and down right in front of him. They're such a hassle. Everyone gets defensive when they see one. It's so bouncy, you could even use it as a basketball. Teji hurriedly stood up to try and stop him. Please, don't do things like that in front of Unha. I think she might copy you. Seonggu tucked the slime's entire body under his arm. It was perfectly safe, though it looked thoroughly annoyed but didn't dare say a word. I'm the one in danger here! Hearing that, Teji was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He spoke in a gentle tone, advising, You'd better hide that slime right now. Seonggu was still puzzled. Why? He looked up seriously and gave him some crucial information. The mobile armored squad is on its way here. Seonggu's expression went blank, still deeply confused. That mobile armored squad? Surely they aren't the capital's mechanized forces? Teji sat with his arms crossed. Maintaining a serious tone, he replied, I'll explain. Do you want the full explanation or the short version? Seonggu was eager to learn more. I've got time, so give me the full explanation. All right then, I'll start from their founding. Back to the scenes where individuals with great power were fighting monsters, the awakened, the hunters, people with special abilities, standing like embodiments of justice, protecting others from cruelty. Hunters are those who kill the monsters pouring out of portals and rifts. They were humanity's shields, but in reality, it was often just one person fighting against many, and there were so few of them. Children, just like the victims, could only hide behind them. Crying, that's when ordinary people started to think, can we not fight just because we aren't awakened? Is it really okay for us to just keep receiving protection forever? Even so, if you look deep into her eyes, you can see she wants to fight with her own strength. We want to fight too. The little girl clutched her old toy tighter to her chest. They needed weapons that could pierce the hearts of monsters and armor that could protect their bodies. And later on, a building was created by a certain force. Cyber Day Corporation, the global leader in scientific development, met that demand. And the result was, disposable war weapons were created. Deep within this building, a giant, unactivated robot lay dormant, the Mobile Combat Unit. A voice suddenly chimed in, a disposable robot? Seonggu stood with his hands on his hips, looking shocked to learn that humans could pilot such things to fight. Taeji sat up straight, continuing his talk with him. That's right. It was first designed as an unmanned device, but it was later converted into a manned one to deal with issues caused by signal jamming in areas with high electromagnetic wave density. With his imagination running wild, he quickly became excited. That's incredible! His naivety led him to ask, so, what are those people coming here for with this slime? He could only sigh helplessly before answering, mobile combat suits have their limitations. Seonggu's eyes went wide as he grasped the core of the problem. If a slime got into the machinery, it wouldn't be able to resist. But conversely, he looked exhausted by the whole topic, to the point where he couldn't even smile. Many people have been arrested because of that. The mobile armored squad absolutely hates slimes. He looked down at Yangshik with a thoughtful expression. That makes sense. Scene shift to the ISAC Corporation building. Young-hoon and the others are all gathered there. Black boots with tightly tied laces clicked together. A girl in a military uniform stepped forward to salute. I am from the 6th Armored Mobile Squad, Captain Gu Hena. Young-hoon returned the salute formally. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Young-hoon, the branch manager. A squad of giant robots appeared in a long line behind Hena. How was the one who led them here? Mine glanced over to see Hang Hyuk smiling deviously. He was trying his best to grab Hena's attention. My Gu, she's such a strong woman. Hang Hyuk quickly closed the distance between them. It would be such a waste if someone this amazing ended up just being a soldier and even already married at that. In his mind, Hina had absolutely no self-confidence, since there were top-tier hunters with higher ranks after all. That makes you feel insecure, doesn't it? She just sighed and smiled in response. Hannah flicked his forehead hard to help Hang Hyuk wake up because she had seen through his game from the start. How sad for you if you were trying to flirt. Superstar. Brat. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking and steam was practically coming out of his ears. Young-hoon's voice echoed through the headquarters hallway. I'm glad you're here. I've prepared a place for you to stay, so please make yourself at home. Hina was happy to have his support. Thank you, sir. Is there anything else I need to do? May I go out and look around? Of course, you're free now if you'd like. Why not take a tour of the city? She didn't need Young-hoon to guide her personally. It's fine. I already have a place I want to go. Young-hoon seemed quite surprised by her decision. A place you want to go? Hana was full of excitement to visit the trending restaurant. I heard there's a restaurant nearby where they make dishes using monster ingredients. He tried to signal Min and Hang Hyuk not to misunderstand him. I never mentioned anything like that. Haimad an X sign to show he was innocent. Me neither. But judging by Min's bewildered expression, you could tell he was telling the truth. It wasn't me, for once. She explained the reason why she absolutely had to go there. I have always wanted to try a meal made from monster meat at least once in my life. I heard it tastes absolutely terrible, is that right? It seemed he was trying his hardest to stop Hana from going to the restaurant. That's right. It's so horrific that I wouldn't recommend you try it. But she brought up a specific example to reassure everyone. I like strange foods. I've even tried kusia and surströmming before. This was the first time Min had encountered such a tough case. That's impressive, but to be clear, there's a bit of a difference between pungent food and monster meat. Hina radiated killing intent that made him shiver. And if they have slime, I'd really like to try that too. Min realized his responsibility to change her mind. This is serious. I have to stop her from going there at any cost. Young-hoon nonchalantly gave his assessment in front of Hina. I think he has processed slime before. Her curiosity was piqued once again. Is that so? That's wonderful, then I'll go there myself right now. He slumped down, staring at Hana's back. Min couldn't help but worry about Yansik's safety. The branch manager has a slime at the Hunter restaurant. I didn't think twice and gave the direct approval to CEO Gu. I knew it. He's raising it to use it, right? Didn't he report that it was useful? The words coming out of his mouth left Young-hoon petrified. He even raised another slime to be an employee. He scolded Min terribly for not reminding him in time. Wait, you should have reported this to me. Min wasn't one to just take it. You told me not to report it. Is that so? Branch manager Young-hoon insisted that reporting it was his duty. But you should have known to report such an important matter on your own, shouldn't you? He argued back against his superior to protect his pride. You never told me what I should report, did you? Hang-hyuk didn't help at all and only added fuel to the fire. Communication breakdowns are so sad. That's why I told you to speak up more, isn't it? That's why he got yelled at by Young-hoon and Min at the same time. Shut up! Hina was now at the famous restaurant. For some reason, Taeji and Seonggu froze for 5 seconds. It looked like he was sure Hina would come to the restaurant. Just as expected, she's here. She gently opened the door, and as soon as she entered, her eyes darted around. Nabi enthusiastically waved to welcome the guest. Hello, Hina. Wait, the server is a cat? Oh my god! Where did such a cute cat come from? Hello! Suddenly, Seonggu scrambled to look for Yansik. You did a good job, Nabi, but where is Yansik? It turned out he was busy trying to transform into a human form. It's so hard, it's just so hard. Slimes can change their shape if they gather their strength and focus. Yansik couldn't take it for one more second. I finally managed to change my form just like he said. But sweat kept beading more and more on his face. I just couldn't keep this up any longer. Even the slightest sound could hardly escape Henna's ears. As expected, she'd already grown suspicious of the shop's staff. I think I just heard a grip. Nabi kindly offered Henna some advice on her order. My dear customer, the slim you've requested is only suitable as a dessert, like ice cream or pudding, and just a heads up. To everyone's surprise, she turned to question Nabi. A heads up? Does it not taste good? He naturally started praising the dish to the skies. Oh, it's delicious. But the thing is, it's got a really high calorie count. You'll end up turning into a little pig. Yangsik could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I almost got caught. His mood plummeted uncontrollably as he kept overthinking everything. The more he dwelled on it, the weirder it all felt. Why do I even have to hide in front of that customer? Can't I just stay in the basement? Why on earth do I have to hide while I'm working? Yangsik hurriedly shifted into human form so he wouldn't be discovered under any circumstances. I can only maintain this form for 20 seconds. I've got to hurry up and hide. He put Henna's food tray on his head and dashed outside. Only when she wasn't looking did Yangsik dare to return to his slim form. He was terrified of revealing his true identity to Henna. This is so hard. When she reached for a napkin to wipe her mouth, Yangsik was right there, gently clearing the plates. Actually, Henna had already noticed his movements. She glared at Yangsik with daggers in her eyes. You're a slim, aren't you? His eyes welled up as if he were about to cry. Everyone froze for a few seconds at Henna's question. She had accidentally brushed her hand against the spot where the slim serving tools were kept. Nabi lunged forward to shield Yangsik, as he had already shifted back to his original form. Henna's fierce demeanor scared them to death. She had her own reasons for hating slims. The slim memories drifted back to when Henna was still fighting bravely on a battlefield somewhere. She had suffered an eye injury on her right side, and her body was completely drained of strength. Damn it. But as soon as Henna opened her mouth, she checked on her comrades. Is everyone all right? 2 of her subordinates replied so Henna wouldn't worry. Yes, ma'am, we're doing okay somehow. Everything's fine, Captain, the voice coming through her earpiece said. This is Bishop. He reached out to send a distress signal to Henna. A slim is crawling into the control pod. It's trying to melt me. Help, she screamed, trying to warn the comrades around her. Copy that, Bishop. Hang on a second. Pushing the engine to the max, we have to find it and get ready to fight. Henna felt helpless because she couldn't resolve the situation. Unexpectedly, the mobile combat armor was assembled before the mission and removed afterward. The pilot couldn't remove the armor on their own. Tears streamed down her face, mixed with the rage in her heart. That's exactly why Henna loathed slims so much. As a combat armor pilot, a civilian had no way to fight back once a slim infiltrated the machine's core. In most cases, there was no choice but to face death. She grabbed a meat cleaver as a weapon. I'll kill you! Seonggu quickly intervened, not wanting things to spiral out of control. My dear customer, he said, pointing out the purpose of the knife in Henna's hand. That thing is used for slicing Japanese-style breaded pork cutlets. Seung-gu's voice was gentle but carried a stern tone. It's not meant to be used as a weapon. Seung-gu stood from afar, witnessing the conflict between Nabi and Henna. He let out a soft sigh. He had already heard her story from TG. Seeing the furious look on Henna's face, Seung-gu understood why she was acting this way. Then he shifted his gaze back toward Nabi and the trembling Yangsik hiding behind him. But she didn't realize that the little guy also has a story of his own.